Jeff is the champions. Jeff is the champ. Oh, I wanted to show you some. Maybe fart?
Let's do that real quick. Yeah. Fart away.
Okay, I'm doing it.
I see it.
I should've.
You know what? Also, while I'm at it, fuck stats. Fuck stats, fuck accounting. We should do like a count off. Like every week.
You want to?
Yeah, you want to like do like a little count off for me?
Let's go.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What is good, my friends? Welcome back to episode 8 of the Flash Bros podcast. My name is Sam. I'm joined, as always, by one of my best friends and my beloved co-host, Joshimation Station. What is good,
me.
my man?
What's up, guys? That's crazy that we're on episode 8 already.
Episode 8
That's
already,
so
bro.
wild.
I know. 10 is around the corner.
10 is
That's
just
what
coming
I was
up.
just thinking of this
Double
morning,
digits.
man. I know, dude.
Double digits.
Literally nuts, man.
That is nutty.
What's
buddy?
what's been good this week, Josh? I feel like it's been a really busy week for me.
Dude, yeah, it's been busy for me too.
Yeah?
Well, very importantly, I just finished season 1 of JJK. So
Again.
Yes, again.
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is my second time. But the first time I watched it, and I don't think I've really talked about it much on the podcast because I wanted to have more of a concise opinion of it.
Yes.
But when I first watched JJK, I hated it. I fucking hated it. Like, not. I mean, I had some positive emotions, but some people, I said mid, but it slowly turned into hatred. Despising. I wouldn't say hatred. Maybe just like despising it.
Okay, from what I remember,
Yes.
would be like coming into your room or
Yes.
we're like talking about it, and I'm getting on the train, and you're
Right.
like,
Just now is
it's
it?
not it, bro.
Yeah.
It's not for me. Like
I definitely agree. No, I mean, here's the thing though. It's definitely not the best show.
For
you
sure.
know? And I guess one thing that really messed me up was at the time I was watching Naruto, of course, and I remember literally someone saying, I saw this Instagram post where it was like perfect 10 shows. And I saw, like, I remember like swiping, seeing JJK, and I was like, how the fuck can someone say this is a perfect 10? And so not only was I, and everyone around me was like, JJK so
Sure.
good. So I was just being influenced, I believe, by the world, understandably, because everyone does that.
Peer pressure.
Some
might say.
is real.
No,
it absolutely is.
It's true. It's true.
And so I watched it back then. I enjoyed parts of it. I thought it was okay. But I honestly was not crazy about it. So this recently, I just kind of had this feeling where I was like, I'm so tired of being like a hater. I don't want to have any like hatred for anything.
Is this from the Vinland Saga?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, absolutely. So I finished Vinland Saga, and I remember I was just chilling at home, and I was like, I remember seeing some kind of like edit for JJK, and I was like, I am so tired of hating this. I'm so tired of feeling that way. So I just started it, and I think I was like a little bit high, and I don't really smoke that much.
For sure.
So I definitely had like a little bit of something in me. But I felt that first episode so like hard. I literally told myself, I was like, I am going to get in the head of this character. I'm going to literally dive as deep as I can. And I found a lot of deep parts of that beginning series with Itadori and the way that he goes throughout life and what you use strength for and how you use your time in life and what does that really entail, and it's really interesting because he came to the conclusion of, I want to protect and save people using my time because I don't have a lot of time as the character. So
like a sense of greater purpose.
A greater purpose, yeah, but he was going through life without one, but also not really an issue with that, you know what I mean? Until
just kind of chilling.
Yeah, exactly. Which he had an immense lot of strength. He's literally like a superhuman.
Yeah.
This dude is a demon.
And he's high school, right?
Yeah, he's in high
that's
school.
when it takes place in high
school.
And
So I just found a lot more to it, and slowly throughout the series, I didn't lose that, and I just kept enjoying the characters and the ideas more. And so eventually, I finished season 1 just this week. And I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
I would not say it's perfect, but I would say it's definitely one of the best anime out right now.
Wow.
I think so. And I think it's got a lot more depth than I gave it credit for. So,
for sure.
Absolutely loving it. And
I kind of remember going through that first episode.
Yeah.
And kind of having this almost like generic anime feeling.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
It definitely for the first like half of the first episode.
Yes.
You know? And then getting to the end and a bunch of shit goes down like right at the end of the episode.
Right.
And literally thinking, oh my God, this is badass.
No, absolutely.
I like this concept.
Absolutely.
And, I haven't seen Naruto.
Sure.
Yeah, for what that's worth. And I know that that's probably heavily influenced from what you've told me, how you felt originally about JJK. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and that's another thing that I just feel like I've learned over time, and something I just kind of learned as a fan of anime.
Yeah.
Because my enjoyment of it only keeps going up. I've said this 1,000 times. Anime is inspired by other anime. Manga is inspired by other manga. That's the truth. I don't think back then I would have been able to watch Black Clover at all in any way. That show is so influenced by Naruto.
Oh, actually?
It's wild.
Okay.
It's genuinely wild. There's so many points that'll happen. You and be like, if you weren't enjoying it, you could be like, this is a ripoff. Genuinely. And then even it's inspired by every other anime. Like, Asta's goal is to become the Wizard King. Does that sound like any other goal you've ever heard in any anime or any piece of media before?
Sounds all original to me.
It's all original. But that's the thing. It's inspiration from everything. And
course,
you have to take it for what it is and appreciate it for what it is. And so, JJK, really enjoying it.
Yeah, man.
Loving it.
Sweet.
Loving it right now.
What else has been going on?
Well, as
games?
always, no, not really any games, to be honest. I haven't been playing anything.
Yeah, for sure. Well, did you told me, I think earlier this week, briefly, that you turned on that Kirby game.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes. I played. I completed the first 2. Oh my God, that game is incredible.
Still, just giving you all the nostalgia.
Seriously, not just
like
nostalgia.
Yeah.
The way it's set up is literally the mirrors. You have to have certain abilities to go to certain spots. It's a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
It's a Metroidvania Kirby game, and to unlock all the areas, there are like mirrors that you have to find throughout the world, which will take you to different areas, and then those different areas, if you hit this specific button, will unlock that area in the hub world.
Okay.
And so it's just got this, and it's also got just like the most simple, easy plot in the world, which is like Dark Meta Knight comes out of the Amazing Mirror, cuts.
Dark Meta Knight?
Yes, Dark.
This isn't Meta Knight.
No. This
okay.
is Dark Meta Knight. He cuts Kirby into 4 bits. And then those 4 characters all spread out throughout the world and do their own thing.
Oh, shit.
You literally see in the corner, they all get their own power-ups. They all are in a different place. There's this whole vast world that they all explore. And then you have this phone with like a battery charge that you can call them with.
Yeah.
You can be like, you can call them down with you. The UI in them is so... Maybe not UI. What's the right word?
Oh, like
the CPUs are so stupid. It's crazy. I can't get them to go through doors. I literally, if I'm about to go into a boss fight and I call them, they will not go into the fucking doors with me. So I have to go into the boss fight, call them. There have been times when I literally call them, go into a door, none of them fucking follow me, and so I have to call them again. Which each call.
And do they take
like
time to?
It's a
get over to you or what?
No. It comes. Okay. They come right off the gate. They come through a mirror. So cute. I fucking love that game.
Dude.
Yeah. I forgot that I started that. Yeah, that was.
Well, I have a question then pertaining to that. First of all, you're playing it on the Switch, right? You're playing it on the eShop drop.
Online.
Yeah, on the expansion pass, right? It's on the Game Boy Advance.
Right.
So my question is like these mirrors do you find these mirrors like beating a level? You find like a new mirror in the hub world and it takes you to like a different region?
It's really interesting. So the way that it works is you start off with one tiny little mirror next to the Amazing Mirror, which was slashed up by Meta Knight.
Got it.
A tiny mirror that leads you to this specific level, and then that level leads to another one.
Okay.
But has branching paths. I don't even know how to explain it. The world is so big for a Kirby game. And then those can lead to other things.
Shoot.
I'm honestly stuck right now.
Really?
I don't know where to where to go.
Okay.
Because I just have to explore a little bit more. And the music is so good. There is not a single bad track. I'm not kidding. Maybe it's because of my nostalgia. It totally could be. But like I'm listening to it, and I'm like, this is peak Kirby. Peak like everything. The sound effects are so good. When you get hit, it hits you with this like sound that is just like good. Brutal. Thank you, by the way. Like this brutal sound. And I'm like, holy shit. I remember like I was like, fuck. Jesus, I just got hit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And every single hit, it's so much more difficult. You only have like 5 hits until you die. So much more difficult than modern Kirby. Yeah. And I think they could take a huge inspiration from these type of games because it's like, okay, 5 hits till I die. Every time I get hit, I lose my ability. If my ability hits a spike when it's like jumping around or falls down a cliff, you lose it forever. Yep. Or if it falls in water, you lose it forever. Just like it's not sweet. It's not as sweet as the new Kirby is. So, yeah,
wait, I have a question then. Absolutely. Because I didn't know that with the new Kirby game. Yeah. Like, because I'm even the next Kirby game I want to play. Honestly, is we talked about it too, but Crystal Shards on the 64.
You have to play Lost.
Amazing Mirror.
No, the amazing. What's the new one called? The Kirby and the Goated Peak. The Forgotten Land. Dude, me and Dorian both beat that game. It is so fucking good. It's got like, I wouldn't say Dark Souls vibes. But the way that the dodging mechanics work and the bosses are set up, so fucking good. Dude. And it's literally so much fun talking about it.
That's so dope.
It's so much fun.
Okay, so in that game, when you get hit, you have more than 5 hits?
I'm pretty sure in that game... Yeah, you have a health bar. And current Kirby, if I'm not mistaken, is all health bar based. But OG...
OG has like those like
it's got little beads, little bead bars, and there's only 5 in Amazing Mirror. Okay. But there's some enemies that are tough. They come in and they like swoop at you. For sure. Like you genuinely have to dodge them. So yeah, there's some parts where I was literally like I had to like think about what I was doing, which is pretty different from modern side-scrolling Kirby. You know, I won't talk on Forgotten Land. Yeah. Because that one I think is just a whole different style.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
But like Star Allies, definitely just not as your brain is kind of turned off a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, I honestly don't really have any interest for that game.
Probably shouldn't.
But kind of where my brain was I did want to play Forgotten Land, and I thought it'd be really fun to play that with Kendall as a cooperative experience.
Yeah, it is co-op.
And I heard the co-op's pretty good.
It's really good.
You know, albeit you can't be two
Kirby's, which is the only part.
But I feel like that makes it kind of like this cute couch co-op with a girlfriend type vibe.
Absolutely.
You know, like
I agree.
That and like Luigi's Mansion 2 with Gooigi.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Luigi's Mansion 3, but
yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I feel like what I want to do is go in order and like chronologically play not just it's like both for myself going back through like the nostalgia train, but also like showing Kendall just never played a Kirby game, right? So playing through, okay, this is it in the 64, this is where it's evolved to on the Game Boy Advance, and then now we're on the Switch,
Amazing
right?
Mirror.
I
think that's a great idea.
Yeah, cool.
Because it's still adorable. Like the artwork is so good in Amazing Mirror. It's my favorite besides Squeak Squad.
You know I'm a sucker for pixel art.
Absolutely.
You know, just like you, and I know it does have such appeal.
It is. And seeing the characters move, the way they react, whenever Kirby gets hit, and they obviously have this in the modern games, but it has more of a charm to it in the pixel art
for sure.
Amazing Mirror. Is whenever he gets hit by a different element, he like reacts back. He like gets hit backwards, and it's like if he hits with electricity, he's like shocked. You like see his bones and stuff. And then he hits with fire. He's got his little like beady eyes out, and he's like on fire. And that's so much more charming seeing in pixel art than 3D because it's like you know you can add an element to a 3D model as much as you can.
So easy
to animate an entire like little section like that. Just for a cute little detail is, I think, more appealing and even admirable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I want to talk a little bit before, just a little bit about One Piece. Yeah. Because we were just talking about it before we started the show.
Yes.
These One Piece chapters are absolutely like incredible. Yeah. Oda released a statement before, right after Wano ended, basically saying this is the final saga of
Yeah.
One Piece, right?
Right.
And
I think we talked about that.
We did.
Yeah.
He essentially made it sound like he was like, okay, the way he worded it, he was like, this is where One Piece begins. And he is not lying. This arc, Egghead, that we're in right now is like no breaks. No, it's not the way that One Piece has been, where it takes its time. It's things are happening, and I'm literally, me and Dorian were talking about this. Things are happening, and we're like, this doesn't feel like it should be happening. I don't feel like I should be seeing this. And right now we are in the part that I left off on.
Okay.
There's a God Valley is a huge place that like they always reference God Valley, but it was destroyed a long time ago, right? Kind of like a Torna was in Xenoblade, so it's kind of like that. They're doing right now. They just hit a God Valley flashback, so we're having like we're finally finding out.
It's your first time like seeing anything
we don't know
on
anything.
God Valley.
All we know about God Valley is that Rox Dizabek fought fucking Garp and Roger. Garp and Roger had to team up to fight this pirate who had a team of literally him, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, like Gold Lion, Tashigi, all the big dogs were all on one pirate crew at one point. And in God Valley, they had to fight again. And literally Roger and Garp had to team up in order to beat them. So, big stuff. Huge shit that I'm not even ready to see.
Yeah.
But that's all we know. And now we're seeing like people that live there. I just read that there's like there was a slave race of people that existed on there that were ruled by celestial dragons, and just a lot of stuff. Stuff,
man.
So
I love that, especially
Super
because
hype.
of today's topic, which is we're going to be diving into storytelling and kind of across different mediums, and specifically video games with anime, and just how it has such a unique way of storytelling with kind of like especially One Piece coming out in a weekly fashion.
Absolutely.
And unveiling these things right now. So I'm glad you brought that up, bro.
Me too.
Yeah, man.
What's going on with you though, man? Catch me up.
Not much, bro. I was debating on what I was going to do with this episode about making it more open-ended, which is ultimately what I decided to do. Make it more like a good open-ended discussion. Sure. But I've been really busy. I haven't played a lot of games. Really, this last week, like Kendall got back from visiting her family in Washington. She ended up bringing her brother back, her grandma, and then a couple other family members.
Wow,
yeah,
so family's in town?
Right.
Very cool.
And they're kind of trickling out now, but it's been busy between both of us working. I've been having to work extra days. Like this last week, I worked 4 days instead of the 2 I have been all summer. So just a lot of work and a lot of things happening, but I did want to mention a couple of things. Please. Which the first is, I don't know if I have told you at all, but me and Kendall started Demon Slayer.
Very cool.
Yeah, baby. Yeah,
man. What does she think? You've seen it already.
I've seen all of season one. Right.
Yeah.
So it was kind of dual-minded where I want to just restart Demon Slayer back up.
Yes.
And then it's been probably
2 years?
approaching 2 years since I last finished season 1. So I'm like, you know what? I want it from the start because there's so much I got to catch up on.
Why Demon Slayer? Did it stick with you in a way that you
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like Demon Slayer is one of those anime right now that even if you aren't a big anime watcher, people are talking about it or they've seen it. You know, I've talked to a lot of people that have seen Demon Slayer.
It's a. I would say for me, I talk about this with our friend Dylan all the time.
Yeah.
It's like not as plot complicated as say another show like One Piece or even like something like My Hero, but there's an appeal in that. There's something like genuinely it's like you don't have to have the most complex changing plot that has just like twists at every single corner for there to be good storytelling, good characters, good writing, good animation, good fights, good like that's how you can do anime really well. And it's really interesting because it's almost like you don't really think about that often. And I've heard complaints, people being like, well, it's a simple story of a guy who wants to save his sister. It's like, why is that a bad thing? That's like, isn't that the way that like a fairy tale would be told? Or like modern, like come on. There's no issue in that. And so I was just interested in why that one stuck with you.
I feel like this one stuck with me because of the mainstream appeal, which I think has merit. I think I'm with you in that, like, okay, I don't have to like everything that everybody likes. I largely stay out of that with like music, for example. I don't really listen to a lot of mainstream music myself.
You didn't listen to the new Travis Scott album, Utopia?
I haven't listened.
I actually did, and it's really good.
Did you?
It is. It's really good.
I feel like it's a house favorite already.
It kind of is, yeah.
From what I've heard.
Yeah, it's pretty
good.
But
no, Demon Slayer. It has always appealed to me, and I think I have really liked the simplicity of the concept, and I think I really understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because we're already on episode 8. 7
oh yeah,
8.
so
I think we just finished 7 last night. Yeah,
that's such a good intro, by the way,
dude.
I don't mean to bring it off topic, but I just wanted to say I love the beginning. I love that it in my opinion, it takes year time skips, which I love. I genuinely love that. I think that, you can't show so much character growth in just a specific amount of time. And so for the way that they set it up and the way that they build up, the fighting, becoming the Demon Slayer and all that, it doesn't happen, in a day. No. And I really love that.
Right.
That was one of the biggest appeals when I first started watching it. And so that first 8 episodes, if I'm not mistaken, he's a Demon Slayer at this point, right?
I don't know if he's a full-fledged Demon Slayer because basically what happened was like he went through the 2 years of training, which is I think what you're talking about with the time skip.
Yeah.
Right? So basically within the first 4 episodes, 2 years have already passed.
Right. But he took the test?
He took the test.
Did he
already,
get his sword?
And he got his sword.
And it's black.
Right. So that I didn't know though if his first mission was a training mission.
No, it's official. He's an official Demon Slayer.
Okay. Yeah.
If you receive your sword, that means you're an official Demon Slayer.
Okay.
Because it's the sword of a Demon Slayer, and if you have he wears a kimono over it, but he has the shirt that says Destroyer on the back, which means Demon Destroyer, which means that's literally like wearing a police outfit. Right.
Got it.
So he is official.
Okay.
Yeah. And that mission would just be the first. It would be a simple mission.
So then he did his first mission.
Yes.
Then he just ran into Mizan Ibusukuji or whatever.
Oh my God, Muzan.
Muzan.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying Mizan.
Muzan oh my God, that's one of the most insane parts ever.
Dude.
It's like I gotta find this like big villain somewhere.
Right.
Holy shit. He's right
and
there.
all these things happen. Like Kendall's watching it. And Kendall's like, wait, he looks like a human. That's not him. Right? Then you see his eyes, right? Just under his really eerie hat. And for those who haven't seen Demon Slayer, it's minor spoilers just because of how it really throws this out to you. But the anime is very direct in kind of where its storytelling takes place and what Josh is talking about. It's not really like, it's very cut and dry, right? Sure. It's very much like, here's a new concept.
Yes.
We're going to tackle the concept and we're going to go to this goal. And like it's very just like direct with how
which
each
is
episode,
not bad.
No, and that's what you're saying, right?
And it's not done in a bad way.
It's done in a really good way because it's you're right. It's like it's following this character Tanjiro and his sister and the brother sisterly bond that they have. It's no joke. It's it's done so well as far as I don't know. I feel like it could be very cheesy in terms of having like this like brother sister bond, right?
I agree.
But approaching who is essentially the final boss is just shown like right off the bat, right? And it's this guy who's the OG demon, and Tanjiro just runs into him and it's like, whoa, what's happening? Slashes a dude. The dude turns, and it's like so much happens right at the end of this episode just for the episode to end.
And that's all you've seen?
That's all you've seen.
Good. Yeah. That's such good such a good little piece that you've seen already.
Yeah. And the satisfaction kind of, right? Because you mentioned watching you just watched JJK, a little stoned. I'm usually stoned as hell, especially when I'm like playing games or I'm watching anime. Right. And so sometimes a blessing and a curse because I feel like what the blessing part of it is my memory isn't always. I can remember like big points, but sometimes it's the small details that kind of just fades from memory, or maybe I wasn't paying as attention as I do going back through the second time, which I especially found with like Korra. Watching through that the second time, I really appreciated it a lot more. And so I'm taking it in again, and I remember how season 1 ended very well, and I remember some really big scenes. But a lot of these smaller stuff, I feel like I'm gonna remember all the higher demons. If they're called something.
The higher ranked demons?
Yeah, higher ranked demons, dude. The ones that have powers, right? And the ones that...
The demon blood arts.
Yes, the blood arts, right, which are crazy and
cool.
just a really, really well done rendition.
Do you remember how
many different powers?
How many I mean, I don't. What, do you want me to say anything?
Oh no,
about
please.
The
Yeah.
So there's upper moons and lower moons, and there's 6 upper moons and 6 lower moons. So the lower moons are less powerful, but then the upper moons are insanely powerful. All of them have a demon blood art, but all 12 of them, they all like kind of report directly to Muzan.
Are they numbered?
Right. Yes.
They
so
are.
it would literally
right.
be
okay.
The lower number would be the least powerful, and then the higher would be, so it'd be 1, 2. So it'd be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the lowers, and then it would be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I do
uppers.
remember that a little bit, and I remember it reminded me of Bleach, because Bleach has a numbered system for kind of for their kind of like end game. They're called a Ronkar, right, and they're literally numbered, so it's like a Ronkar number 3
was probably an inspiration.
Probably. No, yeah. Well, you're just talking about, right? Yeah.
That's probably something.
Demon Slayer is much newer age.
Yeah,
you know?
very
when did it come out? Like 2018?
Dude, the manga dropped in like 2017.
Yeah.
And the anime has been coming out, not 2018, I think it was 2019.
Yeah.
Because me and Dorian I was 19 at the time, and Dorian was living in this house. But when Dave lived here, and his mom, and it was so funny. I have so many good memories of that, because literally, like, I remember right after that Dutch Bros Christmas party.
Okay.
Remember that one at like that one spot? Do you remember that?
Was it the one, like the big Christmas party that you guys had before I got to Vista?
Oh, so you weren't at Vista?
Right. Was it like Morgan's house or something like that?
No.
You're not talking about that.
It was like at a place. It was at like a bar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the
it has a name. Do you remember it? I don't remember.
Dude, if it came, is it the Van Buren?
No.
Or something like that?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Right, yeah.
But it's not the Van Buren, because that's where they have like shows. But it was so much fun, because Rocky went crazy there. And then right afterwards, me and Dorian came home and watched Demon Slayer.
True.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why I said came home like we're a gay couple. It might as well be. But no, we went to his house and watched Demon Slayer. We used to say, we used to be like, yo, you trying to watch Demi? Because I shorten things up.
Of course.
But I'll be like, it got to a point where we'd be like, try to watch doo-doo. So we would watch it. We would go home and watch doo-doo, and then kiss and cuddle after.
Oh, I love that. Well, that's exactly what Kendall and I are doing right now. So we watched a little doo-doo last night.
Nice.
And it's really good. And probably one of the most exciting parts for me is that she's really enjoying it.
She's enjoying it.
Yeah, I would want to watch it if she wasn't.
It's a pretty good starter anime, I would say, because it's so simple.
For sure.
You know, it's hard to get people in. There's some anime that are not simple and that aren't.
Absolutely.
But are still good starter animes. I think like AOT is a great example, because it starts and pretends it's more simple than it is. People get into it, like our friend Shy, friend of the show Shy.
Shout outs to Shy, baby.
Absolutely adores like AOT. Yeah. Like it's like his favorite show of all time. He barely watches any other anime.
With good reason.
Of course, it's fantastic. But it's very understandable. Yeah. So what else happened in your week, man?
So we also been I can't remember if I mentioned it last episode, but we started up the Quarry, right? Like after our Until Dawn.
Yes, you did.
Okay, cool. So we've played a little bit more of that. I think we're in chapter 3.
Enjoying it?
So we're not super far. Yes.
Yeah.
It's really prevalent now, especially beating Until Dawn. I think I had played a little Until Dawn, and then I played the Quarry, and I was like, oh, it's basically the same game, different story. It's not the same game. No. Like there's a lot of improvements that I can see that they've made now, because this game only came out last year, I think, or the year before. But a lot of things have been cleaned up by the studio, and I feel like everything besides the dialogue has improvements. Absolutely. If that makes sense.
No, absolutely.
Not dogging the dialogue.
No.
But it's how the storytelling is taking place. Even like the horror elements, I feel like it still had kind of a horrific prologue, just like Until Dawn, but it started really slow. Like nothing crazy has really happened until like the very end of the last
Until Dawn was a lot of build up, I feel like, because you literally when I first started it, I was like, is this a slasher game?
Right.
Like, what is this?
What
is this
is
a slasher game? Because you see like that person like following them around the thing, and you find out it's someone hunting a Wendigo, or someone who's trying to keep a Wendigo from killing them. Right. And you're like, Wendigo? What the fuck? Why are there slasher elements? Like, there was literally that person who chased not Ashley, Sam throughout the room with a fucking knife. Right. You know, later you find out what that is, but then you're like, what is happening? Yeah. So it's really interesting. You'd say it's not as like,
it's just done different.
Okay.
That and in a way that makes it very much not the same experience,
Sure.
which I like.
Which is very good, because
really
why would
good.
you want to play the same game twice?
No, for sure.
Unless you're a FIFA fan.
Hey.
Or a 2K fan. Oh.
Or 2K, baby.
Or a Madden
or GTA,
fan.
you know, but you probably
No,
want that.
GTA is not the same. I'm a very big GTA fan, by the way.
Yes, sir.
I love GTA
love
not
some
because
GTA.
I don't care about killing people. It's so funny. The whole story,
For
and
sure.
I think it's one of the best satirical comedies of our generation, in my opinion.
No, comedy's a good way to put it.
It's
I
just
don't think a lot of people say that
it's
about GTA.
It's hilarious.
It is.
It's one of the funniest things, and the creators are just dissecting everything about the place that it's taking place in, you know? And for
sure.
for Miami and Florida, they just freaking destroyed it with Vice City. And same thing with just like the way they did Compton, and then the way they especially the way they did freaking LA. It's all
True.
like every radio station, it's just like shitting on the shitty parts of that place. And it's so funny. It's so good, so funny.
Love that.
I don't mean to get on
No,
GTA.
dude, no.
We should
fucking
do an
love
episode
it.
on GTA sometime.
Oh,
because I
absolutely.
could dissect the fuck out of.
I
Those
would love
games.
that, actually.
really
And
think
I know
should.
we definitely have some of our audience are big GTA guys.
Absolutely.
So I feel
And
like that'd be great.
most
appeal
people have
there.
just played it.
Yeah,
Just a
and I
little
feel like it's one of those things too where if you're not a gamer, you know what GTA is.
You know what GTA
you know?
is.
Yeah, it's
If you're a
huge.
mother, you know.
Yes,
what
if you're a
GTA
mother,
is.
you know what you're not buying your children. That is GTA.
It's
You know what I
GTA,
mean?
yeah,
My mom
absolutely.
knew that, apparently.
Yeah, my mom did too.
So, really other than that, Josh, I've been playing a little bit of Pokemon Go still.
Nice.
That's kind of just still like my ongoing, probably going to have that be a thing all the time now.
Forever.
Yeah, to be honest. It's great. They're doing like October events right now. So they got like some of those like more like Halloween themed Pokemon
Oh,
are
I
kind
like
of
that.
like popping up and doing. There's a
Yeah.
new Pokemon, I don't know what it's called, but apparently it's from the new DLC of Scarlet and Violet.
What's it called? What does it look
I
like?
don't know. It looks like a little like green bud, kind of.
Is it Sinistea? Or
It is-
Sinistacha?
I think it's Sinistea or one of those.
It's
that
not
you said.
Sinistea, but it's Sinistacha.
Okay.
It's like a matcha version of that Sinistea, but it's a new Pokemon.
Okay.
But it's like a variant of Sinistea. So it's like
Which would make sense because Sinistea, like tea.
yeah,
Yeah.
Sinistea.
Okay. Yeah.
And so it's a ghost.
Yeah.
Ghost water.
Something. If the event's not out yet, it just
Yeah.
you have to get like a ticket to participate in the event. So
Yes.
the event's coming up, and
Yes.
I'll keep you tuned. All right.
do.
Yeah. Keep you updated. But other than that, Fire Emblem Engage. I'm still playing that.
still touching?
Yeah. I'm on like chapter 24, 23, somewhere around there.
There you
And I
go.
think there's less than 30 chapters. So
nice.
I'm about done with that game. I
Yeah.
also looked at my playtime and I was like, holy shit, I'm at like 130 hours.
Yeah.
For one playthrough,
That's
so
wild.
it's getting kind of ridiculous.
It's getting up there.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah.
It's good. I'll have my closing thoughts on Engage once I beat it, but
Please.
I have mixed feelings.
Sure.
As I have the entire playthrough.
You've already
pretty much.
verbally told me and the
Right.
audience a
Yes.
little bit about how it's not as serious.
Yeah,
has,
it
like,
really is like
comedical elements.
it's dialogue choices and kind of the story. Again pertaining to the episode, but the story is just not. It's like it. It's hard. It's hard to like even like wrap your brain
Why don't
around
you?
it.
Yeah, why don't you tell us about it once you wrap it up, and we'll
Sure.
have an entire episode we can talk about.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
can talk about like,
That sounds
all of
good.
that.
It's
because
kind
I don't
of-
want you to feel like you have to. Give,
No. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just want to say conceptually, see if like you get this because you haven't played a Fire Emblem game, let alone this game.
I do have 3 houses though.
Oh, true.
I have it
true. And
downloaded
3
and
Houses
everything.
story. Really,
Probably
really
gonna just
good.
stick with that one.
Yeah,
to be
you
completely
probably
frank.
should. I would just wait for the next Fire Emblem.
I just don't like the main character's look.
With the red and blue.
It just looks kind of
Yeah,
ugly to me.
I will say that it's plot driven, so
Yeah.
there is some merit there.
Okay.
But it's
I
kind
can
of
fuck with it. I look at him like a lollipop. You know,
Yeah,
like a little
for
swirly
sure,
lollipop.
for sure.
And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know, bro. Like
No, it's
there's
cool.
just elements of the story that are like really cool, really tropey, really expected, really nothing new under the sun. And then things that are good and things that aren't. Like even like death that's in the game. There's been death of some characters for the plot and not as impact didn't cry, no emotional kind
Have you
of
cried
like
before?
in a Fire Emblem game?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
But having like there's definitely stuff that's like holy fuck.
Yes.
Pertaining to like Ike in his game,
Right.
3 Houses. I've had holy fuck moments many times.
Absolutely.
But Not really a holy fuck moment even once.
Well,
More like a holy shit,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
no holy fuck. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Word up.
So, how about wraps it up, Josh? You
Wrapping.
want to get started on this episode?
Please.
Yeah, let's do it, baby. All right, so
started.
we'll start off here. We have our first section here with our Patreon sponsors, my friends.
Yes,
and
sir.
Before I get into that,
Yes.
I just want to say what we're all about. This is basically just a podcast about two bros coming together, talking about nerdy shit and all the things that we love.
That's what we do.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're recording currently once a week, every Wednesday. And we have episodes posted to public platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and on YouTube currently.
Yes.
With more to come in the future, but those are being posted every Friday.
And they should keep posted because there's a lot more to come, right?
A lot more to come.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
posted.
I like the way you did that, Josh.
Thanks, man. I'm just
Perfect.
a little clever like
Hey,
that,
man.
you know?
That's why I got you on the show,
That's
baby.
true.
So please, we invite you to join our community, my friends. Check out our Patreon page, which is kind of our current website as of now. And that's going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. And you can write in questions, comments, concerns, corrections. We got a reader mail section towards the end of the show. And so you can write in anything you want to ask us or what you want to talk about. We'll read it here on the air. And also on Patreon is how you can become a sponsor. So we have a little $5 a month membership called Flash Club. Flash Club tier.
Club.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Flash Bros Club. And we have several people who've been sponsoring us for pretty much since the beginning.
Yes.
So I'll read through that list right now, baby.
real ones.
Starting
We love
with
them.
Austin Bowman,
Austin Bowman.
followed by Ned Anderson.
Annette. We love you.
We got Donald Duck.
Donald D. What a
Donald
legend.
D. Kendall Sutherland.
Kendall. We also
We got our beautiful roommate, Drell Williams.
Adrel.
Who
Sweet
might
A.
even be, Sweet A. He might
A.
even be streaming right now.
He
which
might
if
be
he
streaming.
is, that's what, twitch.tv/Sweet A.
Sweet A. And that's
Right?
A with A-Y-E-E-E.
A-Y-E-E-E.
That's the one.
Three E's
the
at the
one.
end.
Three
Thank
E's,
you,
that's
Josh. And love you, bro. That's Drell right now, baby.
That's Sweet A, baby.
Sweet A. And then our last sponsor is John Rao IV, my buddy Johnny.
Johnny.
I saw Johnny a couple days ago, actually.
Yeah. I think I saw him too. Came
for-
in the kitchen.
No, I don't think you met Johnny.
Then I guess I'm not.
Yeah.
I guess I
Yeah,
never
no.
met him.
Good guy, though. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah,
I
hell
believe
yeah.
it.
We're always talking about the podcast whenever I see him now. It's great.
Beautiful.
So shout outs to you, Johnny, and to Lene, because he is Lene's cousin, and Lene had a birthday party.
Happy birthday,
So that's how I
Lene.
saw him. Yeah.
birthday,
Happy
Lene.
late birthday, Lene. There was a lot of
Yeah.
birthdays last week, now that I think
know.
about it. Yeah.
It feels
kind
like
of
it
just
was.
remembered that. Joshua, let's jump into our first section, my friend.
Get it started.
Yes, sir. So this is our history of the week.
History of the week,
This
baby.
is info I pulled from GameFAQs, so the dates might be a little off, but for the most part, pretty accurate, I would say. And today is Wednesday, October 11th. And this is a curated list of games that have come out in the past between the dates of October 9th and the 15th. So the dates for this week.
Very cool.
Okay, my friend?
I'm with that.
So, Joshua, let's, as tradition dictates, let's start it off.
Get it started.
And this is something I know pertains to you. And this is Uncharted, the Nathan Drake collection. Came out October 9th, 2015 on the PS4.
Dude, this is the
sounded like The Last of Us.
Yeah.
Those fucking clickers. Oh my god. I actually have a small thing saying clickers in a bit. But Josh, what's your hot take on the Uncharted
Dude,
Drake
hottest take.
collection?
That is probably in the top 3 best games you can get on the PS4/PS5.
Absolutely.
Seriously,
Absolutely.
that is up there with some of the best bundles you could get.
Yeah, bro.
Each one of those games is an incredible just collection of so much you can do.
Yes,
they're
sir.
very cinematic and they're very linear, but I believe with all the games I've played in my life are the best linear cinematic games that exist out there.
I like how you put that. Linear cinematic.
Linear cinematic,
Right.
because there are other games that are a lot more open, and I'm not going to put Last of Us in that category because the way you approach a level is much more open, and the way that you collect and all that, it's not very linear. It is
For sure,
linear, but
for sure.
it's not the same way that it's done Uncharted's way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But I will say,
with how I feel like Uncharted has like a more or less a level select. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like that. And Last of Us really doesn't. You know, it's not the same way. So
Yeah.
I'm not putting it in that category. However, I did grow up on these games. My favorite games as a kid. I wanted to be Nathan Drake. He was who I wanted to. He was kind of who I based
Hell yeah.
my personality on. But incredible games.
Yeah.
Seriously, you cannot beat Uncharted 1, 2, and 3. In my opinion, I think they only just keep getting better. So I always say start with the first one, then play the second, then the third, move on to Uncharted 4. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But the fact that those first 3 are just in one package, chef's
beautiful.
Chef's kiss. And they fixed some of the shooting and the way that it works.
That's what I was going to say.
Seriously, so much better.
Which I believe they pulled the shooting elements from The Last of Us, right?
The Last of Us and the new Uncharted.
Yes.
They worked a little bit more into the way that that worked.
Yeah.
So very, very well done.
Well,
And I really love it.
My only question on it for you is big, and I feel like you're genuinely a bigger Uncharted fan than I am.
I'm so huge into Uncharted. I'm probably the biggest Uncharted fan anyone knows.
Really? You think you're bigger than Blade?
Absolutely. He's never played Golden Abyss. Do you know what Golden Abyss is?
Of course I do.
Absolutely.
Vita, baby.
Absolutely. And guess who beat it, baby?
All right. Josh gets those points for that one. So then of Uncharted 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Which one's your favorite?
1, 2, and 3?
1, 2, and 3.
It's gotta be okay. Which one do I think is the best, or which one is my favorite?
I would like both answers.
Okay,
to be
I
honest.
think Uncharted 3 is the best one.
You think so?
But
objectively,
yes, objectively. But I cannot explain how iconic Uncharted 2 is. Like, genuinely, Uncharted 2, the way it starts, the way the the way that it slowly goes throughout how you get to the point in which you start in the game. Bro, it's so good. You literally go from being shot, you have a wound in your gut, bleeding out, on a train that's falling off the side of a snowy mountain in Nepal, and then you literally...
That's when the game fucking starts.
You start like that, and then you switch to Nathan Drake enjoying a delicious beer on a fucking beach. And I'm like, what a way to get me into it.
Out the gate.
What a way. And Uncharted 3 does something similar, but Uncharted 3 is much more story-based about Nathan himself and his past with Sully and all these things, which I think is better, to be honest. But I think my favorite has to be Uncharted 2.
Yeah.
And I love Uncharted 1 because I played that one probably the most as a kid, because it was the first one I got. However, I think... just gotta go with those.
Yeah,
easy
absolutely,
business.
absolutely. And I have only played Uncharted 1 and 2, so I can't even give my gist on 3 at all. But I've heard divisive things. Yeah. People either love 2, stick by 2 being the best in the series, or they stick by 3. Generally, is what I hear. You know?
Yes, I agree.
So, thanks, Joshy. Let's move on. I have another one that I know you were gonna love.
Again?
I know it, baby.
Really?
Because I know you.
Oh, really?
The Orange Box.
The Orange Box
came out on PS3 and Xbox 360 October 10th, 2007. I also
October 10th.
Real quick, I'm going to note that in case the audience caught on, or Josh, I've stopped putting in how many years ago these games came out. I'm going to mark them if it's an anniversary.
Sure.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like it'll have more significance there.
Agree.
But, okay, so this came out October 10th, 2007. So this has been, this is a while.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, this is like almost 20 years old now.
Absolutely.
So what's our thoughts? The Orange Box, it covers Portal.
It's got Portal 1 and 2, Half-Life 1 and 2.
Yes.
And then it has TF2.
Yeah.
And then I believe that's it.
TF2.
If I'm not wrong.
It doesn't have Half-Life. Isn't there another Half-Life episode in there? Like there's
it's Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 episode 1, and then Half-Life 2 episode 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it has Portal 1 and 2.
Okay.
So, a fucking collection, dude.
Bro.
Fucking insane collection. So, what I will say about the Orange Box is that I have an older sibling who, whenever they were gone, I would sneak onto their computer and play all their games, right? So,
hell yeah.
Yeah, very, very cool. It was not a shared computer, but I definitely put hours into that computer. So, the Orange Box, the reason it was such a big collection was because it was finally time for those games to hit console.
Yes, sir.
I know that our very close friend Dorian loved the Orange Box. That's how he played TF2. It's how he played the OG Half-Life. He claims he beat it, but I highly doubt he did because of how fucking difficult that game was.
Dude,
that's how he played 1 and 2.
I was trying. I remember getting the Orange Box myself way back when. I tried beating the first Half-Life.
The first Half-Life?
And I got pretty far. I probably got...
It's difficult.
Yeah, like 15 hours in.
Yeah.
And I got stuck.
Difficult.
Hard stuck.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was a tough game.
That's definitely a game I had to power through. There were a couple times when I had to look up a walkthrough on what to even do because I was like, am I wasting my ammo just killing this like giant thing, or am I supposed to run away? Like, what's the vibe? But just for the audience to know, I just recently got into Half-Life. This is a very recent thing, probably in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
I'd say, since I've been like messing around with my PC more. I upgraded from a gaming laptop to a PC, so I've been enjoying those PC games the way that they originally came out. I will say Half-Life are the best first-person shooter single-player games that have no multiplayer connected to them that there are out there. It's the first game was great for its time, obviously, and maybe not cinematically, but the atmosphere and the vibe that it creates is unlike any other game, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
For sure.
Half-Life 2 is so physics-based that it is seriously some of the most fun I've ever had in a game.
Absolutely.
You know, like literally you get this gravity gun where you can pick things up and launch them at people.
Right.
You run out of ammo, just pick up a massive rock and launch it at people, and their ragdoll bodies will go flying. It only gets more fun with the more weapons they introduce too, and you can literally scroll through your arsenal as quickly as using your fucking scroll wheel on your mouse. So good.
Yeah.
So I will say, and obviously I grew up on Portal and Portal 2 and grew up on Half-Life as well, but all of that was PC based. So all this as a collection, Orange Box as a game, love it. I love everything about it. I never touched it though.
Really?
Yeah, never got it.
Okay, so you've more played these things individually.
Were all the ways, and all of them were on PC, so I never needed the Orange Box. However, this collection is god tier because these games are incredible.
Yes, dude.
Seriously.
Yeah, and I feel like the Orange Box is a great testament and has been up until recent years in terms of Valve. You know, as a developer, and kind of Valve is the owner. Like Valve is the company that runs Steam.
Yes,
and they largely for many years kind of went to the wayside in terms of game development and just really focused on Steam. And it was kind of reported for many years, like, okay, all this hype on Half-Life 3. Yeah. Okay, Half-Life 3 is never coming. Never. And being like, okay, I guess Valve is really just focusing on Steam their hardware and Steam, and Steam Deck and all those things. And so the Orange Box is kind of this greatest hits collection for Valve as a developer, and all these games hit. All of them.
Absolutely.
I haven't played Portal 2 yet. Still want to. You need to. But Portal 1 is actually a masterpiece.
Seriously.
And I have no doubt from everything I've heard and everything I've seen and the videos I've looked up and the walkthroughs I've seen on Half-Life. Yeah. How amazing Half-Life is.
Seriously, every game it's like a masterpiece. Yeah. Like seriously, I will say Portal 1 and Portal 2, both masterpieces, separate and together. Half-Life, the entire series, masterwork.
Yes,
seriously. Dude. And I can see people dogging on the first one because of the time that it came out, but it was groundbreaking. It genuinely was groundbreaking. And so I appreciate it for what it is, you know what I mean? And I know it's very difficult, and I'm not always a difficult game lover, but masterwork. All around. And TF2, best online shooter I ever played.
Oh, man. Shout outs to my boy Hayden, bro, the biggest TF2 player I have ever met in my life.
Collection like a motherfucker.
Yes, man.
He has an entire collection of just so much insane shit. I remember I made a funny joke where he showed me his account, and it was when NFTs were huge. He was in AZ, and I was like, yo, wait, and he had like a special skin on a knife. He was like, yeah, this was like, I don't know, like $5,000. I like drag it onto my home screen. I'm like, mine now, bitch. And I still have it on my home screen. So dude, it's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
All right, brother. Well, then next on this list, I've got Tales of the Abyss on PS2, October 10th, 2006. So this was the, remember I mentioned Tales of Symphonia, right? Yeah, so this was the next one in the series, I believe, after Symphonia. And so this is Tales of the Abyss on the PlayStation 2. Symphonia might have came out after this. I'm pretty sure this came out second though. So this is kind of in the same
PS2?
Vein. On the PS2, right? So Symphonia came out in GameCube, not PS2. And then Tales of the Abyss came out in PS2. And most of the Tales of games at this time came out on PlayStation consoles. Right. So Symphonia was kind of an exception there.
Okay.
But Tales of the Abyss was a masterpiece, in my opinion. This is a long-time favorite for many fans of the series.
You played it?
I have played this. I did not play the PS2 version. I actually played a remaster on the 3DS.
Really?
Yeah,
They had a remaster.
They had a remaster.
Tales
yeah.
of the Abyss.
So check it out.
I will.
Josh is looking it up right now. They had they added in those kind of tidbit 3D elements, so it was a fully 3D playable game. However, when you had the 3D on, not as optimized, which is kind of an issue with the 3DS. So it wouldn't run a very smooth 30 FPS. It would probably drop down to 20 or so,
Gotcha.
especially in battles. So honestly, most of the time I had the 3D off, but the whole game played in the 3DS and was really fun.
Nice.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. It's really cool. The story is actually really, really good. It has a lot to do with kind of I think the main character, after the prologue, you find out that he's actually a clone of that who actually is the main character. It's pretty cool. It handles all these really deep ideas really, really well.
So, I like it. Sounds
masterful.
like classic JRPG.
Classic JRPG, baby. Yes, sir. I knew you wouldn't really know it, but I wanted to give you a little bit of insight.
I love that,
my
insight.
friend.
I
Yes,
love
sir.
it.
Next on my list, Josh. Speaking of anniversaries.
Yes.
I've got Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door.
What?
Came out on the GameCube.
Really?
October 11th, 2004. Wow. So that would make it 19 years old, meaning next year. I don't think very ironically.
Wow.
Right? I don't think this is an accident.
So what you're saying is that the remake is coming out next year.
On the 20th
anniversary. On the 20th anniversary
yes,
of the game.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful idea.
Yes,
and a beautiful sentiment, too.
I know, man. No.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And I think I've already exhausted myself on this game being an actual masterpiece.
There was no release date?
Of this game?
That was confirmed
remaster?
for the remaster.
No, the remake.
Oh.
Yes, there is no confirmed release date, but they said next year. They said 2024.
We'll take
so, no matter what
So it's going to be October, huh?
Oh, it's got to be, doesn't it? Huh? What if they do it exactly like October 11th?
That would be pretty crazy.
That'd be crazy, bro.
Pretty crazy.
No, this game is just honestly amazing. And I've said that 1,000 times, and I will continue to say it. It shocked a lot of. It's got a lot of darker tones to it too. Mm-hmm. So right when you Rougeport is the hub world and the main town that you're kind of going back and forth to. Right.
There's like a noose in the center.
There's a noose in the center when you walk up the stairs.
It's such a weird imagery of just
it is.
You're like, what the fuck?
Right.
What the hell is this all about?
And people were speculating for years that Nintendo was making this game, and so there's a lot of discussion on censoring, and especially with how gaming in the world has evolved over the last 20 years, right? And so many people were like, "Oh, if this game's remade, they're taking the noose out."
Absolutely.
It's there's no way.
But did they show it?
They did
in the trailer.
That's
what I thought.
In the trailer, right?
That's so crazy.
Yeah, no, so it's hype. So. I will have a lot more to say on this game next year, as I will be definitely covering it.
And we also
drops.
We talked a good amount. I'm pretty sure during our first episode, right? History of Mario.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That was my favorite spin-off game. Yeah, we've talked about it extensively.
And in the GameCube episode, if you guys want to check out the episode Project Dolphin.
Yes, sir. Episode 4, baby.
Yeah, that's 4. That's 4 right
Let's
there.
move on then, Josh.
Please do.
I have some fun tidbits on this next one. Bravely Default. Flying Fairy came out in the 3DS October 11th, 2012 in Japan.
I remember you telling me a bunch of things about this game. You loved it, correct?
Great, yes.
But the ending is insane because the title changes.
Yes,
right.
Yeah. So this is going to be spoilers, actually major spoilers on Bravely Default. However, I don't think you're going to be going back and playing this game anytime soon.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think they released it on Switch.
But but it is a sequel. It's not the original.
Oh, the second one.
Yeah, it's Bravely Default 2. Which is funny because it came out.
Second?
You're right. It's actually called Brave. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Let me get my head straight on here.
Right.
They came out with Bravely Default, which is the game I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
And then they came out with Bravely Second.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those were on 3DS.
And that was a sequel.
And then they came out with Bravely Default 2
I
on the
remember.
Switch.
Because I've seen it.
Yes.
But I was like, I've also seen Bravely Second. Mm-hmm. And I remember that name. So how is this possible?
You know, and I wish I had an answer for you, but I haven't beat Bravely Second or Bravely Default.
What if they fuck it up too and they make Bravely Second 2? What if they did that?
I would be pissed.
That would be wild.
That would be actually wild, and I don't
should
know
do
what
it.
I would think. I feel
They
like my
should
brain
do it.
couldn't wrap my head
They
around
should
it.
do
Like,
it.
wait, which one do you start with? Okay, so you go
So you
Bravely
go Bravely
Default
Default,
1, and
Bravely
then Bravely
second.
Default 2.
Yeah, and then
then
you go
Bravely
Bravely
second,
second.
so you're going back in time.
Yeah.
Then Bravely Second 2.
And then things get fucked up because
Yeah.
they're going to release a Bravely Default 3, and then they're going to release a Bravely Third.
What if it was third, Bravely Second?
Bravely Second. Oh, no. That's bad.
Shut up, my man. I couldn't handle this. Shut up, bro. All right, so the crazy thing about Bravely Default was, okay, Bravely Default came out, and Square Enix, the developers, kind of hashed that this was a kind of reimagining of Final Fantasy. So it wasn't a remake of Final Fantasy.
Interesting.
It was a reimagining of Final Fantasy. So
I've
check
never
this
heard
out.
that before.
Yeah, you haven't. Okay,
I did
great.
not know.
So Final Fantasy, the original, it didn't really have a main character. They ended up like pulling someone and calling him the Warrior of Light, and that's like the main character mascot
Of
from
Final
Final Fantasy
Fantasy.
1,
Yes.
right? But nowadays, each Final Fantasy game has like a staple main character, right?
Right.
Noctis for Final Fantasy 15
Yes.
is an example. Cloud for Final Fantasy 7.
yeah.
So Final Fantasy 1 didn't have that. Final Fantasy 1 had the 4 brave heroes. The 4 heroes of light is what they were called.
Right.
So these 4 heroes of light, it was a choose your own adventure, so you got to choose the classes and the names of your characters,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
So everyone's Final Fantasy 1 experience is different because there's not like a canon 4 people that you play as,
Okay.
right?
Interesting.
So because of that, you go through the game, blah blah blah. The 4 heroes of light have to like get this crystal to save the world. That's
Right.
kind of the gist of Final Fantasy 1.
like it.
Okay, right. Pretty simple kind of
Simple
JRPG story.
JRPG
Right.
setup.
Straightforward,
Good
cookie
setup.
cutter.
Yeah,
right.
good setup.
So Bravely Default reintroduced a lot of these kind of mechanics. Well, they just kind of reimagined it. So 4 main characters, but they are actually characters with names and they have a backstory, so it's a lot more fleshed out.
Right.
They're chasing these 4 crystals on the world have been darkened, so you need to purify these crystals to be able to like purify the world and get the darkness out.
Right.
So fast forward, it's a pretty long game. So you get to like probably the part 4 of the game, right?
Sure.
The end game, and you have the last crystal that you're purifying. And as you're trying to purify it, the whole game, you have a companion with you, right? So you have the 4 main characters, and you have a fairy. Her name is Aerie. Right? And Aerie is kind of guiding you in this game
Right.
to what to do, where to go,
Like
how to
Navi.
fight the darkness, just like
Yeah,
Navi,
Navi.
but more of a voice than Navi
Sure,
does,
sure.
right? She's actually like a big character, yeah,
Yeah.
always talking, blah, blah, blah. So she takes you to the 4th crystal, and you're purifying it, and to purify it, you literally are mashing the A button on your 3DS until the light of the crystal is purified and it's bright enough, and then Aerie says stop, and you stop pressing the A button.
Right.
Okay? So you go through, you've been doing this since
Right.
the first crystal,
Right.
So this is now the 4th crystal and presumably the last.
Right.
And you don't really know what's going to happen after this, though. Aerie's
Yeah.
just saying this will dispel the darkness. So you destroy this crystal,
Yeah.
or you purify the crystal,
Yeah.
and then there kind of is this weird, kind of trippy cutscene where it's like deja vu. You're back right before the boss fight that took place, and the whole party's like, "Whoa, what happened?" Like.
Yeah.
Weird. And then Aerie's like, come on, we gotta go purify the crystal. It's like you're going through it all over again. So you do it over again.
You have to fight the boss again?
You fight the boss again.
Interesting.
And then you go back and you're purifying the crystal again. And you're like, okay. And so you do the same sequence, right?
Right.
You stop pressing the A button when the crystal's glowing and purified. And then it goes through the cutscene again, but now there's a little more dialogue. Now the characters are like, all right, I've definitely been here before.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
The game keeps you in this loop until you actually keep mashing the A button.
Interesting.
So Aerie is telling you to stop mashing.
Does the
remember?
dialogue keep going? Is
The
it
dialogue,
change?
it adds for the first like 5 times that you do this. It took me 3 tries to figure it out.
And you
It's
fought the
built
boss
into
every
a puzzle.
time?
I fought the boss every time. I was like, why the fuck? I fought this same boss 3 times now. What is happening?
Interesting.
And so then you get to the crystal, and as you're purifying it, right, you're mashing the A button.
Yeah.
Aerie says stop. If you keep going,
Yeah.
then Aerie starts acting weird. Aerie's like, wait, I said stop. No, stop mashing the crystal. What's happening?
Right.
And you keep going, and then his crystal starts to break. And she's like cracking. And she's like, no, stop, seriously, you'll ruin everything, right?
Yeah.
So eventually you mash it, and that breaks into the final chapter where you break the crystal. The titles, you literally are booted to the title screen,
Yeah.
and it changes. So what they have for the Japanese release of this game is called Bravely Default Flying Fairy.
Yeah.
The F's fall off, and it says lying airy.
Oh,
Right in the title,
bars,
baby.
bars.
And it also was an ode to Final Fantasy because the two F's, Final Fantasy,
get out of
fall
there.
off.
Yeah,
Isn't that
yeah.
interesting? And
Flying fairy.
even more
Flying
interesting,
fairy.
the North American version has a slightly different title. Instead of being called Flying Fairy, it's called Where the Fairy Flies. That's the North American game.
Where the airy lies.
And it just, everything falls down and says airy lies.
Oh, that's tough.
Isn't that
yeah,
crazy?
That's tough.
Yeah, man. So honestly,
very funny.
really, really exceptional.
That's
game.
badass.
Yeah, I've
I
never
like
seen
that. I like
anything
that
like
idea.
that in terms of storytelling
Yeah,
and
that's
kind
cool.
of adding to the narrative. Yeah, and then from every time thereafter that you boot up this game and you have at
It's
least
like
one save slot on there, it will always show that title screen.
Wow. That's like some Undertale shit where it's
Yes.
like you just gotta figure it out after, a certain amount of
Right.
time. Yeah.
Yeah,
very
and kind of
cool.
just not always believing what you're told.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Fighting
yeah.
the narrative when you're playing a game, right? And usually the narrative is spelt out for you.
And it tells you
right?
what to
yeah,
do,
and
yeah.
and it's literally your own instinct. You're supposed to use that to
Yeah.
fight against what the narrative is telling
Right,
you.
right.
Which isn't done a lot.
Yeah,
in
it
games.
really isn't. And I think that is a testament to it being some of the best video games in its medium.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? 'Cause
Absolutely.
That's something that you can't do watching a movie. You
Right.
can't go against the narrative. A character can. You know what I mean? Same
But
thing
you're
with a
watching
book.
it happen.
Yeah,
you know.
you're watching it. You have no impact on it. The reason a video game is different from a TV show or a movie or a book is because you do have impact on the story, whether you want to believe it or not. And so
Right.
when you use that perspective. That's when something is done right. That's why I think Vinland Saga is a perfect 10. I'd give it 11 if I could, because it gets you into the mind. It perfectly does. You are Thorfinn. It puts you in that perspective. You
Yeah.
don't have influence on it, but you start to feel like him. You start to feel that rage and that violence, and by the end of season 1, you are just as lost as he is. You know what I mean? Because of
Which I
what
love
happens.
that, too.
And it is literally like you are going through an entire experience. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about
Yeah,
Vinland
no,
Saga.
yeah. Any excuse you can get there.
What can I
baby.
do?
Yeah, but I love that shit, you know?
I
And
do.
it just, Bravely Default just had like really crazy storytelling.
Yes.
I would say that it went from being pretty good.
Yes.
Not amazing, but pretty good.
Pretty good.
But once that part of the story happened
like-
and you beat the game,
Yeah.
it ascended to a new level for me.
Nice.
I'm like, I've never seen anything like this in a
Nice.
game before.
Yeah,
so this
man.
is good.
I love it.
Next up, Josh, I've got
Yes, sir.
The Wolf Among Us.
Oh.
Released on Mac.
Did you say Among Us?
Among Us.
Among Us?
Among Us.
Among
New
Us?
level coming soon.
No. Among Us.
Among Us. Didn't they show in the direct? They had a whole Among Us
there's a
trailer
new
for the new level.
Yeah, there's like a new level coming out, which is pretty cool.
So The Wolf Among Us came out in Mac, PC, and Xbox 360
Yes.
October 10th, 2013.
Wait, I have a sound for that.
Oh, please.
You say the wolf what?
The Wolf Among Us?
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Hide!
Sorry.
Josh.
So the Wolf Among Us, it's a
so
Telltale
that
game,
makes it its
right?
10-year anniversary this year.
And it has a sequel, right?
Not yet. Not
It's
yet.
coming out,
Telltale's working on it right
Yes.
now, actually.
I thought Telltale went bankrupt.
It's so funny you say that, Josh, because I have a story today on Telltale.
story.
But they did. They basically went through a weird thing where they announced that they went bankrupt.
Yep.
They laid off like 90% of their staff.
Yep.
And then they were looking for acquisition and liquidation. So trying to basically decide where the assets and the game rights go, because they had many games that were already out by the time this happened. They had the whole
Walking Dead.
pretty much, yeah, I think it was
Entire
all
series.
of The Walking Dead except the final season had come out. So they had one season left. They had Minecraft Story Mode 1 and 2. They had The Wolf Among Us. They had Batman
Guardians.
and The Enemy Within.
Yes.
And they had
Those are
Guardians
two.
of the
And
Galaxy.
then Guardians of the Galaxy.
And Tales from Borderlands.
Tales from Borderlands.
And I'm pretty sure that covers pretty much everything that they had. Besides like some older games. Those are like Back to the Future, which is like an
That's
OG
probably-
game,
yeah,
you know?
that's probably
yeah.
it.
So as this was happening, a lot of weird things happened. Netflix picked up a portion of it. So
Which, that's why they got
that was Minecraft Story Mode, right?
Yeah.
And then they had another studio who I can't remember who the studio was, but they kind of took them in under their wing, and they were going to finish those games for them. It kind of it's murky, and I don't
Very
remember all the
interesting.
details, but
Yeah.
this did happen, and it wasn't that long ago. It was probably like 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5, that this all happened, right?
Yes.
But then they had a resurgence, and then they came out one year. I can't remember if it was at Game Awards or if it was at E3, and they announced, okay, Telltale's back. We're finishing. Here's what was it, Guardians 2 or like something like that? I think it's
Guardians 2, and then Wolf Among Us, and then that's
Wolf Among Us 2. Yeah.
You know, Batman.
And then I think there was another Batman, and then they had the final season of The Walking Dead was coming out.
Yes.
Right? Yes. So in all of that, we still don't have The Last of Us, or not The Last of Us.
Oh, we don't? No.
We don't have The Last of Us Part 3. No, we don't have The Wolf Among Us 2.
Yes.
But that is a big anticipated title.
It'll
Probably
come
the
out.
most. Yeah, right.
Okay.
And
interesting.
Yeah, as of today,
Yeah.
Telltale's still coming out with it.
Yeah. So I don't have a lot of experience with Telltale games, but I did start the first season of Walking Dead.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed it. But it's also, I don't know, I think you got to be in the right mindset for a Telltale game because it stresses me the fuck out.
How so?
It's just there's a lot of things where it's okay. I feel for characters way harder than I think I should.
Big empath.
I hate saying that word because I sound like a dickhead.
I'm
an empath.
Fictional empath.
I'm a fictional empath. I feel what people feel. But like if you fuck someone over, like because of a split second decision which happened,
you have to do it. You have to do these games.
People will be upset with you for a long time, and it's like emotional horror, I would call it.
That's a good way to put it.
And I hate it. It's genuinely like, I don't hate it. I really enjoyed what I played because there were also relationships I built that I felt like I was very connected with these characters.
Right.
But it's hard to sit down and be like, I want to play that game again because of just the mindset that it put me, not even the mindset it put me in, but just it's stressful.
Do you feel like it puts on this idea that like, okay, if a character dies and you wanted to explore more with them, or maybe they were one of your favorite characters,
sure,
they died because it's your fault.
I would say, yeah,
but responsibility,
the responsibility for sure, but also the ramifications of what that would cause. Of like, what if someone looks at me and is like, "You're the reason that Mark was killed," and I'm like, "Fuck." I'm so sad that I did. Maybe I am responsible for that. But I never want to deal with that in my normal life. So why would I do that in my gaming life?
True.
Because it's just different than Until Dawn. You know what I mean? Where Until Dawn, it's these set characters that you switch around and play as, and they already have these set personalities, and you can play to those things. In what I've experienced so far, there's one stationary main character that you usually play as in a Telltale game.
Usually.
Usually.
Yes.
And that can change. I don't know how it works. But so far with this game, I've only been Clyde. What's his name? The black dude?
That's a good question.
I don't remember.
I do not remember.
But it
this
is,
guy's
yes.
name.
Yeah, it's okay. Anyway, so yeah, I enjoy it. Probably will never play Wolf Among Us. But I probably...
So you haven't played The Wolf Among Us at all? Do you know anything about it, like narrative-wise?
Kinda. It's like a fairy tale in real life.
Yeah.
And then Blade was explaining it to me a long time ago.
Okay.
Because he really loved it. And then I remember before there was any announcement, he was talking about how there was a massive cliffhanger at the end. And he said, there needs to be another game. And I was like, damn, that sucks.
Absolutely.
They're shut down.
Yeah.
That was the idea. That everything was done. But hey... The world keeps bringing surprises and new love to our lives. That's right,
baby. Yeah, and The Wolf Among Us is honestly an excellent game.
I agree.
Probably my favorite Telltale game. Yeah, I agree, bro. No, it is in that world. It's set in kind of the Disney, like the lore that Disney based a lot of their lore off of, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, Goldilocks and the Three Bears, right? Like Cinderella. All these stories that Disney made a story out of. But there was an original story. These are original folk tales. That's the whole setting of this game. So Cinderella is a main character, like as an example. And so I'm not going to say much else because I think Wolf Among Us still stands up today, even though it came out 10 years ago.
Wow.
I think it's a must play. I think it's.
Do you think I should play it?
It's a big fave. I know my buddy Caleb loves this one, so shout out to Caleb for that.
Shout out Caleb.
Yeah, for sure. I think he turned me onto it, low key.
Nice.
But next up, Joshy, I've got Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. Came out in PS2 October 12th, 2004. This is not Persona 3. This is Shin Megami Tensei 3. So this...
I thought that was Persona.
You thought, huh?
I did think.
You thought, huh?
Why would I think
Shin Megami
that?
Tensei is Persona. However, Persona is a sub-series. So
okay.
It would be Shin Megami Tensei Persona.
Got you.
Right. And so Shin Megami Tensei itself is a main series. So there was Shin Megami Tensei 4 that came out. Or I think it's 5.
What?
4 was on 3DS.
Yes.
And then 5 was on Switch.
Okay.
And 3.
So it's still going? Still a series going?
It's still a series that's ongoing.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so it doesn't have, I feel like Persona has all these elements of like school and going to school and you're a high school student, all these
Wiping
things.
your butt.
Yes. Yeah, wiping your butt.
Yeah.
It's huge for the lore.
Massive, yeah.
So Shin Megami Tensei series though, much darker than Persona.
Really?
Like yes, like
Persona's
Shin Megami,
already pretty dark.
dark,
I mean,
right?
From what I remember.
All right,
from
well,
Persona 4.
let me paint this picture.
Sure.
Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, within the first hour of the game,
Yes.
the entire world gets sucked into hell and into basically purgatory. This purgatorial hell.
Damn.
You get fused with a demon.
Oh, man.
And your goal is to eradicate the demons.
What?
And try to prevent hell from taking over.
That's a badass plot.
Basically,
Okay,
yeah. I think I did that some justice. Haven't beaten it, so I don't really know what happens at the end.
Was that 3?
I do know this is 3, but I do know that. Do you ever see those the meme of like those little like the medallion on the cover of like an Xbox game or something that says featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series?
Is
that is
what it's
for
from?
this game.
No way.
Yes, sir.
I never knew that.
Yep, original memes for you.
I used to use that meme all the time because I would have like pictures of me and my friends and I'd turn it into a cover.
Yeah.
And I would always have, it would say and Knuckles and then featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
Later there was the featuring the Funky Kong mode. Have you seen that one?
Yes,
Yeah,
dude.
that's a
Yeah,
good one.
for Tropical Freeze.
Yeah. Classic. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
When is Dante in the game?
Dante is an optional boss in this game.
And so they put it on the cover?
Yeah.
That's really funny. Why
funny?
would they do that? That's a very funny thing to do.
Yeah, man. Well, while you're looking that up, I got another one for you.
Please.
Which is Pokemon X and Y. Came out on the 3DS October 12th, 2013.
What?
Making it the 10-year anniversary this year.
Wow, man.
Which is kind of nuts to think
wild.
about for me because I still have such
years.
vivid memories of X and Y coming out.
That's really
like we
funny
talked
because
about.
I do remember that very well because it was first off I bought a console for it.
Right.
I needed like a 3DS to get it.
Yeah,
right. And that might have been the first time. No. My parents got me a console for Christmas.
Okay, I was
But
gonna ask,
I
did you?
didn't buy it.
Okay.
But I got it for Christmas.
So that Christmas that it
Yes.
came out, like it was 2013. So
Yes.
like that Christmas,
That
you
Christmas,
got it.
so in a couple months,
Okay.
10 years from now, I got a blue 3DS XL.
Oh yeah.
Which I loved. And then,
I
of
love
course,
that blue
it's
3DS
so
XL.
gorgeous. I
Yes,
love it
dude.
so much. I wanted I didn't ask for it, but I thought it would be cool to get the X and Y variant one. But I was like, I'm not picky. So
Yeah.
the blue one I had, which served me so well. That thing I just played so many games on before I got my new Nintendo 3DS XL Black. And then, I got X I got X because I always do the first one.
Yeah.
Games. And I loved
And I
it.
got Y.
Yeah,
So
nice.
what you know? Even though
like
I
that.
wanted X, I don't know why I chose Y. I think I kind of like the secondary
Yveltal's
version,
cooler
and
looking.
Yveltal is cool.
Yeah.
But after playing the games, I definitely am a Xerneas stan. So.
Xerneas stand?
Yeah.
See, Xerneas is tough. I like them together. I like that they are the way they look together because
For
it's
sure.
life and death. And I think that's fucking badass.
I think it is badass.
What was even more badass was my older sibling got the red version of that XL.
Oh,
yeah,
true.
and then got Y. And
That's
so we had
fucking
matching
sick.
fucking. It was so tough.
That's
It was
so tough.
So I love that. That was pretty awesome.
I didn't even think about that the red and the blue 3DS XL
I thought it was
literally matched the
I
X
thought
and
it was
Y.
released at the time. Well, that's what I thought at the time. It was released
probably
for X and
right.
Y. I thought so, but they also released an actual X and
They
Y
did.
3DS.
They did.
But it was the same colors. It was just one
right.
had a decal.
Yeah.
They weren't different colors at all. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Interesting.
Do you ever
Dude, I remember.
You ever see that story of the person who got that green version of the X and Y 3DS? They
No.
literally got the Xerneas. You ever seen that, dude? I gotta show you.
No, pull that up for me.
Yeah, it's like shall.
I thought we wouldn't go too crazy on Pokemon just because we had a huge Pokemon
We
episode
just talked
last
about
week.
it. Yeah.
But I thought it was worth noting that it is the 10-year anniversary.
Yes. So this person got this. I'm just gonna show you. It was just a complete factory malfunction, but this person got this design, which was the design that happened, as green. For some reason, it came in green. They'd never released that. That's not a real color that
You're
came out.
fucking
but
right.
the craziest part is it's the perfect color of green that's like Xerneas. So you have or not Xerneas. Wait, Yveltal, Xerneas, and Zygarde.
Zygarde.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
no, you're
look,
right.
it
You're
looks
right.
like a Zygarde 3DS. So
That's
I have this
fucking
theory.
crazy.
I have this theory that they did that on purpose and they just made one, and they just like put it out there, and it was the only person who ever found it. But it's the perfect color.
I never
Why would they not
fucking knew that.
Isn't that
That's
crazy?
nuts.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and it is the perfect color.
It
You're
is
absolutely right.
literally looks like Zygarde. It's like the color of Zygarde.
It's Zygarde green.
Zygarde green.
It's like this.
We'll take that. It is. Can I try that, by the way?
Yeah, bro.
Shithead.
Green apple ghost head.
Is it gonna be sour?
It is. Well, the flavor is sour green apple. That's a 10 for me, bro. That's my favorite.
Is it really?
Yeah,
It's good.
absolutely.
I'm just not a sour guy.
No, really? I have off and on, but that one, just for some reason, I gotta have it every day.
I respect that. I think I enjoy sour more than sweet. However, I love me some salt.
Some
I'm a
salt.
salty guy. Yeah,
Dude, I love salt, too.
I killed those goldfish just the other day. Those were so good.
Dude,
Yeah,
stupid
the big ones,
good,
I
right?
love those. So
oh my god, those you guys seen those big
They're like
the big carton
Yeah.
of goldfish, and they came out with the sharp cheddar megas.
big goldfish. Like
Big
they're the
goldfish.
size like they fit in your palm. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Like a cracker.
Like a cracker,
yeah,
right?
just like us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
You like that?
All right, Josh.
All right, let's move on.
Next on this list is Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube, Nintendo GameCube, October 13th, 2003. That makes it the 20-year anniversary, my friend.
Very beautiful.
Yeah. Do you have fond memories of this game? Or what?
Never played it unless it was at a friend's house.
Yeah?
'Cause I never owned it. I don't know why we never owned it. I think about that a lot. And then we played it again recently with Hayden. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
So
yeah,
I have
years back.
I have good memories of it being a game I always wanted that I never got for some reason.
Yeah.
And then it was fun when we played it again recently.
I can't believe you haven't played that this much. I've
Yeah.
played Kirby Air Ride a lot. Me and Reese and the boys, we would. Oh my gosh, so many of the city trial game mode.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you just build up you just
one
take
that
your
got
like
away.
bare bone ship, right? Yeah, build up shit, and then just for a little mini game, and you're like, oh fuck, I built up a whole like flying schematic and a whole like flying build, and we're doing literally a race. So I'm fucked. That great game, really really fun, very different for the Kirby formula.
Yeah, it's definitely very different. And I loved it for what it was too. Because I was super obsessed with the Kirby website as a kid.
Oh,
and the Kirby
true.
website just went through all the games, and it just always had like a history of Kirby. And so I always would look at Air Ride, and it added so many like things, like the Kirby color schemes they used for Smash were like all a really big thing from Air Ride. And then some powers were exclusive to Air Ride too.
Like what?
I don't remember, but I remember looking at that when I was a kid.
Okay.
And I loved it.
I believe that. No, dude,
I was a
because
Kirby
they
kid.
had like weird shit in that game, like
Definitely did.
playing a single player and riding your. I can't remember if you even like could get powers in that game. Like
could.
if you were playing the single
Or
player.
maybe not.
Yeah, you could. You could in City Trial for sure.
Right,
yeah, there are all these things riding around. You would get like, because the powers were like these little metals. So you would drive through a metal, and that would give you the power instead of sucking up an enemy.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember that. Great game.
Beautiful.
Honestly, great multiplayer game.
We have a
Next
lot
up,
of
Josh,
work
I got a couple left. I got
Please.
Dead Space.
Oh.
It came out on the PS3 and Xbox 360. October I cannot talk today.
You said
October 13, 2008. That makes it
That makes sense.
15 years ago.
15?
15 years old,
Wow,
baby.
That's crazy.
Crazy. I love this game.
Yeah, I know
actually
you love
love
it
this
a
game.
lot.
Yeah, man. I really, really want to play the remake.
Yeah, I
especially
have
knowing
it
it's 15
on
years old now.
PS5.
Yeah, dude. No, I seriously, I want to play that so bad. I want to
Blade beat all of them, and then he's also, or no, maybe he played Dead Space 1 and 2.
Okay.
I don't think he's played 3.
Yeah.
But then he just played the remake, and he said it was really good.
Really good?
Yeah, he said it was amazing.
Sweet. I've heard it's nothing but great. My buddy Caleb also beat the remake, and he said it was amazing. So, what's up? Missed call? Unknown number.
Never answer.
Suck my... All right, next up, we've got Jak 2 to wrap up this list, my friend. This came out on PS2 October 14th, 2003, making it the 20-year anniversary.
Yeah.
20th anniversary.
Beautiful.
For Jak 2. I want to bring this up because have you played Jak and Daxter?
Yes.
You have.
But
the original.
I didn't beat it.
Okay.
I played all 3 of them separately, individually, because they were all on Vita.
Right.
Yeah.
So, did you play much of Jak and Daxter, the original?
I played a good amount of Jak and Daxter.
Okay.
And then I played the beginnings of 2 and 3, just because I wanted to see how they ran on the Vita.
And so you probably noticed how different Jak 2 and 3 are from Jak and Daxter, right?
Absolutely.
Jak and Daxter pretty much had a spin on like the Mario 64 format.
Yeah, it was like a 3D platformer with like an open world. Wasn't it open?
Well, it was kind of like a collectathon open world.
Yeah,
it had some like level porting,
right.
But it very much it had like several levels.
Yeah.
The collecting, right?
Yep.
So you had like I don't even remember like the little things you collected. You collected those they almost look like atoms, and they're like floating around. You know what I mean? And they're all
maybe it looked like
crazy.
Maybe it was an atom.
Maybe it was an atom. I don't
atom.
remember. Yeah. So you collect the atoms in Jak. No, but the first game is very cute. Like it's very much like this like really difficult and well done this collectathon platformer, like you said. Then they go on to Jak 2 and complete overhaul of the whole formula.
Yeah,
they made it mission based. They have a whole mechanics behind guns and spacecraft, right? And going around these hoverboards.
You could steal vehicles, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally pop in a vehicle GTA, style, and you're going around this huge
you literally could just
hub
drive
city.
around. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And it was very dark, lots of cursing, the whole tone of the game completely changed, also hard as shit.
And even the sound of the title, they changed. Well, obviously it's like Jak and Daxter has that kind of like Ratchet and Clank kind of like collectathon kind of sound. And then just having Jak 2 and Jak 3 even. You know, just a very different sound.
Yeah, it's not Jak and Daxter anymore. It's not Jak and Daxter 2. No, it's literally just Jak 2 and Jak's going crazy. Daxter's still in it. But,
yeah, he is.
You know, so honestly crazy. And with that being said, Josh, I think it's time for me to take a little poo-poo break.
Oh, you want a pee-pee break?
Poo-poo pee-pee break. Real
I like
quick.
that idea.
Audience, chime in too for that real quick.
I need to charge my phone. So
Perfect. All right.
Get it back.
Joshie, we are back. Let's jump into the news.
The news.
My friend. Yes, sir. Before we get it started off, I had last week's poll.
Oh.
This is for what we had up on Spotify this last week.
Yes.
I had a couple of things on there.
Yes.
I first asked, open-ended question, who is your favorite Pokemon? To which Johnny wrote back and said Blaziken back when Emerald was the shit.
Yeah. Still is.
Fire. Oh, still is, bro. Still. Remember fucking, they come out with Mega Blaziken, he's literally banned.
Oh, so insane.
So good.
And that design is so cool, too.
Yeah, bro. And his ability, having speed boost, so it's sick. It's disgusting.
Wild. No, it's absolutely disgusting.
He said, fire and fighting type combo is a nice spin for the rest of the codex for that region.
Agreed.
I love that
Which
word,
was
codex.
so good. Yeah, codex is so fire.
Hello.
Which is so good that they did it 2 times after that.
Yeah, so good. They just kept the formula up.
They got to keep it going.
I honestly do remember that. I loved it. I loved literally just having this, like, I'm like, oh, low kick. And he's combustion.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fighting type.
It's a fighting type.
Yeah, dude. Literally,
so tough.
Blaziken's tough as fuck. Thank you.
Tough.
Thank you for writing that in, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny. We love you.
We also had a poll, which I said, you play, bro? And to which the answers were just Pokemon Go with 0 votes. I love the video games with 1 vote. And nah, but respect with 0 votes. So we got 1 vote, and it was for they play the video games.
Nice.
Yeah, at least for the Pokemon series.
What else did you ask for?
That's it, baby.
Nothing.
That being said, Joshie, I got nothing else. So why don't
we get into the damn news?
Yeah, let's get into this news, buddy.
Get into that news.
What do you got to start for us this week?
All right, so this one is actually kind of a sad one.
Sad?
Maybe not sad, more disappointing.
That's okay.
Okay.
Some news is.
So, let's get it started. Crunchyroll has been found guilty of selling users' private data. So, that is... So, I'm not saying this to scare anyone out there, but this is just what happened.
Okay.
There was a lawsuit that happened.
The people must know.
So, there was a recent class action lawsuit that Crunchyroll, that allegedly Crunchyroll violated the United States Video Privacy Protection Act by disclosing subscribers' personal identifiable information to third-party companies.
Damn.
Which is not a small feat. That's a very big deal.
That's huge.
You know, that's huge.
Yeah.
Facebook was just under, all of Meta was under, they went over a huge class action lawsuit for it. I'm pretty sure they were found guilty, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure they were.
And they had to pay a certain sum, right?
Yeah.
The issue with all this stuff is, obviously, it's always going to be an issue. But you know, Crunchyroll is of a very global, very, very global things.
Huge.
Some things are okay in some countries.
Yeah.
Some things are not in other countries.
Sure.
America, United States are very, very strict about that. They at least pretend to be. They try to be.
For sure.
Right? You know
For
what
sure.
I mean? Who knows how strict it really is. However, it is
hoopla to me.
I know. It is very promising, though, that Crunchyroll did, or that they did have to decide this. I'm going to read a little bit more. The company, of course, denied the claim, but has decided to reach a settlement worth $16 million US dollars, which will make the Crunchyroll users in the United States eligible for payment up to approximately $30 each US.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah. And terrible.
And also
to
terrible.
Be honest.
I know.
It's pretty disappointing.
Very, very disappointing. Because, and that's why I literally was thinking, I was like, should I report on this? I'm like, fuck yeah.
We should.
Yeah,
We
I really
to.
should. I have to.
No, it's great. It's great news.
Crunchyroll, it is very disappointing because Crunchyroll just bought Funimation. So Funimation is a part of Crunchyroll.
Right.
I am not a fan of this kind of shit happening.
No.
Because
absolutely.
I just feel like there's this thing. There's almost like this stigma with like not even stigma. I don't know what the right word is. But big companies just thinking they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
For more money.
Yeah.
And it's fucking stupid.
It's bro.
It's absolutely ridiculous. So hopefully there'll be a little bit more of a crackdown. Once again, Crunchyroll has denied that this is the truth. They never came out and said they admitted it. However, they did pay $16 million.
So they've already
it's all settled. It's all settled.
Wow.
However, they stuck with their denying
and
paid the certain amount of money. So, I don't know. Disappointing, right?
Sus.
Disappointing, but sus as fuck, right?
Sus as hell.
And that's what I'm saying. So you can say what you will. Hopefully it'll be better from this point on. And anyone who has a Crunchyroll account out there, very unfortunate because there are some really good. Yeah, absolutely. Me too as well. Or no, I think I share one with Dory. So Dory.
Okay. Well, Dory's fucked.
Very important. Very, very unfortunate. Because Crunchyroll is like the mainstay for like anime.
It is, bro.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that.
And I kind of thought it was like above all the political bullshit in terms of like the big streaming services, right? Netflix, Hulu, all them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it is a bummer because
it is a bummer.
You know, to think that, you know, once you get too big, you're not immune to these type of ordeals, and you're not immune to being tempted by money.
Yep.
You know, it's really sad, but it's the facts, you know. And I guess like even especially hurt in a way because I feel like people who are subscribed to Crunchyroll really want to be subscribed to Crunchyroll.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not like Netflix because everyone's got Netflix.
No,
if you have a Crunchyroll subscription, you actively watch anime.
You do watch anime.
You know,
and there's also some good Crunchyroll exclusives like JJK.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's some big ones that you literally like. You know, you gotta have Crunchyroll in order to experience. I just finished the first season of it, so. You know, I hope there's some changes made.
For sure.
And I hope that they get, you know, clearly they had a punishment that already came to them. That's the point.
$30 a person.
Yeah, literally. But that's literally like, that's like the reason that, that's literally like, it's the reason that we have laws. You know, it's the reason that we have people who make sure that shit happens. So, unfortunate piece of news to start us off. But, yeah.
Let me just ask, will you be unsubscribing from Crunchyroll?
No, unfortunately not.
If you didn't have Dorian's account, would you be unsubscribing from Crunchyroll?
Probably not, because I think that I already put myself out there enough where I know my information is being sold.
Yeah,
you know, I literally am like, I was so deep into the Meta thing. All my shit is linked. You know what I mean? My Instagram, my Facebook, you know, my Meta. Fucking, I hate calling it fucking Meta. My Oculus.
Yeah, my Oculus account.
Yes,
bro.
It's all linked. Those motherfuckers are sketchy, but I'm putting myself in that place.
Yeah.
And honestly, sometimes for those kind of things to be enjoyed, You just do. You just have to know you're.
I feel like it's kind of the way of the world right now. I feel like it's.
And it doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it absolutely doesn't. But I feel like my information has probably been sold out there hundreds of times now.
Often.
You know,
yeah.
It's like every time I log into anything, this password's been compromised based on a data leak that we got info for. My phone is telling me that.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm like, come on.
Absolutely,
it's everywhere. So, is that all you got for this first news article?
Yeah, first one. We're all wrapped up.
All right, man. Well, I have for the headline, new look for PS5 console this holiday season.
I saw.
You saw this?
Yes. I saw.
Yes.
It's a smaller version.
It is. It is the PS5 Slim.
Yes, which they do every single time, right?
Yeah, so I looked it up for history's sake,
yes.
just to see where the PS4 was at.
Yes.
And the PS4 came out the Slim model about 3 years after the launch of the PS4.
And we're at 4?
We are exactly at 3 years after the launch of the PS3.
Very beautiful.
Yep. So this comes by way of the PlayStation blog. This is an official post by PlayStation. So I'll just read all the tidbit of info. There's some interesting info here. So pay attention.
I'm paying it.
I'll start with smaller PS5 designs come with 1 terabyte. A smaller PS5 design comes with a 1 terabyte storage for PS5 and PS5 Digital Edition. New model provides option to add an Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive to the PS5 Digital Edition. Interesting, right?
Very interesting. That's something you can buy?
It is. Yeah. I'll wrap this up and then we'll talk about it. As the holiday season approaches, we are excited to share that we have a new PS5 model launching. To address the evolving need of our players, our engineering and design teams collaborated on a new form factor that provides greater choice and flexibility. The same technology features that make the PS5 the best to play are packed into a smaller form factor, along with the attachable Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive and a 1 terabyte SSD for more internal storage.
Very interesting.
The new PS5 has been reduced in volume by more than 30%, and the weight by 18% and 24% respectively compared to the previous models.
Interesting.
For the digital edition and then the disc edition.
Yes.
Okay. There are 4 separate cover panels, with top portion in a glossy look and the bottom remains in a matte finish. If you purchase the PS5 Digital Edition, you can add the Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive for PS5 later, as it will be also sold separately for $79.99 USD.
Interesting.
Right?
I was going to say, I thought it would be $100.
I would too, because of the price difference, right?
Exactly.
Nope, making
but
$80.
You're still saving money.
Still saving money, baby. The new PS5 model will be available starting this November in the US at select retailers and at direct.playstation.com where available. It will continue to roll out globally in the following months, and once inventory of the current PS5 model has sold out, the new PS5 will become the only model available. A new horizontal stand will be included with the new PS5 model. Also, a new vertical stand, compatible with all PS5 models, will be sold separately at $29.99
What's
USD.
New about it?
I don't know. Did the PS5 originally come with a vertical stand?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, is that the one that I have? Mine's horizontal.
Yeah,
so it's the same stand.
It's the
right?
same stand.
Okay,
it just one place is on the side, and then the other one you screw into the bottom to have it stand.
Yeah, so allegedly they're coming out with a separate stand that'll fit both the old one and the new one.
What's new about it?
Maybe it broke, or maybe you want a nicer looking one. It's just
maybe if you want a new one, dude.
I have no idea.
True.
A variety of PS5 console cover colors for the new model will be available starting in early 2024 with an all-new matte black colorway and the Deep Earth collection. That's such a meme. They're calling it an actual collection of skins or whatever.
Skins, I like that.
In volcanic red, cobalt blue, and sterling silver.
Love them.
Price for the PS5 console covers will start at $54.99 USD, and additional colors will be released in the future. So that's all I got written down here, Josh. Yeah, let's break this down. So it's 30% smaller overall, and it weighs between 18 and 24%. I actually have a picture here I wanted to show you of it side by side with the current PS5.
Right.
So you can see a difference.
Yeah, you definitely
it's not
can.
Very substantial.
It is not, but it does. I can already tell that will make a difference because that thing is huge.
Huge.
You know what I mean?
It's a behemoth.
Even with that, it's slimmer. That I wanted to fit underneath my, you know how I have my console section?
Yeah.
And I have my games underneath. I wanted to put it to the side and have it in there.
Okay.
But I couldn't.
It's too big.
It didn't fit.
Right.
It literally was.
You have yours vertical in your room,
I do.
right?
I do.
Yeah.
Which I like. You know, I like that style. But that I can already tell I would be able to fit it.
For sure.
It's just because that was just big enough where it just wouldn't completely fit. And so for that sleek, there, I like it. I really like the design. I can tell I don't know if they added more colors down there, LEDs, but I like that.
Yeah, I feel like they added more LEDs throughout the console. Like I felt like the blue really just shows it at the top. Yeah. But what's really notable is these notches here. So it kind of design. Right. It breaks it up instead of being 2 panels, it's 4. And so with the way that they showed off, I think the article, I can scroll down here and show you. Maybe not. But basically, if you were to buy the digital edition, it would, so pretend that isn't there. It would be 4 panels. Right. And then if you bought the disc drive, you literally take off the panel, you put on the disc drive, and then you put on the disc drive panel.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That's really cool.
That is the coolest thing about it to me.
I was picturing something you kind of plugged in, almost like an
external little...
Yeah.
No, you can actually redesign... So for the audience out there, basically, if you buy the digital edition of this PS5, instead of buying like what would be like an external disc drive or just being straight fucked like you are right now,
changes the game.
It does change the game. So you can get into the PS5 game at a cheaper price point without being screwed later. Yeah. You know? Yeah. So you can totally just add on this disc drive, which is really cool.
That really
cool. The only thing that has people kind of mixed about it is that the retail price for the digital edition is shot up by $50.
Oh,
which
really?
is, I think, why the disc drive is being sold at $80. Sense. So it still will cost you more. So for reference, the original PS5, the digital edition was $100 cheaper. So you get the PS5 digital edition at $400 and the PS5 disc edition at $5. Right. Now it's $450 and $5 respectively.
Right.
So if you were buying the disc drive and turning it into the disc edition, it still would cost you $30 more in the long run.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I do. Very interesting.
So do you think you got any thoughts on this? I feel like it's as I said, 3 years after the launch came out, it's about time.
I would say I'd say necessary for PlayStation is very interesting the way that they keep their life going.
Yeah,
absolutely. With making
almost like
things,
clockwork, you know.
Yeah, literally making things cheaper over time, and then also changing things over time. Technology is always changing, and it always will be. Actually, one of the things I love the most about that game, Astro's Playroom, that I talked to you most about.
Yes.
So much history of PlayStation. Just so much crammed into a game.
Just playing it, right?
It's the collectibles are those old consoles, and it gives you little facts about them.
Oh, that's cool.
Just like so much fun. Yeah. And it makes it feel like this massive grand fact that there's a brand new PlayStation.
Sir.
It just genuinely is. It's some of the coolest feelings because it's so much fun being a Nintendo gamer because there's always references to other things, and I feel like PlayStation is kind of building that. I think much more, especially with a game like Astro's Playroom, where it is a family of what happened before, all the exclusives, all the references that exist in that game. So I just think this is an extension to that, and I love it.
Yeah.
I think more power to it. I definitely won't get it, because I already have a PS5.
That's where I'm at.
I'm fine. But still cool. Still very cool.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hopefully better for people.
Yeah.
To play.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is if I remember correctly, when the PS4 got a new slim version, I also announced the PS4 Pro at the same time, so that's a little different from right now.
It was.
And also, I believe that they dropped the price of the base PS4.
The base PS4
I think they dropped
down,
it by $50 to $100.
Yeah.
That is not the case with this one.
Yeah,
and I think it's the first time that this has happened.
That's happened.
Because the PS3 and the PS2 both got slim versions down the line. And I think it came with a price hack.
Wow.
Very, very interesting. Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
But it makes sense because I still feel like the PS5 is so new.
Totally.
And it was only very recently that you could just go to the store and get one.
Absolutely.
Without ordering it online or pre-ordering or anything like that. Yeah. So,
I'm with it.
All right. Let's move on, Joshy. What do you got for news number 3, my friend?
Alrighty. So for news number 3, this is a very, very interesting one.
Yeah.
It probably one that will surprise you a little bit. Just
is
right
it sad?
No, it's not. It's actually very happy.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm with it, baby.
My Hero Academia ranks number 1 on U.S. monthly book scan September list, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, because this list, oh my god, this list also included a bunch. It was 16 other manga, including One Piece, Spy Family, Demon Slayer, Chainsaw Man, and JJK. So for this ranking for September, My Hero is on top, which is very huge. But also, there's a lot of really, really interesting things going on in the My Hero story. A lot of things are culminating. People are saying it's ending soon. Yeah. Which is very exciting. Very, very exciting. I'm also a huge My Hero fan.
Absolutely.
And My Hero was one that kind of got me back into anime. Yeah. You know, I was into it when I was very younger, and then high school kind of came around, and I was put on to My Hero. Loved it. Fell in love. That was like my anime. It probably was by the time you met me too, because I was super into the quirks and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely, that was definitely my biggest one. So it makes me happy. It definitely does. This is only in U.S. though, and it was just for the month of September. Okay. But because of the chapters that are dropping, it's just very popular right now, especially in U.S. And I think it's for sure. I think it's more popular here than it is. I might be wrong.
Ooh, in Japan.
Yeah, but I just know it's very popular in America.
Absolutely.
Because My Hero Academia, it's like you could go to Walmart and find a shirt
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Deku is such a huge character. So it was the top 20 adult graphic novels list for September. Okay. Which is the term they would have for manga. Okay. You know?
Yeah, adult graphic novels.
Yeah, there were a bunch of other things there, including a bunch of manga as well. So it was ranked number 1. Not much more to say on it. Just it's a very surprise. I was very surprised.
Hasn't One Piece been ranked number 1?
So One Piece is ranked number 1 in sales for any manga all the time. This is exclusively in the U.S. For September. Everything that got releases during this month. Okay. So or during last month. Got it. So sorry. Yeah. So that's basically what we're dealing with. Yeah. But I just found it very, very interesting. My Hero is still just as viable of I don't want to say brand, but as a story, for sure, it absolutely is up there with some of the big dogs. And it's very funny because me and my friends talk about this all the time, because My Hero is the type of story where I almost like forget how amazing it is until I'm watching it again. Yeah, bro. And so I was gonna say this earlier. I definitely recommend you watching that with Kendall. I would recommend it more than Demon Slayer, but I know, no matter what, I think Demon Slayer is incredible, and I think you guys would enjoy it. But My Hero, I've watched it with, girls before. Yeah. And just, they love it. Yeah. You know what I mean? I love it. It's so good. And these latest seasons, 5 and 6, especially season 6, are next level.
Like, and I need to get there.
This is the culmination of the whole story. Everything that's been happening is very low key, and this is huge, citywide scale shit that's actually like seriously crazy.
Yeah, and I know there's crazy, and you actually give a shit instead of it being like kind of small scale.
Yeah, and there's a lot of,
it's kids dealing with.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of small scale towards the beginning of the series. Right. And obviously, it's not small scale, because even like what you saw with the United States of Smash was a big deal to the entire world. But we're getting to the point where every single episode was that scale. Instead of that being the season finale exactly. For sure. That's what the entire series is. Okay. And so that's really exciting to me. And I have no issue with series taking their sweet time to build up things, because if you start off such high scale, how do you go higher than that? Right. You know what I mean? So, absolutely. I definitely recommend that.
Yeah, cool.
Definitely recommend that.
I appreciate that, Josh.
Yeah, of course.
And honestly, something we referenced earlier that I just want to say for everyone is that when I met Josh, he had a list of quirks on his phone. He still does. It's in a note doc on his phone, and it is a custom quirk that Josh has coined up for all these people that he cares about in his life.
In my life. Literally every single person in my life.
Isn't that crazy?
It is wild. Let me find it.
Yeah, can you give the audience an example?
So a great example is I'll give kind of our group give this. So my superpower is called Taser. my hero name is Shock Drop.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm a super. So my superhero name, anyone gets to choose, but I choose the quirk for anyone. Dorian has the copy quirk. Sam, you have something called Wind Tunnel, and you chose your hero name. Do you remember, or do you want to?
Stormbreaker?
No. Garudine.
Come
on now.
I thought they changed it to Stormbreaker.
You could have.
After
Do you
a
want
while.
to?
Yeah,
Absolutely. I'll
definitely.
put it on right now.
Yeah, I had Garudine from the
Stormbreaker
Shin Megami
so
Tensei
tough,
series.
Yeah, Stormbreaker.
Stormbreaker, baby.
So yeah, Wind Tunnel, but they're all very what's the word? Exclusive. I don't know how to say
like,
it.
are you talking the quirks?
Yeah, they're not like a basic ability that you would get.
They're
like,
pretty well
oh,
thought
I
out.
shoot fire. It's like a very. What the fuck is the word? Help me out here.
Yeah, like
unique.
Yeah,
I'll
for
say
sure.
unique.
Yeah, unique and pretty fleshed out. Some of them that you've like just coined up, like with Wind Tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly an airbender,
right?
So I'm not like taking the existing wind and like creating more out of nothing. I'm more like shooting. I have the ability to exert wind from my body and control it based on that, and so.
But it's in a tunnel.
Yeah.
So it's like if you want to bend that, you would have to send multiple air tunnels in order to shoot yourself or bring someone towards you,
right? Or
whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But that's
fucking badass.
Thank you. But I love the idea of just like a simple quirk or superpower. Sorry, I'm talking my hero. I'll say quirk. A simple quirk that is simple to get started, but is complicated to add on to and to master. And then the idea of all my friends learning things about like what they do with their powers. I know Sweet A's, his is really cool. It's his hero name is JetBlue, but his quirk is called Blowtorch, where he's similar to me, where he creates fire, but it's only exclusively on his body. But the harder he burns the flames, the harder those flames will become. So he can literally turn his hands into like 2 blowtorches, or he can turn his entire body into like a weaker flame, but it would all be like this massive bonfire. Just a crazy idea.
Yeah. I fucking love that. I want to let everyone know.
Yeah, please.
This is some clever ass shit, my man.
Thank you.
So Joshy, for news number 4, titled "Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl fans aren't happy with the sequel's roster."
There's a sequel?
There is a sequel.
Am I wrong?
No, yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh,
I thought that was never
so
coming
actually, it's funny that you don't really that you say that because I have a lot of info on it because I didn't know a lot about it before doing this article.
What's it called? Nickelodeon?
Perfect. Yeah, so Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, right? So this is basically another rehash at Nickelodeon's own game of trying to compete with Smash Bros.
It's the
having
Smash
like
killer.
It's a Smash killer, and it's a multi-platform Smash killer.
Yes.
That's the big appeal, right? Is that Smash is just by Nintendo and just on Nintendo's platform. You can't enjoy it unless you got a Switch. But what if we made another game like Brawlhalla or something like that?
Yes.
And we make this like a more like across all platforms, right? So Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl attempted to compete with that. It was literally everyone was talking about it when that game was coming out. How it was going to be competing with. It was literally going to be the Smash Killer.
The Smash Killer was what people called it. That and the other one. The other one, the Warner Bros. One. That one was like really popular.
You guys talking about Brawlhalla?
No.
Which one?
Multiverses.
Multiverses.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
And that one was free to play, which made it very, very popular.
Yeah.
And I remember even Azzy called me and he was like, "Dude, have you played Multiverses yet?" I'm like,
"Yeah, whatever happened with that game?"
So they discontinued it.
Actually?
Yeah, because I think it wasn't making enough money, but I haven't looked into it that well.
Okay.
But the worst part was people like invested money into it. Like it was something you could put money into. They had like a $60 version, like all these things, but there was a base free game. I played a little bit. I really enjoyed Shaggy. Shaggy's moveset were really fun.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he had
cool.
this ability to power up, and then all your hits were like way more strong than they were. Because it was doing like the whole like super Shaggy meme thing, you know what I mean? So I really liked that one.
Shaggy.
But All-Star Brawl, I never. Yeah. Oh, I did play a little bit of it.
You played a little bit, and you told me it was okay.
It was okay. It's clearly not a Smash killer. Though. It's
for sure.
Clearly I mean, it's fun though. There's some fun. It almost feels like maybe Melee.
Yeah.
Which I know some people enjoyed it for. I would say it's not as complex as Melee, but I'm saying the way that the floatiness and kind of the way that hits go and the way you fly off,
yeah,
it feels
the
a little
technicality of it,
yeah.
because like Ultimate's very tight.
Absolutely.
I would say, like
the tightest.
the tightest. So. This article I kind of have combined from an article I read on The Gamer and from Kotaku. So I'm just going to kind of piece together what I got here. But basically, I'll start that. Now that Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl's 2s... Wow. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2s. That's such a title, bro. The final launch trailer just came out.
Yes.
Okay, which basically confirmed the entire roster. And fans are sharing their disappointment about the cuts that have been made to the roster. So the final... I think I wrote it down right here, but the final trailer had Azula from Avatar.
Very cool.
Right, which is really sick. I was
badass.
like, oh, okay, fuck yeah.
No Zuko?
I don't think Zuko's in it. I think
What the fuck?
Right. I have actually the whole list here, so
okay.
I'll tell you, and then I want to know your thoughts. Considering you and I are both kind of on the outside of this, I just thought it was interesting.
I agree.
So a few months ago, the full launch roster seemingly leaked thanks to Amazon sharing an image of the game's key art, which appeared to feature all the playable characters.
Whoa,
At the time, many fans hoped that it wasn't actually the final version of the key art, as it implied that at least 11 fighters from the original game had been cut from the roster, including some popular picks like Leonardo, Michelangelo, Lincoln, and Toph.
Wow.
Right.
Why cut him?
That's a great question. We're all asking ourselves this.
Yeah,
at this point.
I don't.
I think this trailer only came out like 3 days ago.
Okay.
So the final trailer revealed Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender as the final fighter, unveiling the full launch roster. Quote, fans are sharing their opinions on the game's subreddit, and the majority of them don't seem very happy, end quote. So this is the list I got of the new characters for the sequel. Okay. Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Cool.
Gerald from Hey Arnold.
Okay, very cool.
Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants.
That's nice.
Grandma Gertie from Hey Arnold.
Okay.
Ember from Danny Phantom, which I thought that was fucking sick.
Ember?
Ember's the sister, right? Or the girl?
No. Wait, Ember?
Yeah. Isn't Ember the girl from Danny Phantom?
It might be. I have no idea, though.
Yeah, please look that up.
I will. Ember.
Anyone out there?
Yeah.
You seen Danny Phantom? Let me know. I haven't seen this in, 20 years? 15 years?
No, that's not the sister. That's, it's like a fan favorite character because she's really bad. But she's a ghost rocker.
She's the rock
Yeah,
star.
the rock star girl.
Okay.
But she is bad as fuck.
Yeah, she's bad as heck, bro. I'm not kidding. Okay, so Ember from Danny Phantom.
Interesting, of course.
Norbert and Daggett from Angry Beavers.
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
That's the two main characters.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
El Tigre from El Tigre
No
and
way.
the Adventures of Manny Rivera.
Fucking love LT.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Donatello from TMNT.
Okay.
Raphael from TMNT. Jimmy Neutron from Jimmy Neutron.
Of course.
Squidward from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Love him.
And Vlad Plasmius from Danny Phantom.
Vlad. Wow.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
These are the returning characters.
Let's hear it.
I've got, oh my gosh, hold on.
Do you have the cut
Bring it out.
characters as well?
Yeah. So these are the returning characters.
Let's hear it.
Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Of course, Nino.
April O'Neil from TMNT.
Classic.
Danny Phantom from Danny Phantom.
Okay.
Garfield from Garfield.
Garfield. Nice.
Barfield.
Jenny.
Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Classic.
Korra from The Legend of Korra.
Of course.
Lucy Loud from The Loud House.
House, yes.
Nigel Thornberry from The Wild
let's
Thornberries.
go.
That is a goated pick,
Such
bro.
a goated pick. Such a goated pick.
Patrick from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Love him.
Red and Stimpy from The Red and Stimpy Show.
Of course.
I said Red, I meant Ren.
I'm with it.
Reptar from Rugrats.
Oh, nice.
Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life.
Ah,
SpongeBob from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Of course.
And Zim from Invader Zim.
interesting.
So that means, presumably, these are the cut characters.
Okay.
Cat Dog from Cat Dog.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Helga from Hey Arnold. Hugh Neutron from Jimmy Neutron.
Why'd they cut Hugh?
Yeah, I don't
What
know.
the fuck? That was the best
Fucking
character.
Hugh.
Oh my God, Hugh.
Leonardo and Michelangelo
Why
from
cut them?
TMNT.
Why have
I don't
you-
know. I
That's
wonder
so
if it's
weird.
because they're putting in the two new characters.
so weird,
They're taking out
though.
the two old. That's
Why not just
interesting to me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oblina from Real Monsters.
Don't know what that is.
No idea. Powdered Toast Man from The Red and Stimpy Show. Sandy from SpongeBob. Shredder from TMNT.
Damn.
Toph from Avatar.
Damn.
And Lincoln Loud from The Loud House.
Lincoln Loud is the main character.
Yeah.
That's very weird.
Very
Okay,
weird,
that is
right?
the weirdest
selection of characters to cut. Like, seriously.
Think so?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all I got. So let's talk about it.
What the fuck? Okay, so I know I sound passionate. I don't give a fuck about this game, but it is like it's weird.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
For sure.
I will say I did play a lot of TOF when you did play. When I did play.
Yeah.
So I played a lot of TOF, and then I played the Toast Man, whatever his name is, the Powdered Toast Man, and they were very fun. And so it's really interesting that they're cutting them.
Yeah.
And I think that what they're trying to do, I think already, is like kind of create that basis of like Smash Bros. You know what I mean? A character gets cut. They were from an original game. You add a bunch of new characters. It's literally what happened with like fucking Roy and Ike. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like you get the new turtles in there, get rid of the old ones. There's almost like this want for them to all be together.
Yeah.
However, it makes a necessity for the original game to exist, and then also a necessity for the second game too. It's not really a necessity because a sequel should build upon what you have and not take it away, but it's very clear that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's very clear.
I'm kind of with you, and I feel like it, it's only Ultimate that is ultimately deviated away from that formula of not having every single character, every stage, all the things in it.
Absolutely.
Ultimate has been like the first game, and Smash is the example to have all of that.
Yep.
But in this game, who's to say now that they won't just take an old character, bring it back as paid DLC.
Paid DLC.
Right?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
As a big update, like a free update that has like one returning character along with these new DLC packs.
Or
right?
each, exactly. There's a free character that comes every single time.
Right.
But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did paid DLC to get someone back. They've done that before with Smash.
They did it with Smash.
Freaking Lucas,
several times.
Lucas and Mewtwo. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, come on now.
Come on.
I thought it was interesting though. Yeah, worth a story because
it is.
Some of these choices, apparently the fans are not happy about some of the new characters like Gerald from Hey Arnold. They thought that everyone apparently thought it was super weird that Hey Arnold himself isn't in it. They're bringing Gerald.
Gerald's the black guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
The best friend.
Yeah, why do that?
Yeah.
DLC?
Who
so
knows?
did they cut Hey Arnold?
No, Arnold, it wasn't even in it. They're cutting Helga, but Arnold isn't a character.
What the fuck?
At all.
That's so weird.
That's
so
think?
weird. Yeah, they're just trying to do fan favorites, I think.
Yeah,
because
it seems very like
they have Lucy Loud in there. I never watched Loud House, but I know Lincoln Loud is the main character.
Okay.
And then Lucy Loud is his sister, and so they're taking out the main character and keeping his sister in, but the sister is like a fan favorite character.
Sure.
So that's what I can assume is the reason.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have added that girl from Danny Phantom if it weren't for the fact
No, for sure.
everyone loves her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And Azula, too. I feel
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
that's a crazy left field
Absolutely.
pick. That honestly interested me a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw like the gameplay trailer. I saw the trailer itself of her flying. She's flying around the map doing all the
Azula's
avatar
a
things.
demon, dude.
She is a demon.
I would love to play as her in a Smash Bros. Clone.
Oh my
That
gosh.
would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Any hope for you that it would be perhaps a Smash killer?
I always love competition.
Same.
I'm of the opinion that competition only brings better things.
Yeah.
Because to be a competitor means that you are either on the level or better than the original.
Absolutely.
So far, everything I played both the Smash killers, even Brawlhalla. None of them are even close.
No.
Like, genuinely, with the tightness, the movement, the characters, the way they sound, the roster, like the stage selection, like everything, music, the quality, the amount of stuff you can do in that game too. It's just, you are going to have to bring something big, like huge. I'm thinking the only way this is possible is if you get some ex-Nintendo developers and you make a PlayStation All-Stars 2 with a roster of a bunch of characters.
2.
Seriously, like that's what I'm like. That is the only possibility because they're building this roster. Put fucking Astro in there. He's one of the characters you can play as.
True.
I think they need a better selection than they did in the first game.
Absolutely.
Because they did a bunch of vague ones.
Yeah.
But you could do crazy shit. Get Ellie in there. right? Get
Yes,
Nathan
bro.
Drake.
Yes.
Get fucking Kratos and Atreus, 2 different characters you could do if you wanted.
And the
then-
modern Kratos,
and
because
then
the OG Kratos was in
But guess what?
the first
He's
one.
got a skin where he's the OG Kratos. That would be so badass.
That would be badass.
So cool. There's so many ideas you could do for that.
Absolutely.
And PlayStation has the budget to compete with Nintendo, but you would need someone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
Well, did you play PlayStation All-Stars?
Yeah, I played it a little bit.
Okay.
I played it like
Do you remember why that game was like
not as
so
well
bad?
received. I don't remember, and I also don't know if it was so bad. If more that it wasn't well received. Or
Yeah,
that,
I think that.
you know what I mean?
So I got the platinum trophy on the game.
Oh,
So
you
I
finished
actually
it?
played it quite a bit.
Oh,
right.
wow.
To get the platinum, you have to beat the story with
Obviously.
every character.
Right, obviously.
But I didn't really play it super extensively in a multiplayer sense with my friends. I just played it a lot in terms of what the game had to offer
Single
me.
player, yeah.
And the reason the game is so bad is because they completely took away the stocks. And to me, stocks is the whole kind of that's what makes Smash unique is this idea of stocks. And they took off any way for you as a character to fall off and die, even though it's a traversable level, just like Smash, you know. So they have these really thought out levels and things. And you would literally, as you're fighting and playing, you're building up a super meter, and you can build it up 3 times. And then depending on what character you are, you unleash a level 1, 2, or 3 super.
Right.
And with the super, if you hit someone with it, you'll kill them. And then you get a point. So it's based on points and time.
What a weird way. Why not add at least a mode to be able to change that? That's very strange.
Right?
That makes sense, though. I mean, I think they wanted to make it a little more different. But you can't make a Smash killer if Smash is just killing the rest of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
But that being said, and as much as I'm not a fan of PlayStation All-Stars, I did see the potential. It was decently tight as far as the controls went and as far as some things so it definitely needed more love and polish.
Absolutely.
But I think you're 100% right, and I think that would be probably a better competitor than this Nickelodeon
Way
All-Stars,
better.
unless they're really...
Well, they just don't have the budget or the scale
that
Smash will ever have.
Yeah.
And that's why I got kind of excited for Multiverses, because they have characters.
Yeah.
And they have
For sure.
money, you know?
Absolutely.
And so, it didn't feel completely right, but it didn't feel wrong.
Yeah.
I remember playing as Shaggy, there were a couple combos I started making and started doing, and I was like, this feels pretty good, you know? They had spiking. His spike was basically like a Donkey Kong,
that's
but from
fucking sick.
the bottom.
Okay.
He would just slam his hands down. So good.
Yeah,
Seriously, so
satisfying.
good. It's very satisfying, but
I just don't think it's possible with the setup they were trying to do.
For sure. I do think, though, I might disagree a little bit that I feel like it has the potential. If they were to literally take, I guess, the gameplay and redo it from the ground up and actually make it more clone-like Smash, I don't really think you need the biggest budget or all the characters. I think if it had just some merit to it and it plays exceptional, that's all you need. You know? So, do I think there's potential? Yes. Do I think this would be the game to unlock that potential? Probably fucking not.
Probably not.
Probably fucking
Yeah,
not.
and that's okay, too.
Yeah, it's totally
You know
okay.
what? We're fine.
Like you said, the competition's healthy, and if anything, it just gives us more reasons for more ideas and more things to branch off of. So,
And I'm cool with that. I
Me
like
too,
ideas,
buddy.
and I like branching.
Joshua, what do you got for your last piece of news,
All
my
right,
friend?
this last one is very strange, so I hope you're excited
Sweet.
for something a little
This has been a roller coaster of news. It's like
Yeah.
down, up, strange.
down, strange, weird. Aaron Yeager from Attack on Titan will have an exclusive interview and will be broadcasted on NHK Professional Work Style on October 3rd at 11:45 p.m.
Hold up, what? What are you talking about?
Aaron Yeager.
Yeah.
From Attack on Titan. You know him?
I do.
You know of him?
I know of him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He is getting interviewed. So he is going to have an interview that is live broadcasted at 11:45. This sounds crazy to us, but this is not a crazy thing that happens in Japan.
Oh.
Actors will play their character and be interviewed by a person, and it'll be live.
Okay.
Kind of like a live interview, right?
Sure.
Just like any other interview with a celebrity. And And it kind of happens a lot, you know. One Piece has done it many times before. Even Oda himself will add like SBSs where his characters are interviewed from what he would say. But yeah, so just it's Eren Yeager's turn because the final season is wrapping up. It's going to be released, I think, November.
Okay.
I think is when so it's going to be an hour special, which has already come out, and then there's going to be another hour special, which will wrap up the entire series.
There's only going to be 2-hour specials, and then it's done?
It's almost done. I definitely thought they weren't going to be able to make a season out of it because the amount of stuff they need. I thought they should have just done a movie. Even like a
just one
theatrical release would be so badass.
That would be badass.
But the issue is, it's the end. It's the entire end of the entire series.
Okay.
And casuals would probably go in and be confused as fuck and be like, "What the fuck is going on?" So this is all for publicity in the same way a celebrity would go and do an interview to support the game or the series they're about to do. But I just think the title is so funny. That I think it's so necessary. No. Eren Yeager will be interviewed October 23rd.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, look out for that interview.
All right, keep me updated, bro. I want to know. I want to know what happens.
Absolutely.
I want to know who's breaking shit down.
Of course.
Last piece of news I got for us today, Josh, is Square Enix shares wild logic behind Final Fantasy VII Rebirth box art.
What does that mean?
Basically, the director has shared what the symbolic meaning of the box art is. So
what does the box art look like?
The box art is this. It's my phone background.
Let me see.
So it's got a picture of Cloud on the left.
Okay.
Zack on the right.
Okay.
Both looking away from each other.
Right.
And then Sephiroth straight in the middle.
I see.
And so he basically summarizes why this is what it is. Here, I'll move my notifications too. Why it is what it is, and then why specifically the colors.
Interesting.
Okay. So
break it down.
Yeah, break it down. Square Enix has once again taken to Twitter to share some bizarre insights into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, this time explaining the logic behind its box art.
Interesting.
Starring protagonist Cloud, antagonist Sephiroth, and the mysterious Zack. The artwork, quote...
Is Zack, by the way, a character?
Oh, yeah. Zack is a full-ass character.
He's been in the series before?
Yes, he was in Crisis Core.
Okay.
But he's died in Crisis Core.
Interesting.
Yes. And so that's huge because now he is back alive. It's a part of this whole kind of like new universe of Final Fantasy VII and where the direction of the series is going.
I'm with it.
So, starring protagonist Cloud, antagonist Sephiroth, and the mysterious Zack, the artwork represents the three worlds that form the axis of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth story. Square Enix explained. Creative director Tetsuya Nomura. Wait, what? Oh, created by creative director Tetsuya Nomura. This artwork represents the three worlds that form the axis of the story in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Sephiroth is in the center, and he represents the instigator of the events of the past.
Interesting.
This was an official tweet by Square Enix on X. I'll continue. Cloud and Sephiroth are on the side as they represent their destinies being torn apart by Sephiroth.
Interesting.
The image of blood, fire, and the red that evokes Sephiroth stains the sky and spreads over the world. The subtle red shade in the logo is also inspired by the same imagery. That is all quoted by Square Enix. I'll continue. Square Enix often likes to get a little grand and philosophical and perhaps weird when it comes to Final Fantasy. It explained that it long considered the plot holes in the first game as Aerith having vague memories of future events, for example.
Interesting.
And they got a couple of things at the end of the article, but that's basically all I got. And I just thought it was rather fascinating.
Very fascinating.
Yeah, like
I like that too.
I think it's just known that a lot of these, like, I learned this in like film as literature class, but a lot of these like film covers or video game covers or book covers, manga covers, very intentional.
And that's really interesting that you say that because a good story would have intentional things like that.
Yes. You know what I mean? So it's very promising that they're putting even that much thought into the cover itself.
Yeah.
I think the king of that, in my opinion, is Riichiro Oda. This dude, everything that he does, it's not on accident, ever. And there are things that he did like fucking 13 years ago where we're looking at it now and we're like, oh my god, it finally makes sense. It's crazy. He had a cover for like, I won't say which characters were,
but there was a cover with 4 characters on it. Literally, like, I swear, like 15 years ago. And it was just the cover of a chapter, not a chapter, a volume. A volume. And it was these 4 characters, and obviously it was pretty important characters, but at the time it was like, yeah, it was just a cover. And then later, literally like just recently, those 4 characters are the new 4 emperors. And the new cover of the new volume is that exact same one, but them post time skip and what they look like now.
That's so.
And so it's one of the
sick.
coolest fucking things.
13 years
from, like,
ago,
maybe 15. I swear.
That's nuts.
It was early. It was back when like Skypiea first started. Can I show you, or do you want to see?
Please.
Or do you?
No, I love it because honestly, I've had those of you out there, definitely look up the box art of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yes.
It looks insane. If you're a Final Fantasy fan, if you're a Sephiroth fan, if you're a Cloud fan, this looks stellar. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of art like this, or anime style art, that I've seen in a minute. Especially with how, like, the brightness of the sun, how it's like glimmering off of Sephiroth's fucking Masamune.
I love it.
It's beautiful, and so no doubt that Square had like something in mind with this.
Absolutely.
And it kind of just makes you, because you can just look at this and kind of infer like, okay, so they all teaming up.
Right.
What's the deal? What's the vibe here? Yeah, why? It doesn't really look like Cloud and Zack are on the total opposite side here.
Right,
so is it kind of like, are their stories coming together?
Yes.
Are they splitting? What the fuck is happening? Right. So did you pull up the...
Oh, yeah.
By chance?
So this is the original volume. It was only volume 25, right? So you see these characters, and obviously they're pretty important. You know some of them right here. And then this is one of the newest volumes. It's the exact same characters, but all of them are it's all of them at the point
like where they're at now.
Yeah. Where when they become the 4 emperors.
What volume is this one now?
This one is 102. I believe. Sorry, 105. My mistake.
Wow.
So we're almost, 3 times the original.
Dude, that's literally
nuts.
That's
so wild, right?
That's nuts, my man.
But all that stuff matters to a good storyteller, to storytelling in general. All those things matter. And
absolutely.
So it's a good omen.
Yeah,
good omen. That those guys really care about the story that they're working on.
They're even. It's almost in a way storytelling beyond the story.
Absolutely.
Right? Like nobody could even necessarily question that, and you wouldn't need to understand it to know what's happening. But it's extra thought.
It's more. Yeah, it's just more, and that's beautiful.
It's passion. It is beautiful. So,
yes,
Joshua, that wraps up the news, and I've got a couple of footnotes here, which I think I'm going to start adding on a week-to-week basis, like I did last week, just for some minor news that I found, and I thought it was just worth mentioning.
Absolutely.
So I've got the Game Awards 2023 has been announced officially. That will be taking place December 7th. That was posted on X by Jeff Keighley himself. He kind of runs the whole thing.
Right.
So
Jeff Keighley, he's the guy who runs the whole thing, and he started it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into a discussion, but there's some big games this year. Like, seriously, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep.
Spider-Man 2 is about to come out this month on the 20th.
Dude, it's coming out in like 9-10 days now.
It's ridiculous. I know.
Yeah, so
it's ridiculous.
Huge year.
So huge year, yeah. I'm excited to see what comes from it.
We're definitely going to look forward to our predictions for Game of the Year. I want to do an episode on that probably the week before that the Game Awards happens, and we can make a fun little bingo thing out of it or something like a lot of streamers and whatnot do. But we'll definitely have our predictions up there for Game of the Year, and then we'll be talking about what our own personal Game of the Year is too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
I think so.
And all the categories they break down into, which I think is like music, story, things like that. So
big stuff.
Love that. Next up is Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Has demos popping up right now, starting with Target. Looks like if you go to some of these Targets now, they have the little
the
Switch kiosk. Yep. So Super Mario Bros. Wonder demo is popping up, and this is basically the first time that the public is able to play these because there's not an eShop demo right now.
Right, there is
not. So if you want to get your hands on it and see what it plays like, and I definitely do,
me too.
I'm going to Target today.
Hey, let's go.
I actually was already planning on going to Target, but I definitely want to check. I want to play it a little bit. Yeah, I really want to see what it plays like. See what it looks like on the tiny screen.
Me too.
Next, I've got Microsoft is on track to fully purchase now Activision Blizzard. So remember that story I brought forth?
I do.
So I've been dealing with a lot of legal battles and a lot of smaller stuff, and because the acquisition is so big, it's taken so many different processes. I'm pretty sure one of the processes I looked at was they had to get actual written agreement from the UN for them to be able to buy this.
Wow.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
So, allegedly, the purchase will take place on the 13th, which is in 2 days from right now. So the day the episode drops.
Yes.
Which is huge because this has been a thing for a long time that they've been that they announced that they wanted to acquire Blizzard,
so
right?
hype.
So, and apparently they had a written agreement that it would be acquired by the deadline of October 18th. So that would make this 5 days before the
Coming
deadline.
up. Yeah.
You have anything you want to say on it? Or
I mean, I think it. I hope it's good. You know, I don't know if I do a lot of gaming through Blizzard or Activision, but hey, we'll see what it brings. Hopefully, some more competition.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby.
That's all I'm hoping for.
And lastly, it's got Prime Day is live through today. It started yesterday, and then we got more sales going through today. Check it out.
That's how
it'll already be done by the time this episode's live. But hey, if you got any good deals, let us know.
Yeah.
What'd you got? Your fan?
Yeah, you remember that fan in there?
Yeah.
That I got? I got it for like
last Prime Day?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Prime Day, baby.
Yeah, $10. Come on now.
I might get another fan. Fuck
Joshy.
Yes, sir.
Let's jump into new releases, my man.
Yes, of course.
With new releases being the games that are releasing this week. I've got a list here. To be honest, this list is growing because I feel like now finally we've passed the summer hurdle here. And so, as I said last week, all of these games at least are coming out on the Switch, and then I got a few extras that I thought were worth noting.
Okay, let's cook them through.
Ready? Let's cook it.
Yeah.
So this is between October 9th and 15th, again, wrapping up this week. So these are all the games being released this week that are either releasing on the Nintendo Switch or a couple notable ones.
Got you.
So I've got, on October 10th, I've got 4 games here. I've got Airship Defender on the Nintendo Switch.
Classic.
Roblox on the PS4. So apparently it's a big deal because I'm not a Roblox player, but Roblox is huge.
It's
and
very huge.
Blowing up like Minecraft was.
A lot of my friends love Roblox.
Really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
My little brother goes crazy for it.
Kendall from BlackRock. She's a huge Roblox
person.
yeah,
she is.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah.
So apparently it's coming to PlayStation 4 now and PlayStation 5, which is a really big deal. So for all you Roblox players, shout outs. It's good news today. We have Long Gone Days. It's coming out on Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4 and 5, and Xbox One and Xbox Series X. And then we've got Wild Card Football on the same consoles. Basically all PlayStation, all Xbox, everything. It's out everywhere. It's on your phones.
On your Vita.
On your Vita. October 11th, we have Terra Alia, The Language Discovery. It's coming out on Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
On October 12th, most of the games here, I've got Astro Smash on the Nintendo Switch, Mac, PC, Xbox Series X, and Xbox One. Cook, Serve, Delicious on Nintendo Switch.
Wow.
Yep.
Kind of tells the point of the game.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, you cook, and then you serve, and then, well, you've already eaten it because it's delicious. You know what I'm saying? We got Dementium, The Ward. It said 2023 next to it, so might be a remake of some kind, but it's coming out on Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
We've got Devil Engine, Complete Edition. Comes out on everything. Cool. We have The Haunted House. Also said 2023. So I don't know if there's a remake or what's happening, but it's coming out on everything.
Yeah.
And not just everything.
Right.
So Nintendo Switch, PC, all the PlayStations, all the Xboxes. It also is coming out on VCS. Josh, do you know what VCS is?
No, I don't.
I didn't before
VCR?
this episode. It's not a VCR.
Oh, man.
Believe it or not. Despite popular belief, it's actually the Atari VCS.
Is it Atari Wait, what?
Whoa.
They have a console?
All right, we're break. This is breaking. We're breaking away right now from the new releases. We're going to talk about the Atari VCS real quick.
Fuck?
I don't know when it came out, but Atari released an actual console.
What?
Recently. Yeah.
Bullshit.
I don't know if it was this year, if it was last year, but definitely in the last couple of years because this is a $300 console.
What?
It has the original Atari joystick, and it's wireless. And they also have their own Xbox-looking controller.
What the fuck?
It is half Atari console, okay, half PC. You can literally load an operating system on this thing. You can play all these Flash games. It already comes with 100 classic Atari 2600 games.
Damn.
And then they're still having games come out onto it that are playable.
Wow.
Isn't that fascinating?
That's honestly a pretty badass idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Kind of cool.
Pretty sick.
I had never heard of it. Before I saw VCS, I'm like, what the fuck is VCS? Looked it up, and apparently this is the thing. So
There it is.
Right, it's got its own online store. So
I think it's cool they include that controller.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
Have to, bro. Yeah, I even think the Xbox 360 looking controller they got still it looks good.
Looks good.
But the thing is $300. So is that worth $300? Well,
I'd say probably not.
Yeah, I'd rather
What
buy
else
a
is-
Switch.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's be honest.
What
here.
else is Atari gonna do though? I mean, come on.
Nothing, bro. They're fucked.
Nothing. They're fucked.
All right. We're back. Continuing the list here. I've got River City Rival Showdown 2023 remake because the first one was crazy. Never played it.
Never played it
It comes out on Switch, PC, and PS4. And then Star Trek Infinite comes out on Mac and PC.
Okay.
And then the Company of Heroes Collection on the Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
And then October 13th, I've got Alphadia 1 and 2. Comes out in everything. I've got Chemically Bonded on Nintendo Switch, PS5, PS4, and Xbox Series X.
Yes.
So no Xbox One for whatever reason.
What the hell?
That's weird. Cut the Rope 3 is officially coming to Apple
fuck?
Arcade. It's an Apple Arcade exclusive.
I didn't know there was a Cut the Rope too.
You didn't?
No, I
I've
did
played
not.
it quite a bit. It's pretty good.
I love original Cut the Rope.
Cut the Rope is so good. It's such a fun game.
Wow.
And so because this is on Apple Arcade, it's playable on Apple TV, on your phone, on your iPod, whatever Apple device you got. You got like one of those old classic Apple sticks. You can play it on there.
Wow. I
Not
love
really,
it.
but love it, man. We've got Lords of the Fallen. Comes out on PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC. Caleb's really looking forward to this. This is going to be a big release. Speaking of big games of the year, Lords of the Fallen is going to be huge for a lot of those fans out there. I'm pretty sure there was I can't remember if the original came out on like PS4 and Xbox One, but I think this is a rehashed edition. That's got like 60 FPS, ray tracing, all that shit.
Got you.
Then we've got The Grinch Christmas Adventure comes out and everything, and then Transformers Earthspark Expedition.
Wow.
Also comes out in everything. And the final release being October 15th, Jurassic Park, the Classic Games Collection.
Wow.
Drops on Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch.
Can I say something?
Yes.
That sounds like a whole lot of garbage. I'm not I am not touching a single one of those games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
I mean,
looking down this list, there's not a single thing on here that I will be picking up.
I will absolutely even think about buying.
Well, you know what I will get is Cut the Rope 3 because I do have Apple.
Are you
Arcade.
actually?
Yeah, it came with my my phone plan.
I
so
love phone games. To be honest with you.
Oh, dude, some of them just hit.
Some of them hit hard.
Cut the Rope. There's another one that is made by the Cut the Rope guys. They made it's called Pudding Monsters.
Never
you ever
heard
play
of
that
it.
game?
No.
Oh my gosh!
good?
Real quick, I'm gonna pull it up.
But
Just show you what this looks like
Please.
because it's it's a great fucking game, bro.
I like
It's
that.
kind of in the vein of like the puzzle. I just love like these like simple puzzles.
Yeah.
So you
Simple
play
puzzles.
it. Yeah, you pull it up,
Pudding.
and then you have to make like these monsters that are like red with eyes. And you have to line them up, and when they touch something, like you slide, and they'll
Yeah.
continue to slide,
And you gotta
until
keep-
they go off the screen or they smack into something.
So you gotta line them up with the stars.
Yes, and so if I was to do that, it would beat the level because once the whole
But you only get
monster,
2 stars.
right?
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so actually really fun. I actually played through that game a long time ago. It's kind of
love
an older game
classic,
on the phone.
though,
A classic,
right? Wouldn't you say?
Some might say.
I would say so.
Joshie, are you needing a break? Because we are about to dive into the main topic.
Yeah, let's
my
grab
man.
a quick break.
quickie?
I'm a pee. Maybe
Got you,
grab
bro.
some water.
Yeah, that sounds great, my man. All right, baby.
Welcome back.
We're back.
We are
Welcome
back.
Joshie, I have the main topic for us, my friends.
The main one.
Yes, sir.
Really?
This is basically about gaming and storytelling, which I think a whole podcast episode discussing this topic is important.
I think so,
because
too.
I think that storytelling and the story itself and the narrative and the lore has a lot to do with what we love about games.
Yeah, and what
You know
we
I mean?
hold on to, and what we. I would even say one of the most important elements on if we keep playing a game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Whether or not we continue to,
For sure.
check that game out.
Yeah,
what I mean?
and I think there's definitely some exceptions. And I think there's sometimes games where
absolutely.
maybe it's the gameplay, maybe it's some core things of the game,
How
maybe
fun
it's
it is,
characters. Right. I've had games where quite literally There's a Tales of game. It's a good example for me. It's called Tales of. Oh, it was the first one on PS4.
Tales of Symphonia.
Whoa, no, it was because it wasn't even. I can't even fucking remember it because it was so. Zisteria.
Yes, I was pretty close.
You were pretty close. Yeah. Fuck? This is the first Tales of game that came on the modern consoles after the launch of the PS4. So it was Tales of Zisteria, and I was riding this big Tales of train.
Yeah.
Which was way before I knew you, right?
Right.
And this game came out. I didn't give two flying shits about the story. Seriously. I was not impressed with what was happening. It was like very much this rehash of like find the elements, find fire and air and earth. Like it just I had heard it before, I didn't care. But for whatever reason, the dialogue between the banter and the dialogue between the characters and the backstories, those were very fleshed out and those hooked me.
Interesting.
You know? But the story itself,
can you think of another example of anything that's like that? Where it's like the truthfully the story is not what's locked you in, it's the characters.
For when I think of this a lot, I think of a lot of Mario games where I'm hooked into a Mario game and it's not for the story.
For sure.
Sometimes even Pokemon. I think of the earlier Pokemons before it became, I don't want to say super narrative heavy because I feel like Pokemon games have always had strong narrative.
Absolutely.
But maybe like forced narrative.
For
you know
sure.
what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And Pokemon's kind of changed in that formula along
the
way.
Has.
And I don't feel like you necessarily needed to care about the original like Red and Blue.
I agree.
To fully enjoy what that game had to offer. And as a kid, I didn't give a shit.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that. Yeah. Well, do you have any points that you want to talk about? Before
I do. Yeah, before we dive in, I wanted to make this more open ended, truthfully, because I just think that there's a lot to talk about. And it's a lot of subjectivity in terms of storytelling.
Yes.
But I specifically wanted to tackle it in the vein of video games because there's so much more to a game than the storytelling.
Than the actual storytelling.
Right.
Because a show, you would need there to be a storytelling that
Otherwise,
keeps you
what
along.
are you hooked on?
Right. Well, I mean, there are examples, of something where it's like the story is not important. Like the Midnight Gospel, which is like an incredible show on Netflix.
Is that an anime?
It's a cartoon show.
Okay.
But it's really interesting. It's the main character. It's clips from this guy's podcast.
Okay.
And then they turn it into an episode. So he's interviewing these interdimensional creatures. Very trippy. It's very, very, very trippy show. It's also done by Pendleton Ward, the guy who created Adventure Time.
Oh, true.
Yeah. So it's very visually very interesting. But the whole thing is there is a tiny plot, but truthfully it's what the characters are talking about, the visuals, all those things. So it is possible for anything to have a media where that's important, but I agree that for the most part, a game, you have to be doing an input in order for the game to continue.
Right.
You don't just watch a game, and so therefore there must be something pulling you along, and usually that is a story.
Yeah.
Usually,
right?
Yeah.
So actually do have a bunch of points I wrote down that we could talk about pretty open-endedly.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I want to say that kind of made me think of this topic in the first place was that a news article was brought up this week when I was kind of diving to find some news.
Yes.
And now I'll say that this is the spoilers on when we were talking about Telltale. But a big Telltale story was just unveiled that Telltale. I can't handle words.
No,
I'm finding on this podcast I really just can't speak. I don't know why I'm doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be honest.
Absolutely.
But Telltale has massive layoffs once again. That's the news story.
Damn,
yes, sir. So basically the gist of it, because I saw this from several news sources and they all basically said the same thing, but it was reported that Telltale's going under again. Right?
Again?
Yes.
Damn.
Because of the first thing that we talked about that years ago. When Telltale was about bankrupt and they came back to life.
Right.
Sounds like it's happening all over again. All over again.
Damn, man.
To what end, we don't really know.
Right.
The company themselves did put out one statement. And they said, all projects currently in development are still in production, and we have no further updates at this time.
Damn.
So, that's crazy. First of all,
it is crazy.
First thing out of the gate, that's nuts.
Yeah. What else are they working on?
They're working on The Wolf Among Us 2 is their biggest game right now.
But what else do they have?
I don't I don't know.
Yeah.
The only one that's on my radar is definitely that game.
Wolf Among Us. That's all I know too.
Right.
Because they already released the final season of Walking Dead, right? That came out a while ago.
They did. Yeah, that came out a while ago. And I think there was just newer projects that they had announced that they were working on. But I know that it's ironic because in the return of the company, they announced Wolf Among Us 2, right? And so now it's like that game still hasn't come out. Now they're going through layoffs. Again, massive layoffs, by the way. The reports were saying like 80 to 90% of their staff.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, bro. So
damn, dude. They can't catch a fucking break.
I know, man. And, you know, it kind of prods the question that others talk about. Other news sources say, you know, those reports a time ago of single-player games are dead. Right, single-player story-based games are dead. Right?
Yeah.
It very much could be that it's how they handle these things. It's how they handle releasing things episodically.
Right.
Remember when they were first doing that with like The Walking Dead?
The Walking Dead was a complete episodic game, right?
Mm-hmm. They released and Minecraft Story Mode too. They released the first episode.
Oh yeah.
Right, and so you bought the season pass, but you didn't experience you experienced it as they came out with it,
right?
Which is like one episode a month or something like that, right? So, is it just their formula that doesn't work? Is it because their development company they don't have a lot of budget? So is it because there's not a lot of budget behind these games that it doesn't work? What do you think?
I'm thinking automatically, my first thoughts are clearly single person like story-based games are not going anywhere.
No.
You know, and it works. The formula does work.
You like the episodic formula?
No.
Oh,
I mean the formula of a story-based game.
Oh, absolutely.
Is absolutely, it works. Last of Us Part 2 was a huge success. Last of Us Part fucking 1 was a success.
Yes,
you know what I mean? And still is. And same thing with Uncharted 4, the DLC, everything that's come before it. All these are story-based games that have come out in recent years that are truthfully doing fine. So I don't see it as this some kind of like end to single-player games. I think it's the end to their kind of like crappy formula. You know what I mean? On how they are releasing these games and how it's just not sustainable.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to wait that long for a game like that to come out with its story like that. It's just it's an interesting idea, and I think it served the time that it had, but you can't continuously do that formula.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
Yeah, especially
so is that
when
what you
don't
think
have
the
big
issue
budget.
is?
I do. I think that it also has to do with a lot of their engine play because and what I mean by that is basically they had like the Walking Dead, their first game they came out with.
Yes.
You know, you play that in modern times and even back then, and you see kind of how broken it is.
Absolutely.
You know, like it's kind of jank.
Yeah.
Even like you're supposed to, it's not just a point and click at the dialogue. You're moving around sometimes. You're fighting sometimes. You're walking, and sometimes those elements just don't work. It's like you're like walking around. And you're like, oh shit, like this. I feel like this game is trying to make me play a game at this moment, and the game itself ain't working, right? Maybe they shouldn't do none of the gaming stuff and just the narrative stuff. You know what I mean?
Like almost like a what's it called? A visual novel.
Yeah,
you know?
right,
like that.
exactly like
that. Could work.
But they did extras, and I feel like their engine and kind of what they developed with their limited budget and their small team, it's needed work every game. I just talked highly about The Wolf Among Us. That's a beautiful game.
Yeah.
And at times you're playing it and you're like, damn, this game's kind of broken though.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's so funny because that's how I felt about Walking Dead.
Right.
Playing it, there was just some missions. Oh, sorry, I don't mean missions, but there's sections.
Like chapters.
Yeah, chapters where I'm just like, this doesn't feel like it's working. Like there was a beginning part where we were on a farm and people were shooting at me and this other character.
Great example.
You had to move the tractor. Do you remember this?
Yes.
Yeah. And I died so many times because it felt like the game didn't really know how to game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was like I don't think I should be moving around this much, or maybe these developers clearly are not skilled in this department. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so that's just kind of the feeling that I got, and I played that pretty damn recently.
Yeah.
You know?
You did?
I did, yeah.
Like how recently?
bro, like a year ago. I was playing those games probably. Or I started to try it. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. I would say it has a lot to do with. I don't know. I just think it's just. It was an attempt, and they tried it, and I don't think there's much more merit for it. So.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm
at.
I still really want Wolf Among Us 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, it makes me sad. I don't not like Telltale games, and I want to see them succeed, and I want to see games that are of that format that kind of have that style of, maybe the more important part of the story is the character interactions and how you talk to other characters. I think that's really interesting. I also feel like the worst part is I think it's being done better in other situations. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. So, Mass Effect is an example that comes to my mind. It's not even like the same genre. That's a game. That's a full game. But it kind of has the elements, right? Absolutely. Of like these dialogue choices that are very intricate and deep, and characters remember shit that you did at the beginning of the game, right? Or even we were talking about Until Dawn. We're talking about the Quarry and all the games that have been made by Supergiant, right?
Maybe
Supermassive.
Yeah.
And they're just honestly knocking it out of the park. They're hiring actors, big actors for their shit.
Absolutely.
So that's an example of they got all this money and their engine is just way better.
Absolutely.
I'm
totally with you.
It fits. So.
Engine's better. I feel like they're more prepared as like game developers. They know a little bit more what they're doing. I don't know. No disrespect on Telltale.
For sure. No, for sure. But it's like, are you exactly shocked? Probably not.
No, not at all. Yeah. Absolutely not. Yeah.
Right.
I'm with that. Makes me sad though.
Yeah, man. So deviating away from Telltale then, and kind of going into the main topic, I want to ask first, does storytelling, do you think storytelling takes a unique form in video games?
Absolutely.
Specifically.
Absolutely. I think we talked about it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go into that?
Let's expand on just that.
Yeah.
On video game storytelling.
Yes.
And specifically, compared to other things that you and I love, right?
Yes.
Movies, anime, books maybe.
TV shows.
Right, shows.
Yeah.
Like, how does your take of a story from a game affect you differently from those other mediums?
Well, I think one of the most simple things is, obviously we can talk about games that you affect the story. We could talk about that.
Right.
But there's a lot of games that you don't.
Right. Yeah,
like,
and that's kind of what I'm talking about in general, is just storytelling of any kind within the game.
So games like Uncharted are not...
Great example.
In any way affected by the things that you do in the game.
Right.
You will not make a decision. There's not a way that you can play it that will change fundamentally the way the story is.
Right.
And it's really funny because even in like Uncharted 4, they had an element of you get to choose some of the dialogue. Only in like 3 different occasions.
Okay.
And it doesn't affect anything.
Yeah.
It's
super
literally like
minor.
very minor.
Yeah.
Like the most minor. There was this one part where it's like, and you get 3 options. Where the reaction, no matter what, is you get kicked in the face. So it's like you know that. You're like, okay, I just get to choose what I want Nathan to say.
Sure.
Which, doesn't change anything, but it sure as hell is fun. And so the way that I look at like storytelling is, for me personally, when I'm playing a game, of course, no matter what, I'm going to get into the head of a character. No matter what.
Yeah.
Because
I think that's you, too.
Yeah,
Not everyone's like that,
That is
right?
true.
Some people just go into a game and be like, oh my god, I saw the gameplay.
Yes.
Or my buddies were talking about this. They said this game is fun as heck.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
But I think you, Josh, specifically, you do go into any game and you're trying to immerse yourself into the characters, into the story.
It's role-playing in general. Where it's like I'm going to make decisions that a character would make. And maybe myself too, and so therefore I am one with the character. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and so it's really interesting. Like even like games that aren't as story heavy, like Breath of the Wild. When I first picked it up, I would do things that I think Link would do, or I would kind of create this character of Link within, which is a hybrid of me and this character together in my head. And
I like how you put that.
Yeah. That I think is beyond anything I would feel even towards TV shows and movies.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Is it because you're playing the character?
Absolutely, because I am literally controlling what they do.
I am literally Link right now.
I am Link right now. Yeah. Absolutely. I am Link, and but I'm not just Link. I'm myself. So like I said, it's this hybrid that's created because I am able to do what I need to be done, but yeah, however, I'm still thinking, how would I do what this character would want to be done?
For sure.
And there are a lot less open-ended games, like I said, like Uncharted or Last of Us, great examples, where the story is so heavy and the characters are so rich, and they're like very clearly, it's like a TV show.
Yeah.
Last of Us, truthfully, is a great example. Uncharted too. But Last of Us is a great example of all those characters will react however they want to react.
Yeah.
Because that's how they are written. That's who they are.
Right.
However, I think I felt more emotionally connected to Ellie and, the secondary protagonist in that story.
Yes, sir.
Because, and I think Naughty Dog knew that, because I was playing a game. You naturally, it's so funny because there's an interview with Naughty Dog where they talk about why Last of Us was done the way it is and why it was set up in the, and I don't want to, Last of Us 2, I'm so sorry. I don't want to spoil Last of Us 2.
Let's keep anything spoiler free that you want to be spoiler free, including The Last of Us.
I'm going to be as spoiler free as possible.
Cool.
But the whole point of the game is to get you in the mind of a character. And Naughty Dog already understands that you as a player will look, that's me.
Yes.
Because I'm controlling them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You ever been watching a show, you walk in and you can't tell who the main character is? You know what I mean? Anything. That can happen in any medium, right? Yeah. But games, it's like, that's me. That's who I'm controlling. I can get behind what this person is feeling. And so Naughty Dog, geniuses that they are, they take a spin on that. And they really, really are able to affect you harder because it's a video game.
Right.
And that's why I would say Last of Us Part 2 is, like I said earlier, one of the examples of how a game can be the best in its own medium. Even if you don't think it's the best story, even if you think there's better characters, in its medium, there is nothing truthfully better. There's nothing that can be better because it uses that medium to its advantage. It uses itself as a game to get you invested and myself as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And any person who plays it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Let me put you in where my head's at a little bit.
Please do.
The first game I put in my list to talk about under this umbrella here is Dead Space. Okay? Because Dead Space is a video game.
It is.
And that experience would not be the same as a movie.
Right.
Right? Like,
yes.
Hands down. I think that in playing Dead Space, the reason that experience, I want to say, makes you feel the way it does and the horror elements really work is because you are playing the game as the character. There's something about the way that horror element and you're like, for example, there's like a necromorph is what they call those like zombies in that game basically.
Necromorph,
there's a bunch of necromorph and human bodies in this hallway laying down and you have to go through this hallway, right? And so you're walking through and as you step on like the fourth limp body, it springs up and screams at you and scares the living shit out of you because you made the decision to move your thumbstick over and walk over that body, right?
And
you feel the weight of that.
Yeah,
right.
You wouldn't have done that if you didn't do that.
Right. Yeah, if a character on a TV show actually did that.
Or even like, have you thought of like a great example is horror? Fantastic example, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you're right. I bet you Dead Space would be pretty scary as a movie or a TV show.
For sure.
I bet you it would. Because even if something jumps out at you, that is horrifying. But that happened because of what you did.
Right.
And then you have this almost mindset. And dude, so I honestly wasn't even thinking about horror. But that's a fantastic example. Seriously. Because think about it. You will then, at that point on, moving forward, you will know every single action you have, moving that controller, controlling your character, will react with something that could be horrifying. And that's even scarier than watching a movie where a character is making those decisions themselves.
It makes you think differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because instead of then just plowing through and being like, okay, well, it's just it's a survival game.
Yes.
Maybe if that's what you're thinking in your mind, right? Instead of a horror survival game.
Right.
So you're walking through and you don't give a fuck, right?
Sure.
Like you're just like your goal is mowing down anything in your way. You have to shift your mindset.
Yep.
Just because of the setting and because of the horror elements.
Absolutely.
Yeah, bro. So
absolutely.
Then another example.
Yes.
Xenoblade. Okay. And I know this just hits so hard for both you and me because the storytelling is masterclass in terms of a video game. So how would you feel about Xenoblade if that was an anime?
Well, see, JRPGs are very interesting for me personally, because I think they hold more depth than most anime, because of the fact that a video game, truthfully, is not like this. Sorry, I did a movement forward. Yeah, a movement forward like a highway moving. That's how a TV show needs to work. And obviously it can branch out, and that's completely understandable, but that will be a part of the episode, right? A video game, especially a JRPG, are not a part of that linearity.
Right.
We're not just talking side quests. We're not just talking like all lore that you can read on the Collectopedia.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No.
We're talking
the experience the game takes you on.
Exactly.
Story-wise.
That is up to your decision, right?
For
like
sure.
One Piece, great example. Right now we're learning about God Valley, right?
Right.
Truthfully, there are stories like Xenoblade where you only find out about Torna at the point in which you play that part of the game.
Right.
However, there are important details and important things you learn at your own pace, especially in Xenoblade, because I talk to a lot of people and I talk to a lot of things in that game, and you are the person who's kind of discovering these mysteries, and that goes at your own pace.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that obviously can be said with any video
Well,
game.
then, okay, let's take it, though,
Yes.
because you said you almost put up some, like, boundaries of, like,
Yes.
okay, but, like, it's at your own pace, but include that in your thinking right now.
Yes.
Like, does that add to your experience, right? Like, and how is that experience unique? Like, do you feel like that's unique to gaming that no other medium can replicate?
I think so.
You know?
I think that here's the interesting part. I think that the closest you can get to that is reading a book. And I know that sounds kind of almost, you're like, how is that so? A show goes on, a movie goes on, no matter what. If you, the player or the reader, decided to stop doing what you're doing, nothing will happen in the story, truthfully.
Right.
And so think about Dead Space. If you stopped at the beginning of that hallway, you wouldn't see something scary, but there's no game.
Right.
There's nothing beyond that point until you interact with it. And so I wouldn't say it's a complex thing, because gaming, absolutely there are some moments that cannot be replicated, because there are games like Undertale that exist where every single reaction and every single interaction and every single battle that you have and decision you make, save you make has something to do with the end, right?
Right.
And so the reason I bring up books is because media is formable to however the person is consuming it.
Right.
And so if a person decides to read into what they're reading and to kind of go deeper into what you read, the words the characters say, I think that's a good example of how the pace can be set
for sure
by the consumer or by the audience member.
Yeah,
I don't know the right word.
Consumer,
I guess. Yeah. That sounds weird though. It sounds like
it does,
consuming
right?
shit. I don't like that. But that's the idea.
We're all consumers in the end.
I guess we are, huh? I'm a consumer of
right.
fucking
And so
food.
then with that, then the additive of, okay, Xenoblade still being the example.
Yes.
You get a lot of extra things that you mentioned. You get side questing, which enhances the lore. So
it does.
You do side quests for civilians, you learn about what life is like
society,
in that world
yes.
because of what happened that you wouldn't have experienced if you just skipped right over it.
And that's up. I mean, like I was saying, that's up to you.
For sure.
So if you were in a show where they took an entire episode to explain how that happened, you'd be like, okay, that's cool. I didn't want to see, I didn't care to see, and I didn't really, find any interest after I saw it.
Right.
Right? That's completely different, because that's what you had to see.
Right.
They don't have spin-off episodes of shows where it's like, hey, watch this if you want to know a little more lore. Everything is controlled in the way that it is. So for gaming, that's not just Xenoblade. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
That can go for anything. Like you're saying, Sea of Stars.
Or even, when I'm thinking of Xenoblade 2, I think of what we talk about a lot.
Yes.
The banter between the cast.
Huge.
That happens because it's a game. Because it knows it's a game, and it's adding this every time you're just walking around. Or when you fight a battle.
It's getting late.
Can't have a rainbow without Rhine, baby.
Yeah, so
another example I got here, Josh, is Persona. Okay, and I bring up Persona because even though you haven't beaten a Persona game.
I have not, yeah.
And for those out there who have not beaten a Persona game,
Yes.
Persona does this has a very dynamic kind of balance to its gameplay and its story, because it balances between the school life of a high school student, a normal high school student who, like, allegedly, right, who is from a place that, like, they're brand new to the place. So it kind of, like, gives you this, like, insight into a brand new world, especially if you're an American, because you have no idea what the Japanese life is over there. Japanese school, right? Yeah. And then the other half of the game is spent in, like, introducing dialogue, and it's all optional, right? You can build everything that you're building in the school life, whether it's your grades, whether it's your relationships, those all affect then the dungeon, the game side of things, and then the narrative overall for a much grander story that depends on how close you got to everybody.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And it's handled in such a unique way.
Yes.
But they literally made a manga and an anime that's adapted from the game.
And you've experienced both of those, right?
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
And how does it compare?
And I just don't think it's the same.
Yeah.
I couldn't personally, so I almost finished the Persona 4 anime, and I barely skimmed the Persona 5 anime, like 3 episodes. And it's just not the same. It doesn't hit me the way that Persona playing the video game really hits me.
Which it does hit you pretty damn hard, right?
Yeah. Very hard.
And I know you were very, very invested in Persona 5.
Yes.
Especially,
both 3 and 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the time of you knowing me, you've seen me with Persona 5 a lot.
Persona 5 you used to play every night, right? When you first moved in?
Oh, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was like just wrapping up Persona 5 Royal, I think.
Yeah, you were. It was Royal.
There.
Yeah. So, it's so interesting the way that can happen, because, you know, obviously that is an example of you will get more from playing more of the game. And that's what games can give you all the time. They absolutely will. But also, there's also just a vibe that a game can give that any other media cannot. A fantastic example that I'm going to give right now is Zelda. Zelda's vibes are immaculate and
Absolutely.
You cannot capture that and put that into a bottle. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Here, an example I'm thinking of is I have those Zelda manga, and I've read a bunch of those Zelda manga.
I've actually read quite a bit of
those
too.
Absolutely.
Like the Ocarina of Time and the Majora's Mask one.
They're good. They're
really good.
Yeah, they're very good. But if you ask me what you would prefer, bro, the game any day.
Down.
Literally any
Hands
day.
down.
Imagining running through, let's use Ocarina as an example.
Yeah.
At nighttime, running through Hyrule Field and being jumped by those skeletons, or hearing that sound of the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, you know what I mean? And then the sound of the, like all these, the sun coming up, the idea and the feelings that it gives you, because it gives you that control, like you're in that space, is way bigger than even if you made a movie of Ocarina of Time and there was an entire scene of Link running across the field. It would not feel just as good as that game does. So it's interesting, because we say control has everything to do with it, but sometimes it's just the silence.
It's like the experience.
Yeah, exactly. The slowness that you can feel as a gamer running through Ocarina. Like I said, great example. You run into Zora's Domain, you hear those chimes, you hear that sound, you see how large it is. That is completely different than if you were to... You can hear that same thing in an anime.
Right.
But it just... There's something about it.
For sure.
There's something about the experience of just it being the game in itself that makes it special. And so I can't even really right now put my finger on why. Maybe it's because you control the character.
Well, if I'm thinking of what it, like, well, I'll tell you where my mind's going with what you just said about, like, you know, Zora's Domain is a great example because when you first walk through that place, it does it like a mini cutscene. It kind of flashes over and shows you what the whole place is like.
The place looks like.
It has the beautiful music that just starts playing. Right? And you're like, you're just taken in and you just literally look at it, especially back in, what, 97 or 98 when it came out, and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
That's all you think is just fucking wow, right?
Absolutely.
An anime, how it would handle that, or a movie, is it would have the same thing. It would show you like a brief overview of this whole place. It'd have the music pull up. But I bet you only see that scene one time.
Absolutely.
Ever.
And you know, That is understandable though, because then you get the idea in the anime, and then something, because it's so funny. Black Clover has something just like the Zora's Domain.
That's it.
Yeah, it's literally called the Underwater Temple, and it's a place where people live, where you literally have to travel using water magic down to the thing, and it was so funny because that whole arc felt like a video game, but it didn't have me exactly as like sucked in as if it was a video game or Zelda in some way. Great arc, great show, love Black Clover so much, but I remember feeling almost like it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I think that if I was I don't know why. I think it just would have hit harder.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a liberty to that.
There's something to say about that immersion of actually playing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's also I think a responsibility to do something with that in the game. You know what I mean? And I don't think it always has something to do with story, and I don't know if you were going to bring this up, but there's an immersion that I can have in a game when it comes to even just the ideas within it. So like...
what's an example?
Well, a great example for me would be like, I love Spider-Man so much, and I do. I like watching Spectacular Spider-Man. I rewatched it.
Really?
Yes, I love Spidey. But I rewatched all of Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, on Disney Plus once they re-released it. And I loved it. I thought it was so amazing, and it gave me this feeling of like, hope, power, treasure. I was like, I love Peter Parker. I love Spidey so much. But the feeling the game gave me, because of all those same ideas, the great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
The strength that you need to have in order to protect others, what you do with strength, all those ideas, which I saw in that exact same show, hit 1,000 times better than when I was playing Spider-Man PS4.
Really?
Yes, because I was literally swinging through the streets. I was I was the deeper connection that to Spidey, to Peter. I was playing it. I was that part. I was the piece that was, experiencing the story, and I was sucked into the story. I love the story.
Absolutely.
But there was something about just playing that just made me feel like I was really doing something right. And it was very funny because I was doing all the side quests and everything, and every single one you do for a reason. There's always, even if it's just a simple mission of go over here, destroy these things.
Sure.
But it's because someone needed it to happen. Someone needed, there was a leak in the water system and you got to plug up all these water holes. I'm just talking about like if there's like a pretty basic side quest.
Yeah, right. Nothing major.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But those small little details, the fact that I was doing that because of the idea, it sucked me in 1,000 times more. And then I got to that point where I was like, if I see a villain in the streets, bro, I cannot let that shit go. You know what I mean? I cannot. If there's a robbery going on, I have to report.
Yeah.
And so I got super sucked in.
That's cool. Sense, that's just a great example too.
Just because of the ideas, you know.
Yeah. So let me throw another example here, Josh,
Please.
of The Last of Us. Okay. And The Last of Us specifically because one, you already brought it up because and it is one of the most captivating video game stories that exists.
Absolutely.
And I mean, small tidbit, I remember this game first getting unveiled.
Yes.
And I couldn't be more disinterested. Genuinely. I genuinely looked at this as just another zombie game. All these fucking zombie games and shows and movies were coming out.
There were so many at that time.
Dude, it was insane. Seriously. And I was just kind of over it, And my buddy Cody was like, dude, look at this trailer. Look at this new game that Naughty Dog's coming out with, And he was a big Uncharted guy, right? Yeah. And I look at the trailer and I'm like, Cody, I'm going to be honest, I'm not playing this again.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more fucking wrong.
Sure.
Because I first played this game then when I got my PS4.
Yeah.
When it came with the remastered one. Yeah. And I was so sucked in, I could not put this game down until I beat it.
Until you were done.
Until I was done. Okay, so The Last of Us, and then now it has a show adaptation, right?
HBO.
So I haven't personally seen the show. Have you?
I've seen the first 3 episodes.
First 3 episodes.
Yes.
So tell me then, off of your experience, does it do the game justice? Or is it still too definitive kind of experiences?
I would say it does it justice.
Okay.
For sure. If we're using that term, I would say justice for sure.
Justice for sure.
Does it give the same experience? And does its experience that it does give live up to the first one? No way.
No way.
Seriously, no way in hell. And I say that not because the show is bad, because it's really good, especially for a video game adaptation. It is respectful to the characters. Every single character and every decision they make feels like a decision the character would make.
Yeah.
And the actors portray these characters with love and this care. It's justice. It's absolutely justice. However, you can already feel it from the first episode. Absolutely, because do you remember the first 15 minutes of The Last of Us game?
Yeah.
I cried.
I also cried.
I cried. I was 15 minutes. I swear, maybe 15. Could be like 10 minutes. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Because it's all just the intro.
Just right at the beginning. You guys who played The Last of Us, you know.
Absolutely. And so I was put into the shoes of this character. I was controlling this character, and I see what he goes through, and it hits me way harder. I did cry at the show too because the acting is incredible.
It's good.
It's really good. Yeah, okay. It's Pedro Pascal, so he's really good. He plays like the Mando. And I watched other stuff.
Yeah.
So he's really good. That wasn't a good example of his incredible acting chops.
Well, that's okay.
Mando, he doesn't know his face.
I think this is a good example, though, of a good adaptation as opposed to a shitty one. Like, shitty ones shouldn't even be in the conversation.
Shitty ones,
you know?
Yeah.
And adaptations can be tough to do, like, across the board.
Absolutely.
We've for years and decades, video game adaptations of movies were terrible. Video game adaptations of anime were terrible, right? And or usually even, it's the other way around too. Yeah. It's kind of like the original source media was the best way to get it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So and we're in an interesting time too because if I'm not mistaken, what's that one game that is like one of the highest rating anime, but it's based on a game? I think you watched it or played the game.
Is it Steins Gate?
Steins Gate. Yes. That is one of the highest rated anime right now. I didn't even know it was based on a game.
Isn't that crazy?
I had no idea. Yeah, because we're also getting in a time where media is getting better, I believe.
Yeah.
We're understanding what works and what doesn't. And instead of just trying to throw something up, we're adapting to a media, which a great example, One Piece.
Yeah.
We already talked about it for an entire episode, so I'm not going to talk about it for too long. But that is masterwork. It is in the sense that there are specific things you cannot adapt into live action. And so those things, they changed. And some things they had to make a little bit quicker or make a little bit less, serious, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that's a testament to the medium in which they're experienced in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely, bro. Well, yeah, the last example I had on my list here it's actually kind of along the lines of Steins Gate's Danganronpa.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
You're familiar with Danganronpa.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so for those who don't, Danganronpa is, it literally looks like an anime as you're playing it.
Yeah.
It's deemed a visual novel, but the game it's a murder mystery type game. And you're spent the gameplay portion of it is spent talking to the people, so you basically building relationships and friendships because there's like 16 main characters. It's fucking crazy. And then a murder will take place, and you are literally solving the murder by going around and collecting clues.
Right.
That you cannot though beat the game and not have the same experience. The game forces you to have the same experience every time you play the game. And
all the clues you get won't change anything.
All the clues, you have to get all the clues to progress, and it will never change when you play through the story again. Just maybe the order that you find the clues will change, but the actual unveiling of what happened in the murder and all those things, it all follows the anime that it's all preset, Right. So then it's kind of like, okay, but do you get a better experience playing the game, finding the clues, feeling like you're figuring it out, right? In the way that the game really masterfully has you do that.
Right.
Or following the anime and just having it kind of take you along a murder mystery story in the same way, which anime and shows do a really good job of being a good medium for murder mystery.
Totally.
So
and sometimes it's tough because I've seen some good murder mysteries. And I haven't really played a lot of good ones.
Sure.
But I imagine it being more immersive, finding the things yourself.
Very.
And so I know you've done both. Mm-hmm. Which one is your opinion of like, what do you find
concerning this series of Danganronpa? Definitely found the games way, way more immersive.
And did you watch the show first, or
I watched the show second.
Okay.
I believe that the show is adapted from the game.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah,
and
the original.
Yeah. Like, was there a manga? I think there's a manga, and I think that's from the game as well.
There's a manga, but it was all based on the game.
Okay. Right. Okay. So this game and how I think a major part of why it's so immersive is not just the clue collecting, but actually how the game itself reveals what happened. So like in the anime, it has a similar kind of steps where like it kind of has characters and they're accusing each other of all this shit,
right.
And then the character's really smart, the main character,
right.
But he also kind of has a side character helping him, right. Kind of being like, no, don't you think this is a little weird, and right. Kind of putting those clues in your mind. Then right. As you're kind of through the lens of the main character, so then you as the viewer, you're sitting there being like, oh my gosh, that makes sense. And it kind of does a really good job of making you feel like you're figuring it out as it's telling you what happened, right? The video game does it does the same thing but even better, because it gives you, it's just funny how it all lays out, but basically, to make it specific, everything that you find that's a clue to the murder, it gives you as a truth bullet. And then when you come to the actual trial,
I remember you explaining this.
Yeah, there's a class trial where all of the students who are involved come together and they unanimously have to find who the culprit was, how the murder took place. And so characters will there'll be like a nonstop debate. So it'll be this debate that keeps happening, and you're on like a timer of like 3 minutes. And you have to figure out what fallacy, what is not true in this argument that's taking place.
I think that sounds way better as a game, though.
It's like way better as a game.
And I'm like picturing it, and I'm even trying to picture it right now as an anime, and it just doesn't sound like it would live up.
No, it just doesn't do it that way, right? There's no truth bullets. There's no shooting the fucking, right? It's none of that. It just it's just set up in a way that's more. It's a better experience as if you're watching it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, I absolutely understand.
And it's so unique to a video game.
And that is unique to a degree where you could put it into a different media, but it doesn't even come close to the amount that, even the way you're explaining it, that sounds way more interesting than watching a show of people coming to the same conclusion.
Right. Dude, it's so fun too. It literally has like a character will be like, no, because they did this, and the third word is highlighted red. Yeah. So you know that's a potential fallacy. If there's an argument, they'll have like 7 highlighted red words. Right. So then you then have to take one of your truth bullets of evidence and be like, oh, because of this evidence, that can't be true. See, you shoot it, and as it shoots, literally it's like Capcom Ace Attorney. Oh, Ace Attorney. Right? He's like, objection! Yeah. And it will literally like have, now the main character will talk you with why that can't be true, and then it will move on. Right?
That's so sick.
Really
That's
well
really
done.
Immersive, and I think that sounds way more interesting.
Cool. Okay.
So yeah.
Well, okay. Let's. I'll shift the focus real quick here, Josh.
Please.
Because it's kind of deemed that we're both in the same kind of idea here, that playing through a story as a video game is a very unique experience, if not one of the best ways to experience a story.
One of the best ways, absolutely.
Humble opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are examples, but I would say there is no way to recreate a good story in a video game.
Right.
Like a true experience in a video game.
Absolutely.
There's no media that can replace it.
And I'm 100% with you. So the next focus I want to have here is how important is the game's story to you? And this is covering all video games.
Right.
So we can rule out the multiplayer games here, because I think that's kind of obvious. You're really not playing
Are you sure?
Fortnite for its story.
But I am.
Well, if you are, that's cool.
I'm just kidding.
I think that's
Fortnite
bullshit.
might actually
There's
not be,
better stories out there, okay? I just got to tell you. But okay, you're maybe you're picking up a game, maybe you're thinking about buying a game, maybe you are about to dive into a game. How important is this story to you?
I would say right off the gate.
Yeah.
Right off the
gate.
gate.
Or in general.
In general, this is no matter what going to be a question with an answer that says, depending on blank, blank, of course. Blank. Because in recent years, I have been literally my brain has been consumed by by a game with a story that is pretty weak. You know what I mean? I've had that happen.
For sure.
Ratchet and Clank is a fantastic example. I am not that invested in Ratchet and Clank's like dealing with what's going on in their world.
For sure.
Truthfully, I love it, and I love it for what it is in the game sense. But I'm not thinking about it. It's not what I
nothing that's
appreciate.
Impacted you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
However, I was non-stop playing Ratchet and Clank, the original, when I was first playing it, and I'm getting so sucked into this new one. You know what I mean? Not because of the story, but because the game is fun as fuck.
Yes, bro.
Seriously, I cannot think of another like 3D platformer with a weapon system as fun as Ratchet and Clank is. Seriously.
Yeah.
Even another example, Super Mario Odyssey.
Super Mario Odyssey.
That
great
is
example.
Amazing.
You didn't give a shit about Bowser and Peach getting married?
I don't care, bro. I don't give a fuck. Like genuinely, if you break it down, what happened in the story, quote end quote, Bowser kidnapped Peach. You try to stop him. You go to the moon and you stop the wedding. That's the entire
You stop the wedding.
plot. That is the entire plot. However, I was in it. I was in there like swimwear. There is no joke in any way.
In there like swimwear.
It seriously is. However, the story was not really that important, but there have been examples where a story's been bad and it's broken my care for it.
Okay, would that be more of then like maybe a JRPG style game?
I would say
or
maybe
where the story needed to be good. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say something like an example is like let me think. Yeah, I want to say maybe Bug Fables is a good example of like, I really enjoy the gameplay and I enjoy everything in the traversal and everything, but I wanted the story to be a little bit more intense and a little bit more interesting. And so if the story was like as intense as even something, or even just interesting as something like Thousand Year Door, right? I would have been tenfold on that. Yes. But I wasn't, and I dropped the game, and I never really felt like I needed to go back, and I still don't feel like I need to go back. And that would be an example of a game that is okay, but the weak story just never. It
didn't do it for you. Maybe that's what it was missing.
It couldn't do it for me. Exactly, that was what was missing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. Yeah, I actually have a small list here of some games that I want to know how important amongst like these games or these examples. Maybe how important the game story is to you specifically. So are you okay?
Yeah, we're totally good.
Okay.
Just checking out.
So we got, first up is Mario. Okay. So how important is the game story for you? And you just said Mario Odyssey, which I know is one of your favorite games, if not one of your favorite 3D platformers ever.
Absolutely.
And you've basically said the story is kind of bogus.
It's just non-existent.
Hogwash.
Yeah. Hoggy-woggy, hashy-washy.
So you would say in the Mario games that the story isn't really that important to you?
Not at all.
Okay.
I would say a majority of the games that I've played, excluding Sunshine, there is not really an element of like true story. Yeah. And the only reason I say Sunshine is because they did something that felt like there was a mystery. It felt like there was
kind of good.
It was very good. It was very good. And then you want to uncover what's going on. There was voice acting. It felt like there was almost like, there was that setup to story. But 64, no. You know what I mean? Odyssey, no.
Yeah.
Any 2D Mario game, no.
Really?
Fuck no. Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Zelda.
Yes.
How important is the Zelda story to you?
For me, personally.
You personally.
Extremely. And I know that a lot of people might disagree. It was one of the reasons, there were many reasons why I dropped Link's Awakening. Because I was not interested in the story. Right. Ocarina of Time, you're engrossed. Because literally
out the gate,
out the fucking gate. Yes, the Deku Tree tells you this importance of the thing that you have to do. You go to the castle, you see Zelda, you see all these things, and then Zelda is taken away on a fucking horse, and the big bad guy is right in front of you, knocks your ass into a river, and then you're like, fuck. How am I supposed to not go throughout this game? I want to do what was set up. There's things that were set up when you were a kid that only are active when you're an adult, and all these things are story based. And I'm not even talking gameplay at all. I'm talking what a story does to you. Even for me personally, I can admit that there is an element of charm that Breath of the Wild had that I don't think other games have had in the Zelda
For sure.
story, because there's not much of a story. There isn't much of one. And I speak very highly of that game because I feel very highly of it. However, looking back on it, that is in my opinion, the weakest part of Breath of the Wild. And one of the things that I found the most interesting about Tears of the Kingdom, because they have beefed up the entire idea of the story so much. I literally was invested. I teared up at moments. There are
teared up in
yes,
Tears of the Kingdom?
I did.
My
In
man.
Tears of the Kingdom. So, but even like if I picture Skyward Sword, that story is pretty important.
Yes.
Twilight Princess, another great example.
Very.
That is a very heavy story that treats its story very importantly.
Yeah.
If there was something,
Minish Cap.
Yeah, Minish Cap. Minish Cap is a great example. Have you played Minish Cap?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, I not very far.
Yes.
First dungeon.
Okay.
So,
yeah. But
no.
you understand that Vati is a villain.
Yes.
And that there is the Minish Cap guy was turned in from being a Minish into the cursed item that he is now, Link's hat, basically. And you understand that, and it kind of pushes you a little bit more.
Absolutely.
You know.
Engrosses you. A little bit more.
You,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think Wind Waker was also a great example of, like, you know, the plot starting off wasn't much. You know, your sister gets stolen by a bird, but then you'll learn so much about the world, about Hyrule, about all this. It is, I would say, if they came out with a game similar to Link's Awakening, where the plot is not really engrossing,
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
I probably wouldn't feel the need to play it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, honestly, for me, how I feel is, it sounds like you too, is like Breath of the Wild. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom really, so
Yes.
But like that style of game, maybe it didn't need this incredible story because the game isn't about that.
Absolutely.
The game is about so much more.
Absolutely.
And to be honest, like the game would even be longer and maybe less freedom.
Less freedom,
right?
which is
because
the
freedom
point
is the
of
whole
Breath of
point
the
of
Wild.
that game.
Yeah, and you're totally right, because that already goes with the idea of Ratchet and Clank. I love playing that game. Playing the game is fun.
Right.
Being in the game is fun. Battles, combat, like all those things, traversal, all of that is so much fun. That's why I'm playing the game. So, and I say that because story is very important to me, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
You're not necessarily playing these games
Absolutely.
for the story.
Absolutely.
Per se.
Yeah.
Let's pause real quick right
Please.
here. I just gotta piss my fucking pants.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that's okay, bro.
No, it's not cool with me, man.
All right, baby, we are back. Joshy, next game on here.
Yes.
I have as an example of
Yes.
kind of like how narrative can affect the gameplay
Yes.
or not. Okay. And that is Elden Ring / the Soul series.
Okay.
So Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. You haven't played these games, but
I don't have a lot to say.
Well, I just want to tell you real quick kind of my take on the story itself.
Yes.
And then what you think.
Okay.
Which is kind of that the game has a narrative that it forces you down. Okay. So all these games, they have like an intro scene.
Yes.
It's very cryptic and vague and weird. Like all these games just take place in their own kind of like dark world with kind of what's happened and the lore. And then it really gives you storytelling through dialogue, which a lot of it is optional.
Yes.
Okay. So optional dialogue between characters,
which is
a
already
lot
something
of dialogue that when the dialogue is exhaustive, and what I mean by that is it's one time you could hear something one time and then never again. So if you miss it, you're fucked, right?
fucked.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you just don't know that small detail of the story.
So make sure you're paying your goddamn attention, man.
Right. And then I would say probably 70% or more of the hard lore of the game is found in readable items. Okay?
Wow.
So in-game items that you're reading and kind of inferring and figuring shit out on playing. But a lot of it is cryptic, and how I personally play these games is cooperatively, and with that I'm usually skipping all dialogue, skipping all the cutscenes. I don't really give a fuck about the story. Just to be honest, I'm more playing those games for the experience, especially cooperatively with my boy, right?
With a
so
friend.
I don't give two shits about the story other than kind of like what my buddy Caleb is kind of nerding out about.
But he knows it.
And he doesn't even know all of it. You know, he's usually pretty invested in all these games, and even then he's like, dude, the story's so all over the place. I don't even fucking know what's happening. You know what I mean? So What do you think of that?
Well, I would say, I could probably find a game that I'm thinking of that the full overbarking story isn't the most important thing to me. A really good example that I can just think of right now was I was very invested in the close-knit relationships and the stories that exist. Are you okay? I didn't mean to make that face. I literally looked at
Logie
Sam
monster.
like, what the fuck?
His eyes is like, what?
No, a good example for that would be I was very invested in the story and the characters. The characters and kind of what was happening in the close plot. But the original, like, God of War, I did not do any of the Valkyries. I mean, actually, I did after they were done.
You don't mean the original God of War?
No,
you
no,
mean
no.
like the first God of War
sorry,
after
I meant
the remake?
God of War 2016. I did not look into any of the lore of like there was like a dwarven king. I went straight for the characters. I really, really cared about the characters.
I actually played the game exactly the same as you.
Really?
By the way, I
Really?
didn't do anything optional.
Yeah.
I just did like all the main stuff.
I thought you said that you did so much of the original.
Well,
Didn't you say that a long time ago?
Of the original God of War?
Yeah, I thought you tried
So
to
I started to chase the platinum. And in my journey of starting, I
Yes.
got really tired of it, and I
Yes.
decided I probably shouldn't continue because it would ruin my love for the game.
Yes. That's exactly what I experienced.
Okay.
And that's well, I mean, I didn't go for it that hard. I did kind of towards the end of it, but while I was playing the story, there'd be these options to do other things, and I'm like, I have no interest. Genuinely zero. And yeah, I would say that's one of my favorite gaming experiences I had. But I ignored
It's a great example.
I ignored all the story, and I was not that interested
Yeah.
in
Okay, I
extended
think
story.
for me there's an extended reasoning there, and maybe it was the same for you, I don't know, but
Sure,
for
let me
me
hear
it
it.
was definitely ease of access was not there. And what I mean by that,
No,
to
I'm
be
with
even
you.
more specific for
Sure.
those who haven't played God of War, maybe you
Sure,
have, you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Ease of access is in like, okay, here's this side quest, okay? Even the fast traveling in that system is garbage
It's
because
so shit.
it's just loading and a bunch of like bogus instead of
So
just opening a map and
bullshit.
saying warp,
Let me
right?
go.
Like
Yeah,
in
yeah.
modern games,
Right.
really, like there's a lot of backtracking and a lot of like doing these side things for the side quests,
Mm-hmm.
and it required you to go really out of your way in a pretty linear-ish game, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go out of my way because
Yeah.
I'm hooked on the story right now.
Right.
I want to see it through, and I want to beat the game.
Agree.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it also the map, it was dog shit. I thought I couldn't tell where things were supposed to be.
Oh, it was dog shit.
It was just like horrible.
That's one of the worst modern maps
Seriously,
I've ever seen.
and that's why it was
It
like
looked pretty.
I very much did.
Right.
But it was not accessible. I didn't feel like any of it helped me. There would be a marker where I was supposed to go. I'm like, I don't know where the fuck this is. So I guess I'll just like ride around, see if I can hopefully
Figure it out.
And that's why one of the big reasons why I didn't. But I do love that game.
Yeah,
I really,
okay.
really have a lot of love for that game. But it is probably one of the most modern examples of like I do not know more than what the main
required
story.
of
Yeah,
me.
exactly.
Yeah.
What the main story required of me.
Okay.
And
Well, have you ever gone through a game similar to what I said of Elden Ring, where maybe like it has a story, but you literally just don't care, and
Like-
you're just grinding through the game and you're skipping the cutscenes? You ever gone through a game actually yourself and just actually skipped all the cutscenes and you just want to play the game, or you just want to get to the end to see what happens?
that's a really
That's a
good
question for you.
If anything, it hasn't been in a long time.
Okay.
It hasn't been like something where. Damn, that is a good question. Maybe Animal
Fuck yeah.
Crossing? I'm just
Animal Crossing.
just gotta get to that last boss, dude. Shit is hard.
So much lore and story.
I
bro.
know. I'm like, I don't care. I just want to sell my bugs. Man, nothing that I can think
Comes
of
to
right
mind.
now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I bet you anything I have.
Okay.
I bet you, especially.
Well,
as-
respect though, because it
especially as a
sounds like
kid.
if you're usually pretty good about like remembering right away, and I
Yeah.
feel like maybe most of your gaming you haven't done that.
I might have not.
Yeah.
I might have not because, story is very important to me.
Yeah.
And even if I don't understand exactly what's going on, the ideas I enjoy to experience.
Yeah.
Maybe like OG, like Fuck, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I would have to think really
story,
hard.
yeah, story sounds really important to you.
Story has always been, and it probably always will be.
Yeah. And
Unless the game is fun enough.
It's something I appreciate the older I get. You know,
Absolutely.
as I appreciate more stories, I'm drawn to better narratives, and I'm drawn to games that actually have good storytelling in them. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? The last thing I have on my list here, Joshy, real quick, is I wrote down Hyrule Warriors. And I wrote that down specifically because I know you love that game.
I do love that
I know you love the lore of that game.
I do love
However, the lore is non-canon. So it doesn't matter to the rest of the Zelda universe, right? So where does your heart go in terms of kind of all of that?
That is a fantastic example, by the way, because
Thank you, bro.
there are examples like that in other media too.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
The lore of Dragon Ball GT, completely uncanon to the rest of Dragon Ball because
just the
of
whole series,
the entire series, and I love that
I
series.
think you've told me that, and that's kind of bogus, no?
I think it's bogus. It's not the best series, to be honest. Only like 52 episodes.
Okay.
But I love Super Saiyan 4. I love the Black Star Dragon Balls. I love the Blue Black Star Dragon Balls, and like all the things that come with its own Shinron that exists with each one. Just lore that I love, that I just was like, this is such a cool addition, and having that all be non-canon, it's an interesting feeling, because it doesn't mean that that original piece is completely invalidated, because what it is interesting, and it has, you know, if you are connected to the story or appreciate it for what it is, then that is just as valid as if it was, you know, canon to something bigger than itself. Maybe I won't truthfully value that lore as high as I would than something Skyward Sword if I'm looking at a Zelda timeline, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't appreciate it for what it is. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
So you know, I know some people are like, oh, it's not canon, there's no need for it.
Right.
I'm like, but like things become non-canon all the time, and same thing with Star Wars. Huge Star Wars stuff for me. Some of my favorite stories in Star Wars are now non-canon because of the Disney buyout.
Like what example?
Well, a great example is Darth Maul's origin story. The story of it was called the Son of Dathomir.
Okay.
He was a slave that was sold into the sold to Palpatine. Strictly to be an assassin, and through his skills.
Shit.
It was just like a lot of really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
The story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, that original story is not canon anymore technically, and we still don't know anything about Darth Plagueis, but I was super into Legends lore. However, I find it valuable still. I don't see it as not valuable, because everything that you experience, if it means something to you, then that story is canon.
Yeah.
Right? It's canon to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, I would say...
I like that.
I would
like
say
that
that's
take
how
on
I feel
it. Because
about...
some people are very, very harsh
so
on like,
anal
hey, it's
on-
non-canon.
it's
I don't
non-canon.
care.
I don't give a fuck.
Like, I'm not gonna... I'm literally... I refuse to take in any more lore.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And that's also understandable. No dog on that, because a person also... You're only going to value what you really care about and value.
Yeah.
And so nobody's going to force you to value Hyrule Warriors, you know.
Of course.
Some
people might, who haven't played it, look at you silly. Like, what? This Dynasty Warriors?
Yeah.
Spin-off?
Yeah.
It's just in the story. What are you talking about?
Dude, I love that game so much.
No, dude, that actually had killer story.
I love the story, too. It was so fun.
I want to know, did you beat that new one? Hyrule's Warriors?
Age of Calamity?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you told me the story's non-canon, right?
It is non-canon.
Right.
I don't know. I don't really like it that much, to be honest. Just because I don't know. I'm kind of getting. I was getting a little fatigued of the
formula.
Yeah, the formula and the theme started to irk at me, and then I got a little cold, and then I played it for a little bit, and I kind of feel sick every time.
It just reminds you of having this cold.
Yeah, it happens to me a lot. That same thing happened with Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D. And then any other game that I played when I was like super sick, I try not to play video games when I'm sick. You've seen me.
Yeah.
I'll like avoid video games because
I love gaming when I'm sick.
I can't do it because then when I boot up the game. Fine. How about not? I can't game with something that's new.
Okay.
If it's new to me, because then it's like, the feeling that it embarked while I was sick, I was sick. So every time I turn on the game. So Hyrule Warriors is a great example, or the Age of Calamity is a great example. Because I'll play Smash when I'm sick. I will literally smash the fuck up. I don't think I could be in a bad mood to Smash because no matter what, I'm always playing that game.
Yes, sir.
So
fucking A.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, Joshy. Well,
yes, sir.
Moving on here for this main topic, I got another. Honestly, just kind of a list. If you got any, we can talk about it. But I wanted to know, what are some video games for us that are top in terms of storytelling?
Wow.
So for the first one I put on there,
Let me guess.
To give you time to think. I didn't really, normally I prep Josh with kind of show notes and kind of what these shows are going to be about before we actually start recording, and I didn't do that this week. Josh and I really didn't see each other between last week and this week. So
busy boys.
if you need a little bit of time to think of maybe some top story
I already got so
games
many.
for you. Okay, perfect. I figured you would. Yeah, that's how your brain works. But first one I put on there is Mass Effect. And I couldn't remember. Have you beaten Mass Effect?
No, I have not.
None of them, right? Never even played it. Yeah. Never. Just in terms of storytelling and how amazing, especially that first game was. I remember when it first came out, and just your decisions have a minor effect in the overall story, but then just getting to kind of what happens and finally fighting kind of just this big guy and how it all unfolds, and then how it unfolds into a second game and a third game, and your decisions from the first game affect things from the third game.
Yes.
So mind-blowing and how it was all wrapped up.
Absolutely.
There's a fat meme that in the end, the ending was really bad.
Yeah, everyone hated the ending.
Yeah, right? Everyone hated it. I didn't beat Mass Effect 3, so I don't know the ending.
You don't know the ending?
I don't. But apparently it was so bad that they came out with a free update to fix the ending.
Are you joking?
And they made that the canon ending.
And then... So, I wonder how bad the ending had to have been.
I'm very curious. All these years I've been curious. I just never knew. But... the ending aside, the storytelling in Mass Effect is done very, very well.
Yeah.
So, you got a name for me, Joshy?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Well,
it's one for you, buddy.
I'm already thinking of so many right now, story-based, but I'm going to go with something that I haven't really gotten to talk about because automatically I have, Xenoblade on the brain.
No.
But I'm going to say something else.
Okay.
Half-Life.
Half-Life
2 is absolutely one of the most interesting stories I have ever played.
Really?
I think so, yeah. It's interesting because, there was a lot of talks of a Half-Life movie, and I think that could work, You would lose a lot of the elements of, the shootouts in that game are the most fun ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there is just this massive amount of lore that exists that doesn't make you... feel overwhelmed. It just makes you want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I love that.
It's so complex and so interesting. And the way that they extend off of what Half-Life originally was is masterwork from what I've experienced. Because, I played the whole first game. There's not a lot of characters in that first game. But they almost create characters from the NPCs that you see. So, something that has to do with the first game is there are police officers that follow you around. You remember that at all?
I do.
It's you can talk to a police officer, he'll follow you, and there's also scientists that get killed constantly. They turn those two characters, the bald scientist guy and the police officer, into a character. So that whole idea is a canon thing that happened in the game, was that you were assisted by multiple people. So Barney.
Oh, that's cool.
It's so cool.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know. I hope you understand what I'm
I do.
You get.
I do. Yeah.
In
wow. Especially I just thought those were NPCs.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But they turned that idea of it being oh yeah, that's just an NPC who's helping you out, to the character that was helping you. So it was Barney was the cop. And then there's Dr. Klein, if I'm not mistaken, who's the scientist who's always working on the shit. Klein. Yeah. It's something like that, but he's the one who talks like this, Freeman. It's so fun. And then the villains are some of the most interesting to me personally, because it's a lot of very almost I don't want to say maybe Lovecraftian kind of interdimensional horror that exists, and it's very, very, very interesting. Okay. It's very interesting, and when I get into that game, I cannot put it down. Yeah. And I still haven't finished the final one, but honestly, there's three.
There's three total.
Well, there's four, and then Alex. So there's
Yeah.
Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and then Half-Life Alyx. All that I own and all that I have the ability to play, but I just don't want to be done with it because then I'll be like everyone else
You'll be like
who
everyone
doesn't
else.
have Half-Life 3.
Slowly milking it, bro.
So,
I
my
do, yeah.
God. But just, yeah, the story
Okay.
the story blows me away. There's so many different interesting characters and villains and things that happen, set pieces that just, like, if the story wasn't as good, the set pieces wouldn't be as good.
Oh,
and so it just,
for sure.
It just, probably one of the best role-playing games where I just get into it.
You know what I mean? Yeah, bro. Yeah.
You feel me?
Well, my next on my list, Josh,
Yes.
I was actually going to say Danganronpa, but we've already kind of talked about it.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I could say a lot of the same things for a lot of the same reasons.
Yes.
You know, like really, really feeling like you are this character, right?
Yes.
Who is the main character? His name is Makoto, and just everything that happens, and with the mystery solving, and just really not knowing what happened to the outside, what happened to Earth. Like,
Right.
that's a big overlooming question that you
Right.
have from the beginning is what's going on, and you're constantly being asked this, right? And
Yeah.
so when you find the truth, just how it hits the main character, it hits you kind of in the same
Really?
way, where you're really like, oh my God, you know, like it just the impact it has is very significant, I
Yes.
would say. But I don't really want to talk more about Danganronpa because we already talked about it a bit
Absolutely.
in terms of its unique storytelling.
Did you
So
play all the games?
I've played all of them.
Oh, really?
Yep, I've beaten all of them.
Weren't there 2 3s?
There is Danganronpa.
Mm-hmm.
There is Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair. The first one's actually called Trigger Happy Havoc.
Trigger Happy Havoc,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then Goodbye Despair. And then Danganronpa Despair Girls. There's that Vita game, the
Oh,
spin-off,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Another episode is what it's called. And then there's Danganronpa V3.
Yes.
Something.
V3, which was the video
something
game.
Harmony.
But isn't there a third one that's an anime exclusive?
Oh, is there?
Yes, and I'm going to look it up.
What?
Yes, this is breaking news.
Breaking
I'm just kidding.
news, my man.
Danganronpa.
For Sam, it is.
Yes, so there's V3 Killing Harmony. And
Killing
there's
Harmony.
3 End of Hope's Peak High School. So
Oh, shit.
there's that. Oh my god, it's rated pretty well. I mean, not that well, but so this is Danganronpa 3, and it's an anime. I don't know,
weird.
I don't
Because-
know how it works.
Yeah,
I don't know what
it
it's
would be
about.
massive spoilers for me to tell you, so I'm not going to say anything.
Sure.
But because all the stories do interlink to each other.
Right.
But it makes sense because I don't think with how V3 ended, you could canonically make it all work as another video game. Does that make sense?
Totally.
All the games have a mystery solving
Yeah.
horror element. I don't think that you could. I was already surprised they made 3 games because it's like, how do you narratively fit this in? The same thing happening 3 times,
sure.
right? But that would make total sense that they an anime fill in the gaps.
But is it the 3 anime?
My
Or is
guess
it-
would be canonically it goes 1, 2, V3, then 3.
Then 3.
That would be my guess because there's things that happen before V3 and after V3 that
And you
leave
played
questions.
V3?
Yeah, I did on the Vita. Actually,
On the Vita?
On the Vita.
Respect.
That's why I played all the Danganronpa games on the Vita.
Yeah.
So
I have the first
shout
one.
outs
I go play
to the Vita, dude. You have to play that game. It is so
I should play it and not watch
good.
it.
You definitely, if you have the ability to play it and you want to play it, you
have
should
it.
play. I know. Yeah, for those out there too. But yeah,
yeah.
you personally, Josh, definitely play the game.
Okay. I'm going to do it.
Must play.
To do
must play. Especially because you love anime so much.
love
I know
anime.
you would love it.
Yeah.
It's just done really good.
Absolutely.
Well, another game on my list here, Josh, that I want to talk about, this is not Danganronpa, was Catherine Full Body.
Oh, yeah.
Because the way that game handles kind of narrative is
Yes.
just done really, really well.
I never played that one.
Yeah, it's
good?
If you ever want to play it, I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On what?
Feel free
PS4?
on PS4. Yeah, I have just the disc, so you can put it in your PS5 and call it a go. You
Well,
have the
tell
disc
me,
version.
Tell
right?
me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine Full Body is just, it's really funny, and it's very well written and well designed. Because the design and the synopsis of the game is basically, you're this guy Vincent, and he's just this middle-aged guy who's not really going anywhere in life. He's always worked a 9 to 5. He's just getting by, and he's a girlfriend, Catherine,
Right.
but it's spelled Catherine with a K, okay? Because there's 2 Catherines.
2 Catherine.
Yes, and Catherine with a K is his girlfriend, or maybe even his fiance, and she's just kind of naggy and kind of like, she's a sweet girl, but she's just kind of on his case, and Vincent always kind of seems like a little annoyed by her, like
Yeah.
kind of like, like, like just let me be. I'm gonna go to the bar and hang with my friends.
Right.
Okay. Just
Right.
like he just doesn't seem. He seems pretty right. Pretty meh about life. But then as he's sleeping and in his dreams, some fuck shit goes down.
What?
So and then he wakes up, and what happened in the dreams kind of affects his reality, because there was this kind of like half naked girl who's kind of like attacking him in his dreams. He's kind of trying to get away.
Mm-hmm.
Then he wakes up, and next to him in his bed is this girl.
What?
Who's naked. Her name's Catherine.
Catherine?
But it's not his girlfriend.
Oh, no.
It's Catherine with a C.
So did he fuck her?
That's what he's like. Did we fuck?
Oh my God.
What's happening? So that's kind of how the storytelling takes place. And
That's wild.
It's hilarious.
That's wild.
It's really, really well done though, and it has a lot to do with like, it's a lot deeper than it seems.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
demonology,
Okay.
That type of stuff.
Okay.
A lot of the end of
Interesting
the
stuff.
world,
I heard there wasn't there a DLC where there's a third Kathleen?
So that's not DLC. That's the new game. So they remastered the game, and then they added a couple of things, and so
third
that's
Kathleen?
called Catherine Full Body. Yeah, and her name is spelled with a Q.
Catherine.
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 But, no, yeah. I think she just goes by Q or Kathy. I don't remember.
Maybe.
But Catherine's her name. So there's 3 Catherines.
What?
Not to spoil anything.
This is
but,
insane.
Yeah, the storytelling is done really well, because honestly, that game couldn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
It needed a really good story to back up the gameplay, because the gameplay is like level-based puzzles. And so each time you get through like a chapter narrative in the story,
Yes.
then you play it, you go to sleep that next night, and you play through your next puzzle.
Yes.
So, anyways, Josh, what's another game you got
I'm thinking
on
of
your list?
another one on my list. I would probably have to say, because it's affected my life so much in the way that I think. I know I talk about this all the time, but Last of Us Part 2.
Last of Us Part 2.
Seriously is like when I think of a story-based game that had me sucked in, like just like literally like playing it like it's a show. Like
Yes.
literally like just so interested in the story. It has to be that one. It has to be, if I'm thinking of anything.
Yeah.
When I first picked up Last of Us, I very much enjoyed it and I loved it. But it didn't really change the way I thought.
You're talking about the first Last of Us?
The first one, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Didn't really change especially finishing it. It didn't change the way I thought. I mean, maybe it was kind of a beautiful sentiment and something that I really appreciated in a video game. The idea of a person kind of learning their own humanity again, like a kind of a cold killer by gaining what he felt like he lost. But the second game just goes 1,000 times, I don't want to say harder, but just like harder on what it means to be human and what it means to hate and be angry, and that cycle of hatred that exists in our world, our real world, not just the world that exists in Last of Us. Right. Or is this world savable, or is there too much evil, or is there too much everything? And these are all subtext of the game. These are not hit over the top of your head. Nothing is. There's nothing that is just told to you straight up how the character's feeling. Fuck no. I mean, you could tell if a character's angry.
For sure.
You could tell if a character's sad, if they're crying, but nothing is spelled out to you. Not a single thing. It's all the way that it makes you feel. And I know that might not exactly be story, because the story in itself is somewhat simple but very complicated. It's the relationships that exist that complicated the idea, and the story within the main character's heart, what it means to go through with what she is, attempting to do. And I know I'm sounding very vague, but I'm just trying
for good
to,
reation. I mean, to be honest, I haven't beaten it, and I still don't know what you're talking about.
I just want to keep it as vague as possible, because halfway through the game, everything changes. Just everything switches up on top of its head, and it's one of the reasons why people hate it. People hate this game for a lot of reasons, actually. The beginning, and then also halfway through.
The beginning is brutal.
Brutal is right. But you literally think you get the whole idea. Halfway through, boom, everything changes.
Head, yeah.
I was just as sucked in. If anything, I was more. And then I found myself changing while the game was changing. I found myself literally, like, as a person, growing while I'm playing the game.
That's fucking
learning.
sick.
Yeah, learning more things and looking at things not like they're black and white while this is happening, while the game is happening. And honestly, there is no other game that I can think of that has ever put me through that much of an experience.
Wow.
And so I rave about that game all the time because it's raveable. But you're definitely going to play it sometime.
Definitely.
And everyone out there, if you guys have not played Last of Us Part 2, please give it a shot and go in.
Question.
Go in. You don't have to be open-minded. Let the game take you on the journey.
Yes.
You don't have to have expectations. Just let it be. You know?
Yeah, bro. Thank you for that. I wanted to say real quick on my list because it's pretty relevant to the show.
Which one?
Sea of Stars.
Yes.
Yes, honestly, incredible storytelling.
I thought you said you did not like the story. I thought you said the story is the weakest part.
The characters were like the weakest part. The main characters, the two main characters are the weakest part. Okay. But I felt that I don't feel that the story of Sea of Stars necessarily is like a 10 out of 10. Okay, like as far as being super original, like it definitely has tropes in it, definitely has some things. I will say the story overall, good. Yeah, I think I even gave it a 9 when we were rating.
You did,
8 or 9 on the story. Yeah. But I did really like the story. The best part about it though, and why I think it has a specific spot in this list, is because of the pacing. And pacing is huge, I feel, especially in terms of like that's what sets story apart for it being a video game.
Yes.
Because when you're playing a game, right, now there's kind of this internal battle that you have when you're playing a game of not getting bored. And so if you're kind of like having gameplay or bosses or things barring you from your next story objective, you know, there's plenty of games that people don't finish, and I'm sure you have too, and me too, right?
Totally.
So Sea of Stars is a great example of a game that has really good pacing. I think that you're just never fighting or doing something not story driven for too long for you to kind of forget what's happening or for you to be sucked out of it. I felt like it did a really good job keeping you hooked the whole time.
The entire time.
The whole time.
Which is very important because even with some JRPGs, there's downtime.
Yes.
Or there's moments where even like some of my favorites, you know, like I'm not as just hooked in. You know what I mean?
100%.
So holding your attention the entire time, I think, is also is a testament.
And you know what? That's kind of tough to do sometimes.
Absolutely.
Because I got ADHD, because I got so many games to play. Yep. I need to honestly be hooked in, right? Absolutely. Like if it's not hooking me, then I'm gonna look at it as I just need to move on. You know, I need something else is gonna keep me keep my attention. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Do you have another game?
Let me think a little bit real quick because I had a list earlier. Well, not a list, but I was looking up. Here, let me find something real quick. Hold up.
Yeah, baby. While you're looking that up, I want to say, honestly, that one of my favorite video game stories I've ever experienced, especially emotionally, was Final Fantasy X.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Final Fantasy X, because that is a very, very, very narrative-heavy JRPG.
Yes.
With not really, it's very linear, right?
Yes.
Like there's no world map and like anything like that. Like it really is like a narrative or a linear narrative experience is what it feels like.
Yes.
It feels almost sometimes like it's a secondary video game to this grander story.
Interesting.
Yeah, dude, and it just does the storytelling so much justice in terms of like flashbacks, in terms of like the main part of the game takes place 1,000 years after the very intro. So the intro happens, and then you go forward it like in time 1,000 years. There's a time skip, okay? And you find out lore-wise that the lines between reality and the past kind of blur together, and maybe it's not what you think it is.
I like that.
But without making it complicated or going even into that,
right.
Throughout the game, there's these like almost hidden items you can find that are like these little memory spheres is what they're called. And so when you find a memory sphere, all the memory spheres are from Titus, the main character's father, and things he experienced 1,000 years ago when he was alive. And so, and that might not make sense because 1,000 years ago, how can he be his dad? But it makes sense, okay? But
I know there's some plot going on.
You know what's happening, right? Think anime, okay? So you see these, you don't really get to hang out with or get to know Titus's dad at all, okay? Right. He's basically an antagonist, a major antagonist the whole game.
Interesting.
But you find out pieces of his part of the story and the lore in finding these optional memory spheres, and you watch it and it's a little cutscene and it shows his perspective point of view on something happened, and it always coincides with something that Titus is doing at that moment where you find these things. So Titus in his journey, his story, he's at this part, he finds this thing, oh, there's a memory sphere, looks at it. His dad was doing basically the same thing 1,000 years ago in a different way. And you see his dad, instead of as an antagonist, as a human. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So, storytelling, so masterfully done. It's a instant cry every time I get to the ending of that game. I'm not kidding. So that for me is always going to be one of my tops.
That has to be one of the tops, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be.
No, dude. So anything that just emotionally pulls you in like that.
If it just has you. Yeah.
There's honestly a lot of Final Fantasy and a lot of JRPG kind of games, but I really just thought of a few that was on the top of my head, and that's kind of my whole list aside from Xenoblade here. So.
Did you say Xenoblade?
I didn't. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for you to say it if you wanted to.
Is that okay if I say it?
Is that cool?
Can I say Xenoblade 1 and 2 in Torna?
Absolutely. And I'm going to throw in 3.
Okay. Because I just don't like to talk on 3 because I don't know it as well, so I don't want to talk on what I know.
Yeah, I will leave 3 completely out of this.
Sure. I mean, you can't say what
all
you
I'm going to say is taking the whole series as a whole and taking 3 even isolated.
Yes.
Master class storytelling. Just like Attack on Titan.
Totally.
The way it references things from the first game, from 30 hours ago, from 5 minutes ago. The way that just the world building is done in those games is actually exceptional.
Absolutely.
But that's all I want to say because I don't want you to feel any pressure or be spoiled on Persona.
Persona
on Xenoblade 3 whatsoever.
Yeah,
and we'll have a whole episode about Xenoblade, but just real quick, what makes Xenoblade's story so fucking good?
So for me personally, and what I've experienced with Xenoblade, is there are elements to a story that should not be given to the viewer, right?
Okay.
Every story needs to have something like that.
Like an element of mystery?
Element of mystery, absolutely. That is an essential part to having a compelling story, right? Not everything has to be hidden. Because you should be given information from the beginning parts of the first hour of the game or the first couple episodes that you understand as fact and the main characters understand as fact.
Absolutely.
However, some things can just, not make sense, and that's okay too. I'm kind of trying to give it an example to keep it vague, but it's the idea of Attack on Titan.
Well, actually, I'm gonna say this real quick right now. Xenoblade 1 and 2. This is gonna be like light spoilers. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So just to free up the conversation, so you can be a little specific in some examples.
Sure.
But don't worry about spoilers. So we'll say if you really don't want to be spoiled on anything Xenoblade, we're gonna light spoil it. So maybe skip to Telegram because we'll be wrapping up the main topic here. So,
absolutely.
Anyways, Josh, go ahead.
I just want to say, I would say that things are not what they seem at all.
Yeah.
They seem a certain way, and that will make sense to a viewer like you and me, or a gamer like you and me, because we can get into the mind of a JRPG where we can say, okay, maybe mechanized robots that are fueled off of humans exist in this world, right?
Right.
Maybe there's been a war this entire time between humans, known as Homs, versus mechanized creatures. That's something we can get behind. However, what makes storytelling incredible is that throughout the game, not at one point, not at multiple, your perception of the world is changed constantly. Constantly in Xenoblade, these things are. And so you find out about Telethia. You find out about you see blood cells running throughout what's supposed to be a dead Titan that you live on. All these things are elements that aren't just hitting you over the top of the head of this is what's going on. Right. That is a story being told. And not just to mention, for Xenoblade, in my opinion, the characters are like peak. Like they're literally they're so good. You get me hooked in by killing a main character. That's a fantastic way for me to feel the rage that Shulk feels. Because I love, I'm going to name drop.
Yeah.
I love Fiora.
Yes.
I thought she was
First
great.
First 3 hours of the game, it's not a big deal.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Should be good.
Yeah. No, dude, I was with you. I was shocked.
I was shocked.
The shock factor was so high. I was like, hold up, I thought this was a main fucking character.
Yeah, I thought she was I thought she was like a trio. And then you find out about everything that happened. Shulk picks up this, almost said Mechanis, the fucking Minato.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, why is it working for him? Didn't work for Dunban. Questions.
Yes.
Just questions.
Yes.
And then guess what? every single question gets answered, and you are never set at a point where, because there's eventually in the story you're like, I know my answers are gonna get. I mean, my questions are going to get answered.
Yeah.
I just know it
Absolutely.
for a fact. And that does also lead into, like, Xenoblade 2. Like, truthfully, you start the game, you're like, why is this game called Xenoblade 2?
Right.
This is nothing, like, this is not the same world. This is not the same style. These characters are called humans. This doesn't make any sense at all.
100%. All questions I had, by the way.
Every single one that you had set up. And guess what? That is because the story is being told.
It's actually intentional.
It's completely intentional. And with that one too, there's this mystery of why were humans kicked from Elysium? Why are they not welcome in the world tree? You know,
right? Almost
like this biblical idea of like, why are they not worthy? I'm going to take it upon myself to then do this. Right.
Also, like, there's this guy, Adam, who climbed Elysium.
Right.
Why hasn't anyone else?
Right.
Oh, we'll go do it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know?
I don't think it was Adam. It was Praetor or Malthus.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
But then it's like, there's the only person that and also the fucking Aegis. What is that? Where did you get it from? Why is that all you brought back from going to Elysium? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And then there's just questions and world building that are set up, and then you see the way all these things interact, and we're talking two different video games. This whole universe feels separate until the end of the game, and you get it. You get what's going on. You're like, oh my god,
real,
right? And then that even just goes into Torna too, because more continuous questions are brought up that are then answered. And then the answer is not even as simple as you wish it would have been. You know what I mean?
Yes, bro.
Like the creation of Pyra, which is one of my favorite reveals in any video game, which was that Mithra, being the child that she was, because she was just brought into this world by Adam, like 2 years before?
Yeah, like
they'd only been together for like a couple years, right? She did not know how to handle the idea of killing her friends. Right? Even on accident because of her power.
Right.
So she reverted and destroyed her. I mean, created a new personality, completely like severing the other one.
Right.
At the time, creating Pyra, this character we see through all of Xenoblade 1 and 2, because she's the only Aegis that does that.
Right.
Because of this traumatic event that happened, and that is storytelling that doesn't give it to you right off the gate.
No, bro.
It lets it all build up. And I am so excited to play Xenoblade 3 because from what you've told me, they did the exact same thing that they did with 2, with 3, but with the first 2 games.
With the first two games.
With the first two
now
games.
It's not just one game. Now it's two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man. No, it's you're so right, and I think you're nailing everything on the head. And it all is just also done. It doesn't hurt that there's so many other things to the experience that just makes it amazing. Mm-hmm. Because like the game is actually fun. Mm-hmm. The gameplay, like legitimately, especially Xenoblade 2 and 3, some of the best battle systems I've ever used.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the
3.
things, even the minor complaints I had about the battle
3.
system from Xenoblade 1.
Yeah.
It's actually narratively intentional. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck?
That's so
right?
wild.
Like, that is so wild to me.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't even get to go through all the things that, even just gameplay, what makes like it so interesting, the idea of arts and the Minato and just all that, because then it feels like it's intentional, because I'm like, why such a different battle system?
Yeah.
From the first one to the second one.
For sure.
And then only by the third one, it kind of almost makes sense, because you have these two people from what's it called?
Like the two different worlds?
Yeah, the two different colonies that exist as two different separate...
with Kevis and Agnes?
Yeah, Kevis and Agnes, and having two different fighting styles.
Yeah.
And the way that you play as the characters. I'm like, that is so fucking
yes,
cool.
Bro.
What
and something that I
want to
say too, to wrap up Xenoblade, is that I think something that we haven't touched on, but what definitely adds to like the weight of a story and makes it very compelling is when you're dealing with what I want to call God stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When the scope of this universe and the world and what we're dealing with, and especially in terms of an antagonist, is approaching the level of a god,
Absolutely.
right? A Greek god, a like god, some kind of like super being that is so beyond the capabilities of a human, or like whatever vessel is just
Yeah.
like your standard person.
Absolutely.
Like, and going into like creationism and like kind of like heavy lore that has to do with spanning thousands of years. And Xenoblade covers all those things, and it just does it in a way that makes sense.
well.
It's
Yeah.
not convoluted, and it all ties together so well, just like you said.
And yeah, I agree completely. I think one of the most important things to me too, and I'm not going to worry too much about spoilers, but the Klaus entire reveal and everything that was built upon that moment, I think made Xenoblade so much more powerful for me, because it was like this is clearly, it's a fantasy story, but the reason it's a fantasy story has a reason, and that's almost even changed the way that I want to tell storytelling.
Yeah.
When I start making comic books, hopefully, like the idea of like that. Obviously, Klaus is from the future. A future from our timeline, though.
Right.
Something that we can comprehend is he was a mortal man who was given divine ability and believed it to be the reason that he creates these universes.
Right.
And then what happens? Hey.
We got 3 beautiful
You got 3 amazing
video
games, dude, with great
This is what
DLC.
happened. Thank you, Klaus.
Thanks, Klaus.
Joshy, let me switch focus real quick, and then to wrap up this topic here.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
You got any examples of some mid storytelling in gaming, or just not important? You just literally maybe even put down the game, and you're like, yeah, this is like not good, and the story is a big reason for that.
Yeah. Dang, man, some good ones. Some examples that come off the top of my head. Just to be completely honest, there's some indie games where I'm going to say mid, not bad, though.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, like, for me personally, there's a lot of indie games that don't need a big story, but I've also not been interested because of that.
For
that
sure.
said thing. So, like, for me, obviously, Bug Fables, I've said already, but there were, like, a couple... Like... Shantae and the Pirate's Curse is something I'm thinking of.
Yeah, great
where
example.
it's like it's fun. The whole game is
fun.
so much fun.
Right.
But the story I don't really care for.
Yeah.
I don't care for it at all. I'm not like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? And if I'm not mistaken, the entire plot is like wrapped up on like one screen, basically. If I'm not mistaken,
Pretty sure.
Like a boss. Did you play that one by the way?
I did play Pirate's Curse.
Did you
I didn't
finish
beat it though. No,
Okay.
no. I got to the end of Half Genie Hero.
Yes, yeah. But that's an example where I'm like, I'm not really interested. I don't care too much. Love that game though. Very, very incredible game.
For sure.
And the dialogue between the characters is so
So that's an
funny.
example of like dialogue can be good,
Can
but
be
the
good.
story can just
But
like
the story is just
boring
weaker,
or just
you know what
like
I mean?
it just doesn't draw you in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had one thing.
I need to think of a couple more.
Sure.
But,
yeah. Just think of like one more. Yeah. If you find something else, what I wanted to say that came to mind for me.
Yes.
It's kind of a deep answer. It's Kingdom Hearts. Okay. It's deep because Kingdom Hearts 1, legitimately strong as fuck story.
Yes.
You play that game, you make it to the end, you're legitimately like, wow, this is a great example of a story, especially that it's Disney based.
Yes.
And it's so much deeper than you think it is, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then take Kingdom Hearts 2, which has story elements now that's come from like Chain of Memories too.
Yes.
So like 2 previous games and their lore have come in. And Kingdom Hearts 2 with its story.
Yes.
Truly amazing. I would give the story a 9, maybe even a 9.5.
Wow.
All together. And then after that, it just gets crazier and crazier. It comes out with Birth by Sleep, right? With Birth by Sleep then takes the story, and it's also amazing. But then it just kind of, it gets very convoluted. Now the whole narrative is spread over like 1,300 games, and all of them have like different renditions. Some are canon, some are non-canon. Bringing it to Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes.
And I was just so disappointed and turned off by the story. I never beat the game. You know?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
Which is such a disappointment.
That is disappointment because
it
of how,
started so strong.
How much you were.
And I had highlights
You
throughout
never
the
even
series.
played 3?
I did. I got to Pirates.
Okay.
And I never
And it just wasn't
beat
it?
it.
Still?
No, bro. No, the story just it's just too convoluted and weird and not for me. You know, and I'm a big Final Fantasy lover and kind of like deep lore and connections. You know, Attack on Titan. Great example, and
Absolutely.
not for me. I've found
one.
it sounds like a lot of other people are like that too, though.
Yeah, I
They
think
really
that 3 was kind of handled. I think people didn't really like it a lot,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. But yeah,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately.
Did you come up with another example?
Yeah, I mean, the ones that come to my head are obviously like Mario games.
Yeah.
I
kinda
don't
where I'm
want
at,
to.
too.
I'm kind of. I feel like I've said all the ones that I've thought of before, so I don't really know if
Cool.
there's much more I can say. But I mean,
Yeah.
I hope that's cool.
No, that's totally cool, Joshy. Because let's wrap this up, my friend,
Let's
and
wrap
we're
it.
going to move on to Telegram. So I got a
Telegram,
message
baby.
here from Caleb this week.
Do we?
We do.
Let's
He said, what was your very first gaming experience? He said, like, first console you played on. And what was your first game that really stuck with you and maybe got you into gaming?
I have a perfect example of this.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one my family ever owned, Game Boy Advance SP. Got it for Christmas. First
SP,
ever game.
baby.
Try to guess.
On the SP?
Yes, you know it.
It wasn't Kirby and the Amazing
Yes,
Bear,
it was.
It
And
was?
that game influenced so much of my gaming life from that point
No
on.
shot,
Because
bro.
that game was truly magical if you think about it, because there's not a lot of GBA games with a hub world,
No.
with worlds that connect to each other, with characters that are like exist within the world where you can see they're doing things.
No, bro,
They have
not on
health
the Game
bars.
Boy.
That's what I'm saying. And so honestly, like, I don't know how the fuck that game existed. I don't know if they faked the fact that those characters go everywhere. I don't know how they made the game so big. It's like they took all the levels, shattered the screen for the levels, and just were like, let's put these here, this here, this here, this here.
Put it
So
back
incredible.
like a big fucking
It makes me want to play it
jigsaw.
right now while I'm talking.
Oh
about
my
it.
God.
I want to get to that world, because you can feel it when you enter a new world. You get those songs in your heart, and Squeak Squad was interesting for me afterwards too, because that was the first game I ever owned myself. You know what I mean?
What was Squeak Squad for?
DS.
That was DS.
Yeah, which I didn't have my own SP. It was shared by the family. But
Right.
then I got my own DS because I was getting older, right?
Right.
And Squeak Squad was very different, but it could not replace that initial feeling of
sure.
gaming. That was like the first gaming experience that just showed me games were incredible.
Yeah.
So what about you, Sammy?
Absolutely. For me, I honestly want to say it's really hard to really think. I feel like I had two first games, which was Mario 64 and GoldenEye 007.
Oh, really?
Yes, I remember GoldenEye because
You know which one you had first?
I want to say I played GoldenEye first because
Over 64?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, over Mario 64. Right. Yeah, because my uncle was my first person I ever knew in my life who had a video game console
you
of
told
any
me about
kind,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Like I just didn't really like I didn't have it like a. It's not that I didn't have a TV. I just like that was just my first kind of like I don't know, impression. Right,
Yeah.
right. I remember my uncle lived in my grandma's basement. Ironic. And so I remember going down there one day, and with my family. I think I went with my sister and then my mom, and my uncle had GoldenEye hooked up and he was playing with one of his buddies. So then he handed me a controller and I started playing with him. Nice. And I think I was literally playing Odd Job.
Yeah.
Who was like deemed like the shorter character, so it was like harder to fight against him or something.
Right.
So they gave me a little bit of a handicap. I'm just dying. I'm shooting. My mom didn't like it because I had guns.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, and I was like 7 or 8.
She said no?
Yeah, she's like, no. I don't want you to keep playing this. I'm like, Mom, come on. I'm like begging her. So I played with my uncle for probably like an hour. And then I think it was like my first game ever. And then
That's wild.
my grandparents went, like, they're probably an hour out from where my parents lived when I was growing up. And so we took another trip to my grandma's. I went there semi-frequently. I loved my grandma growing up.
Right.
And I ended up going back maybe a couple months later. And I asked my uncle if I could play again.
Yeah.
But he said he had a different game for me. And that was Mario 64.
Mario 64.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean...
And honestly, I mean, what an incredible game to stick with
I was going to say, both of those are fantastic examples of, like, how games can be. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, bro. Yeah. And sticking with you. Like, legitimately, I thought, as I left and went home, I thought about it.
Thought
and
about
I was
it for
like,
so long,
I want to play more. What is that?
I need to.
Caleb also said his first game or system he ever played on was the Atari.
No way.
Yeah.
The 2600?
Had to be, bro. And the first game that stuck with him was Link to the Past. Which respect for
That's
that.
a goated game to stick
Goated.
with.
I wish I played Link to the Past a lot earlier than when I did.
I did play it because we had an emulator on my computer. Don't sue me, Nintendo, please. I was a kid. I was an actual child. But I remember really enjoying the size of the world. I remember feeling like it was a real adventure. Because when you go off down to the bottom, you get to like these dusty lands. And I remember it like goes from being a little like grassy, and then it eventually, and then the
like the biomes.
It changes over time. And I remember just thinking that was incredible, as a kid.
And talk about bad maps like in God of War.
Yeah.
The map in Link to the Past is really good.
Yeah, it's
actually
amazing.
goated.
That's why they used it again for another game.
Well, that's why they took the same map and they made it twice as big.
They made it the same thing.
Okay, Caleb also asked, same question, but anime. As in, what was your very first anime?
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. I grew up watching Avatar on the TV as a kid.
Yeah,
and
bro.
I consider Avatar an anime. It's not a Japanese anime.
Yeah,
but it's definitely an anime, no question. Because an anime is a style, not just because it's a cartoon from anime. There are cartoons from anime. From Japan.
From Japan.
Not just because there are cartoons from anime. But there's cartoons from America. There's cartoons from Korea. But there's also like anime from Korea. Yeah. Anime from China. There's a lot of like examples, and America is no different. And since it was made in that style, that's what I always say.
I like that explanation.
It's just the truth, Anime is a style, not a medium.
It's a lifestyle, not a choice.
Lifestyle, not a choice. So I will say Avatar, but on the same vein as that, very similar to the way that I watched a lot of that, Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
So Dragon Ball Z was my first ever real Japanese anime, and if I can even explain the feelings that it gave me, I don't even think I could. Because, as a kid, what do you grow up watching? You watch SpongeBob, right? Nick, you watch SpongeBob. What else? Give me something else.
You watch like Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold, yeah. Ren and Stimpy, shit like that. Rugrats, great example. All these shows are children's shows. Dragon Ball Z, kids can watch, but it's not a kids show.
Not a kids show.
It's really not. And kids love it because it's not a kids show. And it's probably one of the most not a kids show anime that people give as an example.
Absolutely.
And so they had it on Nick. They showed the whole thing. But my mind was I feel like my brain was like it expanded into a whole galaxy of what was possible, because the characters died in like the first 5 episodes. One of the
nobody dies in Rugrats.
No one dies in any medium. And then spoilers for Dragon Ball Z. Goku dies in the beginning. And then he goes to the other world and he explores like heaven, and then he gets wished back with the Dragon Balls. And all these ideas where it was like there's a heaven, there's a hell, there's an in-between world that he explores, he runs on, and oh my god, and then all the characters who are on Earth are all doing their own thing to try and get Goku back, but there's Saiyans that are coming to the Earth because of the fact that Goku had to sacrifice himself. That all these things are happening, and I'm watching it as a kid with my eyes fucking glued. And so, from that point on, I realized anime is the best fucking media to watch. And I still stand by that.
Still stand by it. How old are you?
I'm 23 years of age.
How old were you?
I was 23 years of age.
Oh, shit!
I was probably like maybe 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Maybe 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. I wish I would have found my love for anime that young.
Hey. Well, Avatar helped. I'm telling you.
For sure.
That helped our whole generation of everyone just being like, oh my god, anime is what's
up. Bro, because everyone's heard of Avatar.
Absolutely.
Did a great job.
Everybody.
My first anime was definitely Pokemon Indigo League.
Oh, I guess that is mine.
Well, I liked what you said, though, about kind of how it made you think deeper about all these things. Pokemon didn't really do that for me.
Yeah.
I definitely remember Pokemon, though, and watching it Saturday morning cartoons, right? Yeah. And pulling it up and watching it with my buddies, watching it by myself, or watching it with my buddy Reese.
Yeah.
He actually had more channels than I did growing up. I didn't have 4 kids.
4 kids,
right?
Yeah.
I had
Sonic
Nickelodeon
X,
and all that. Right, Sonic X, bro, come on.
I was so obsessed with that show because I didn't have 4 kids either growing up.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So I was so
Dude,
obsessed with
that first episode of Sonic X is
Oh my
what
God.
a great
So
fucking episode.
fucking
Outruns
great
all
intro.
those cars going
Oh my
like
God.
600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great intro.
So
but
you and I had a pretty similar experience, it sounds like.
yeah. I just
Because
remember
I did do, I was Pokemon Indigo League was technically
Pokemon
my
Indigo
first
League
one.
for sure.
And then I watched Sailor Moon,
It was just
too.
like on and off. Yeah, I never watched Sailor Moon.
I got
never
super
watched,
into
Cowboy Bebop. Or...
What about Digimon?
Yes.
Digimon.
Watch Digimon.
Yeah.
Watch
That
Digimon.
was-
Watch Yu-Gi-Oh.
That must have been my first one,
Digimon.
Because I was so obsessed with Digimon.
It's funny because I
Yeah.
had a buddy when I was growing up. He was a neighbor. His name was Daniel. I think I referenced him once before
I think
on the
you
show.
have talked about
Yeah, it was just we were literally childhood friends, and he was way younger than me too. He was
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 years younger than me.
Yes.
So he was literally the kid in the block.
Right.
And this dude was so into Digimon. Like he was watching it, and I was like. He got a PS1 game. It was like Digimon World 3. You ever heard of this
I've
game?
not heard of this.
Yeah, it's like a whole ass like top down, like fucking. You have like 3 party members,
Right.
and they're all Digimon. You like evolve them or digivolve them, and like all this shit.
Digivolve.
It's a whole ass JRPG
Yeah.
Digimon game.
That's sick.
Crazy.
That's sick
I don't
as
know,
fuck.
but all right, Joshy, that
Yes.
wraps up the main topic
Yes.
and Telegram.
And telegrams.
Do you have any trivia for me this week?
I do have trivia.
You do.
Would you like?
I would love some
Let's
trivia.
get some
please.
trivia going. So what I did with this trivia, just because I always try to put it next to the theme, these are all games that I very much enjoy as a story.
Oh, sick.
And so they're all kind of personal to me.
Okay.
And I threw one in here of a game that it has a very good story from what I've heard, but also I don't really know it very well.
Oh.
But I don't know if you do either.
My-
So these are going to be pretty tough. 'Cause
Okay.
you did not go easy on me last year.
No.
Last week.
Last year, bro.
Last year, we only do trivia once a year.
No, I did not.
So I'm going- so
rail
I'm-
it on me, my
I'm
man.
gonna throw a bunch of these at you. Okay.
My God.
You want to get it started? How you feeling?
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't know how many I have here. I just wrote down as many as I
Oh, cool.
wanted. So
Okay.
We'll see how many we get.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
I'm writing it down.
Get it started.
Get
Trivia
started,
time.
please, baby.
All right. What is the name of the secondary protagonist in the game Last of Us Part 2?
The secondary protagonist.
Secondary protagonist.
It's gotta be, dude. It's that other fucking chick.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not Ellie. It's,
Or maybe you might.
Scotty. No.
Scotty. That's not it.
Scotty! No, dude, what the fuck is her name? Hold on. Can I have a hint?
I think you're thinking of this very differently.
I think I am too, because
Yeah.
I think the secondary main character
I'm
is
s-
this
I said-
other character.
I said
Wait.
secondary protagonist.
Okay.
Not secondary main character.
Oh, well, I guess.
Because a secondary
That's how
main
I'm thinking
character,
about it.
A secondary main character would be a story where there's another main character
Yeah.
who takes place next to the first main character.
Yeah,
Last of Us 2 has 2 protagonists.
got it. I still am thinking of the same person.
You think so?
Yes. It's,
You want a hint then?
yeah,
Starts with an A.
it's Abby.
It is Abby. Nice
Got
job,
it, baby.
buddy.
Thank you,
I'll
bro.
let you have that. That's real. Alrighty. These are really tough. I don't know if you know these.
Okay.
All right. What is the
Ready.
name of the underwater city in the game BioShock?
It's called Rapture.
Yes, it is. Nice
sir,
job. I didn't know if
baby.
you knew that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Very cool.
Didn't beat the first BioShock, but I
Yeah.
got pretty far.
Yeah.
I was really into it when it first came out.
Very cool.
Yeah, especially graphically on the 360.
And
it
the
looked
vibe, too.
So good.
It's
Yeah, the vibe's
wild.
really cool. All the things that you can mix together and shoot and all the powers. Yeah. Real good.
I love it. All right. In the game Red Dead Redemption 2,
Oh, I'm fucked.
what is the last name of the main character?
Oh.
And I might be able to help you because I can give you the first name. His name is Arthur something.
Caleb is screaming
Yeah,
in the mic
it's
right
a pretty
now
iconic
at
name.
the top of his lungs.
It's a pretty iconic name.
Yeah, I've definitely heard it, so if I miss this is on me.
Maybe I can give you. Nah, I don't know.
No, this is good. It's Morgan.
It is. How'd you know?
Because I just had to,
Yeah.
it just had to come
Yeah,
to me.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Arthur
I'm
Morgan.
looking here. I'm like, oh, here, what's his name?
Nice job.
Arthur.
Nice
Arthur.
job.
Arthur Morgan,
Arthur
baby.
Morgan,
Thank
that's
you.
The one. Alrighty. In Breath of the Wild, how many years ago? And I want you to think about this hard. What I'm
Okay.
saying. How many years ago did the ancient battle in which the divine beast fought against the calamity and sealed him away with the ancient hero and the princess take place?
1,000 years. That's my best guess.
It's tough.
How?
I'll give you one more.
No.
You sure?
Unless I'm
It
changing
was
my answer
10
to 10,000
years ago.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it was,
okay,
it was.
I was just gonna change it to
Yeah,
10,000.
yeah.
But it was definitely some
it's
time
tough,
ago,
because
right?
it was 10,000 years ago because the divine beasts were literally buried in the ground when they unrevealed them, and then it was 100 years ago.
Unrevealed the divine beasts.
Unrevealed them.
They unraveled.
And then it was 100 years ago in which Link was put to the Shrine of Resurrection.
Okay.
And the divine beasts were taken over.
Right.
So I was talking about when the calamity was originally started. 10,000 years ago.
So
that's what that tapestry is from, where it shows all those guardians.
Yes. Does Age of Calamity take place?
No,
10,000
that's 100
years ago. That's 100 years ago.
We
Got
find out a little bit in Tears of the Kingdom what happened 10,000 years ago.
Really?
Just a tad.
Okay.
Not that much, but
hey, it's enough for me to know.
Did
you beat it yet, by the way?
No, I still haven't.
Okay.
But I'm taking my time.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right.
As you do.
I still love it. This one's tough.
Ready.
What is the name of the fungal infection that consumed the world in The Last of Us?
The fuck is it called? The fungal infection.
They don't say it a lot, to be completely honest with you. But they say it in important moments.
Do they say infected in that game? Is that what they refer to people as, right?
You're infected. You're infected.
The infected. Shit. I feel like I know it though. I feel like it's sure, buddy. I feel like it's is it something virus?
No. Were you gonna say coronavirus?
No. Maybe.
No.
I mean, it was kind of weird that the coronavirus was unveiled at the same time as Last of Us Part 2, you know what I'm saying? Remember when they were about to delay the game because of the virus? And then they were like, alright, whatever.
They're like, actually, this is perfect time. What are you saying?
I'm given. What is
given?
it? Yeah.
It's called the cordyceps brain infection, CBI.
Yeah, would not have gotten that.
Alright.
For sure. Did not remember that at all. Cordyceps brain infection?
Cordyceps brain infection. That's right.
Cordyceps,
all right.
Excuse me. Cordyceps is a type of mushroom, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. What is the name of the laboratory that works on portals and other essential sciences in the game Portal?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
What is the name of the laboratory that works on portals and other essential sciences in the game Portal? Come on, you know it.
I fucking know
You
it.
know it.
I know. I literally have a hat that has it on it.
Yeah.
In my
You know it.
Something Industries.
Yep. No. No. It's think about the logo, like a circle. What is that called? Almost like an opening and closing mechanic. It's on a camera.
Aperture.
Yes.
Aperture Industries?
It's Aperture Science.
Aperture Science.
Yeah, but that's
you give it to me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey.
Absolutely. All right.
Thanks for that hint, though.
Absolutely.
I was like, oh,
You're very welcome.
I had to remember
Yeah.
the symbol.
The symbol, because then it goes into the A, and then it says Aperture Science. Yeah. What is the name of the evil, murderous child from the game Undertale?
Kara.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right. In Half-Life 2, there is an interdimensional force that enslaves the people of Earth. What is the name of that said force?
One more time.
In Half-Life 2, there is an interdimensional force that enslaves the people of Earth. What is the name of that said force?
I have no idea.
You never played Gary's mod? You never heard of
No.
it? Okay.
No, I did not play Gary's mod.
You don't know anything about?
I have no idea.
All right. They're called the Combine.
The Combine?
But I guess that's unfair because you knew nothing.
Yeah, it's
about
okay.
it. But it was just
a stab in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate all trivia.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then educate me. How is it spelled like Combine?
It's like Combine. Yeah. Like Combine. And then it's
And what does it do?
They're like faceless soldiers. So it's really interesting because they're technically aliens, but they're from a different dimension. They travel through dimensions.
Oh,
and whenever
shit.
there's a rift in a dimension, they are able to just literally flood their forces in. They grab creatures from different societies that they've already done this to, turn them into weapons, use their literal biological bodies as weapons. So you'll see they have like massive like stalkers that are like giant, like it's almost like 3-legged bugs that have like a camera on their face, and they just walk around. That's from some different society. There's like these whale like things that fly throughout the sky that are like they're basically used for like transportation. It's like a and then they have like gun turrets on them, all of them. And then humans, they do the exact same thing with human bodies. And you see the hollows, they have like their eyes removed, their like, genitals are removed, they like their guts are removed. They get like they literally get like nutrition through like a valve. Yeah. And then they're literally just working all day. They like have no mind basically. Bro, what the fuck? So it's literal biopunk, which is one of my favorite types of thing, where it's like biological weapons, biological existence. And so they use all that. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, it is kind
of
crazy.
So they enslaved humans, and there was what was called the 7-hour war, and they literally destroyed all of the military mights of the world in under 7 hours.
7 hours.
And they had to have a human representative. Representative. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, I got you.
Who went up and was like, "Hey, we're gonna let's pretend that like, or let's bow down to their reign. They're the ones that kind of run everything." And that's where the game of, it's been years since, maybe 20 years since that happened, and that's where Half-Life starts. Half-Life 2. It's
Half-Life 2.
So good.
Wow.
And the events of Half-Life 1 are the reason that the Combine are able to find Earth. They're able to find our dimension.
Because of like a rift that
happens. There was a rift
in
in the beginning of Half-Life 1. You remember that one?
Shit.
And that's what Zen is all about. Such crazy stuff,
Thank
right?
you. Hey,
You're
yeah,
very
if
welcome.
I miss any questions, I don't know anything about it, I'll just take free lore.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Perfect.
All right. What is the main character of God of War, Kratos, originally from? Sorry, I meant to say where.
Sparta.
Yes, he is. Nice job.
Got it, baby.
All right. In Uncharted 2, which you beat, by the way, right?
Yes.
Yes. In Uncharted 2, there appear to be Yetis terrorizing the mountains of Nepal. However, there is a simpler explanation. Do you know what this said explanation is?
I do not. So I'd love some lore.
I guess it's lore time.
Lore time, baby.
Okay, so the Yeti outfits that they were wearing was like a kind of a cultural thing, but they were the original people who found the Tree of Life, or also what they were looking for was the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
And so they drank from that. They're ancient people that are kind of animalistic now because of the way that they are, and they guard the Tree of Life. So they use like crossbows, and they were dressed as Yetis.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, and I specifically remember the end game boss fight sequence where it's like all fucking like blue and overgrown.
Blue and there's
and
fires
shit.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
I thought maybe you could get that.
You.
Yeah. But Free Lore.
Were they called? Free lore. I love it. What was the species called?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I should know that. Okay, I lose a point.
Yeah. Take it away, baby.
Yeah, they probably had a name. But I do not remember.
Yeah, the Yetis.
The Yetis. Yes. All right. Let's see. This one's an interesting question. I've never asked one like this before. In GTA 5, there is a set amount of characters you can play as. If you want to challenge me for 3 points, I will let you have, if you can name all 3 characters, I will let you have a point per character. What? But if you want to go easy mode, name the number of characters there are, and you will only get 1 point.
Didn't you just say 3?
I said there were... God damn it. I was trying so hard not to fucking say the number because that ruins the entire question.
I'm fucking weak, bro. Right off the bat. Okay, so there's 3, but I'll let you guess how many.
Fuck.
All right, Josh, how about I take 0 points?
Try to guess, bro.
All right, Charles Xavier.
You don't know any of them?
No.
I'll let you have a point per name. Think GTA 5. 3 iconic characters.
Arthur Morgan.
No. I thought you were about to say one. I'm disappointed.
No. I don't know. I don't know any of the names.
You know any of them?
Educate me. I need some lore.
Okay. Michael, the main character. You haven't heard that before?
Michael?
Michael. You forget 100 things a day, pal. Make me one of them. Because someone sees his face during a heist. Then there's Trevor. You know Trevor. You've heard Trevor from GTA.
Belmont.
No. He's crazy. He's like the most
Trevor.
insane character. And then there's Franklin, the black
Franklin.
dude.
Okay. Those are the
you
three
never heard of
characters?
him? Yeah.
No, I never played
Damn.
GTA 5.
Try to guess how many.
I'm sorry, all my GTA homies out there.
Okay. That's
All right, I'll
okay.
take a fat 000 for my 3 misnames right there.
I really fucked that up. Huh?
That's so funny.
I fucked it up hard.
It's all good. I didn't know. So I honestly, I don't know what I would have guessed.
All right.
5?
1,000. There could have been
10,000.
Yeah, 10,000. Yeah. What is the name of the brother of Nathan Drake in the game Uncharted 4: A Thief's End?
What is his fucking name?
I'll just say, you should know this.
Don't tell me it's Sam.
What do you think it is?
Might be Josh.
Joshua Drake. Okay.
Joshua Drake. Is it It really is Sam Drake?
What do you think? You got to give me a final answer.
I think it's...
Give it to me. 5, 4.
Jack Drake.
Jack Drake?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
It was Sam.
It was Sam
I just
Drake.
didn't want you to feel like I gave it to you. Sorry.
I honestly
You didn't know that, did
had
you?
no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I completely forgot.
Sorry, bro.
No, it's all good.
All right. In Pokemon Black and White, the leader of Team Plasma pretends to be a civilian by riding on what amusement park ride with you? And reveals their name on an amusement park ride.
You know? It's not N, is it?
Who's the leader of Team Plasma?
I think it was N. But the leader...
I'll tell you what, yeah, the leader of Team Plasma is N.
It is N.
It is N.
What the fuck is his name? He just is N.
Well, yeah, it's
Right,
N.
right. It's not, doesn't, I would start thinking deeper. I'm like, what does N stand
What's
for?
his name? No, the question is...
Necrozma.
No, the question is... Do you remember the question?
The question is like, what city was this ride in?
No.
Or what did he write?
What did you ride in? What amusement park ride did you ride in when he revealed?
Oh, was it a Ferris wheel?
It was.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think you thought way too hard.
I did. I really did. What town was this
time?
specific
Yeah.
ride? What did he write? I
Yes.
thought you said right. My bad.
No. That's
Yeah.
my fault then. In Xenoblade Chronicles, there is a man responsible for the creation of the Mechon. What is his name?
No, I need no hints. This
Sam's
is a good
just looking directly at the
microphone. I'm so deep.
He's getting
This
in.
man's name was... Oh my gosh, I'm between two. I'm
two
gonna.
right now?
Yeah, I have 2 names. I'm gonna go with my gut though. My gut tells me it's starts with a Z. I just can't remember his fucking. Hold on, don't give me anything. It's Zanza.
Zanza?
Yeah.
Zanza's the god.
I know, but I thought he created the Mechon.
No, it was Egil.
It was Egil.
Yeah.
I was between those 2 fucking names. I was like,
It was Egil was the friend of the guy that Zanza possessed, and then revealed.
Like, are we talking the giant?
Yes, that was Egil's best friend.
Right,
Remember? Because
right.
the Giants were the original people who were on
The Bionis?
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
I almost called it Homs.
On Homsland.
All right,
Wait. Real quick. Lore.
Yes.
Because I missed
because you
it.
got it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Egil,
Yes.
how did he create the Mechon?
He just builds them because
Really?
because he is what are they called, a machina,
Yeah.
which he is one of the only ones who knows the true reason that Homs exist and why they exist on the Bionis. I
Right.
won't spoil too much,
So right.
but he knows Zanza's real plan. And
Okay.
He knows what it's all about.
Got it.
All right, another question. In Xenoblade, who is the sister of Egil?
It's
You meet her first, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like I know, but I feel like I'm wrong. So I'm just going to say it.
Say it.
Maneth.
No! You did the exact same thing.
Fuck!
You said Zanza and Maneth. It's Vanea.
Vanea. I didn't remember.
Vanea?
I remember her now.
She's the one who tells you all the lore.
Yeah.
She gives you the free
I just
lore
don't remember
dump.
when you see her. When do you meet her?
You meet her in the main city.
Right.
Where all the
on the Mechonis?
Yeah, where the Machina used to live.
Yeah.
And then she tells you about her brother. She shows you that hologram of what happened.
With that crazy cutscene.
Yep.
You're right.
And then you meet Egil.
Yeah. This is like Endgame. Yeah.
This is very much Endgame. All right. In the game Xenoblade, what was the name of the battle that caused the loss of the use of Dunban's right arm?
The Battle of Sword Valley.
That's right.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
The Battle of Sword Valley. All right. This is just a simple last one. You ready?
Okay.
Where does Last of Us Part 2 majority take place?
Seattle, Washington.
That's right.
Hey.
I had to represent.
All right, baby. Let me do a little calculation right here.
Because
you actually had an even number of questions. You had 16 questions I'm looking at?
I guess so. I didn't number them.
And I got 9.
Nice.
You know what? And that puts me over half. I'll take a pass.
Oh, that's
Thank
a pass.
you very
right
much.
there.
I'm writing it down.
Hey.
P-A-S-S-S-A-A-A. Thanks for that beautiful trivia, bro.
You're right. Welcome.
I'm not kidding. I don't give you much time to prep, and you like come up with gold.
You like those?
So I do. I really do. Where do you get your sources?
Dude, I just make them up. Well, depending. So this one I made up every single one of them.
Really? Just on the spot?
Well, because I looked up the best, highest rated story-based games, and then I thought to myself, I'll just make a question from each one of them. I saw Portal, I saw Undertale, and then I thought about Half-Life, and I thought about God of War, and I thought about GTA 5. And then I was like, what is a simple question from each of those? But I could have gone harder. But
Next time, bring up that challenge, baby.
Yes.
Honestly, I think it's pretty good. I got half of them, so.
That's pretty damn good.
Right there, baby. Joshy.
Yep.
I would like you to read off our second to last segment here, please.
All right, let's read it. Alrighty. Oh, let's go. Oh my God, my favorite part.
Let's go, baby.
So
Joshy forgot for a second.
No, I did just for a second. I always forget because I'm an idiot. This segment is called Weekly Wisdom with Uncle Iroh. Actually featuring him, definitely. Can I bring it close and just kind of make it? All right. I'm not going to do the voice this time, but I will read this perfectly. Weekly Wisdom featuring Uncle Iroh. It is important to draw wisdom from many different places. If we take it from only one place, it becomes rigid and stale. God, that's beautiful. That's so gorgeous.
Thank you.
Man, oh man.
Thank you, Josh. No, honestly, it was beautiful.
That was so beautiful.
Oh,
I love Iroh. I love all the wisdom he gives, man.
Me too, man.
And I think that's,
I like it with you reading it too.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I like
do.
That?
Yeah,
I think it's also, that's accurate as fuck too.
It is.
I think you need to get kind of a perspective from everywhere.
You do.
I think, because I think naturally we can become like, almost like held up on a belief, I think. And so I think we got to just like, even if you disagree with a point, you got to kind of look towards the perspective, or even one that you didn't think is even something that you would want to kind of look in the perspective of.
Absolutely.
You know? I feel like I've been doing that a lot recently, of just like kind of paying attention to what the perspective of someone else would be, or at least trying to do that.
Yeah, man. I feel like the trap is thinking you know everything.
Absolutely.
Or that you have it all figured out, and we don't, you know?
No.
We never will.
No one does, by the way.
No,
so there's
no one does.
One correct point that will forever, because guess what? If you only ever take from one, you'll become rigid and stale.
Wonder who said
Isn't that right?
That's crazy.
Isn't that right?
Joshy.
All right, brother.
This wraps episode number 8 for us.
Beautiful.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah,
I'm very happy about everything that we talked about.
Yeah, me too, man.
I feel like we got to get down to the nitty gritty of what makes a story good, even media in general.
Yeah.
So I feel like it was good, some good discussion.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel like it was good discussion to be had and lots to talk about. I don't even think in the grand scheme of things, even scratch the surface.
Absolutely.
Because storytelling is so big, and there's a lot that makes games and why we're drawn to them.
Absolutely.
But I knew you're the perfect guy to talk about the story with. Yeah, because narrative is really important to you.
It's so important to me.
So I thought about something else real quick.
Yes.
To add to the conclusion section of each episode, which is up next.
Yes.
Okay. Little like
Up
mini
next.
section of up next. What to expect next week, right?
Okay.
Get the readers on board.
Yeah.
I would say readers, but listeners. Yeah. Give these readers
They're reading
reader
with
mail.
their ears. They're reading with their ears.
They are. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the listeners, for you, for me. Mm-hmm. What do we think? What are we thinking? How do we feel about a video game review coming next week?
Really?
Yeah.
What video game?
Honestly, was there any mutual game that you'd want to review? One that comes to mind instantly is Xenoblade.
I was going to say Xenoblade.
Because Xenoblade, I feel like we've had initial hype. I mean, one, it's how we became friends.
Right.
Two, we talked about, like, basically, if we ever did a podcast,
right.
I feel like we should talk about Xenoblade, right?
I think we should do Xenoblade. Because, seriously, like, I said a long time ago on my Instagram that I was going to make a YouTube video of Xenoblade. And I never got around to doing it. But technically, this drops on YouTube. So
technically, it does.
I will make myself not a liar.
Okay. So next week, we are going to be reviewing, and I will need to be reviewing via YouTube everything that happens in those games because it's crazy. But we'll specifically talk about Xenoblade
1.
Yeah.
I'm totally with
we'll
that.
go through the series here.
Yeah.
So look forward to that next week, my friends. I know I am. Holy shit. So, my friends, that wraps up.
Wrap it up,
number
baby.
8. Thank you so much for tuning in, giving us a listening all the way through. If that was you, we fucking love you. You're the real ones.
Thank you.
Know that we super appreciate you.
And we love you so much. And seriously, if you guys want to hit us up on anything, Instagram, of course, Patreon, of course, or our email, of course. But we love you so much, even if you are listening in right now. If this is your first episode, if you listen to every single one, we would love to talk to you. So
absolutely.
please do.
Guys, message us on our Patreon. That's going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, or you can send us an email, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
Absolutely.
And thank you so much for joining me today, Joshy. I am so grateful for you.
I'm grateful
as
for
always,
you,
bro.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful for all of you guys. We will see you all next week.
Absolutely.
Love you guys. Take care.
Goodbye. Love them.